control of the IT vertical space above storage and do exactly what we would have looked the defense to do during the plant, which is take out the planter or at least get the kill off the back of the crossman.
For this attacking team, 55 seconds left, and it's all on the shoulders of Badger.
Had the intel, but no. Badger grabbing another. The pokey.
Pokeball Hydra says, I choose you, Joker.
Kiss my ash. You got 0 cents. Your IQ is low.
Did you make that up right now?
Yeah, right now on the spot.
I just want to touch on mental health. If you're feeling out of it,
They put together a hell of a club sandwich. Sledge must have been the bacon because he got fried.
A whiskey! What's up, and welcome back, fellow Siege spectators and players. It's another installation of the Siege Double Shot coming at you, NAL style. We're back for the last qualifier, your last chance to make it to the big stage from the very bottom. It's all or nothing for all of these teams. We got some good ones for you today. I am the Reverend Whiskey Glitter, and with me, as always, my partner and co-host, Mr. Whiskey Run. What you say, Whiskey?
Yeah, welcome everyone to the Blast Open Qualifier number 3. Like you called it, man, this is it. 4 teams have qualified so far in the first 2. Makers, SSG Academy in the first, Fenz's Aura and Bello in the second. And there are 2 more spots open for those qualifiers. Ubisoft has already given away $30,000 in prize money for free for the open qualifiers. And there is another $4 grand on the line this weekend. Going to find out tomorrow where those top 2 teams. We're going to start at the bottom, the back of the bracket here, the very start, with F5 Esports taking on Source Gaming as our first in this round, my friend.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm excited for it. Couple of familiar faces on the board. F5 Esports, a team that we have cast many times on the Siege Double Shot, and Source Gaming is we've also seen quite a few times. So this is going to be a fun game that lots of our viewers are going to know. Headed to the bracket. Where are we going? All the way up for this best of 1. Look like we're taking it to NIGHTHAVEN Labs.
I love NIGHTHAVEN, and I know it is your favorite. Great place to start. We casted so much Consulate previously. Looking forward to not have to do Consulate. Unfortunate we're not going to get to see Lair here, but maybe, just maybe today. But I think it's about time to start this game.
You know what? Let's full send, baby.
Stalking.
It's a best of 1, which means you got to get it done quick, and you got to get it done early. This promises to be a back and forth. And NIGHTHAVEN, we love it. It is my favorite map because there's so much extra to it, right? It has the possibility for so much shenanigans inside of the map, especially when you're on the defense. But it's lent itself to operators like Deimos being brought out for that soft breach and taking out some of that huge and expected roam game. Bands, it's going to tell the story, Mr. Whiskey.
That's right. Here we are making it into the bands for the first game here in the open qualifier number 3. Monty, not surprising to see that. I mean, he has been banned in so many, basically every match I think I have seen here in year 9, season 3. It's like got to be close to 100%.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, maybe a few times where we saw the one-off bans. I remember we had that one game where it was like Buck and Grim that were banned, but outside of maybe that potential one, yeah, it's been Monty all the way through. The second can be quite a few different operators, specifically for NIGHTHAVEN. You see Dokkaebi and Ying the most. Of course, Dokkaebi for hunting down that roam game. Ying, just nobody wants to deal with those Kendels, and they're going to take Ying off the board. Followed up with the Tubarao, which also surprisingly, we've seen quite a few times banned on NIGHTHAVEN, right? Seems to be like he's kind of that stop all when it comes to getting those hatches open. Not really meant for that wall, the main walls.
Yeah, really just been a slowdown, a way to just hold on for a minute, give the defense a little bit of extra time. But we've seen teams plan and counter for him pretty well recently, so it's interesting that he's one that they chose to take off the board. Mira, I know, has just been devastating on NIGHTHAVEN, so the fact that she is not going to be available, I think, really changes up how this map is going to be played.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, F5 Esports, Source Gaming We're going to take it up top for the first one. Defense, going to see the first iteration for us of Scopos, the new operator. And if you're new to Siege or you're new to this season, Whiskey, you want to tell us a little bit about our newest operator in the lineup?
That's right. Scopos was banned for the majority of competitive play here, especially just last weekend. Even was not available for the start. So the fact that it's going to be available, and wow, that is funny that Scopos was the one that dropped right when we were talking about her. Unbelievable.
That's timing, baby.
Siege timing, my friend. Holy cow. What are the chances there?
That's super funny. Okay, so unfortunate. We're going to get ourselves a rehost, but that doesn't mean that we still can't tell you a little bit about this newest operator while we try to get it set up. Scopos, what do they do, my friend?
That's right. Two of those robots coming out, the idle shell and the active, and the idle acting as a bulletproof cam. Very cool. It's a very interesting concept, the way it's been playing out. The gun, I think, for sure is going to be getting a nerf as we roll into the season coming up. It really feels like it's a little bit overpowered. Very little recoil, very deadly. And just the ability for flanking. We've seen hiding in interesting places on the map, Harry Potter, those kind of like off-site locations, even if you're not going to use the idle shell as like a bulletproof cam, a deployable shield combo in an active area. Hiding it in way off site for a late round flank has also been very interesting. She's really brings a dynamic to the game that's pretty cool.
Yeah, and you know what's fun about it? I was thinking about this the other day. Why is it that putting it into a corner are they not seen, right? Why do you just run past it not knowing that's there? And it seems to me it's kind of playing off of that same. You remember the mirror trick that we watch where you sit in a corner with your mirror out and it just seems to walk right past it. It kind of seems like it has that same bit of a concept there. Nobody knows it's there. You're not looking for it, and the flank absolutely devastating. It's been fun to see, at least in the rank play. I'm excited to see what's getting brought to the table for today. I'm excited we're going to see Scopos being played. They brought it out round one, Whiskey.
Yeah, not surprising. Like you said, I think that she is definitely a bit overpowered as an operator to start this thing off. So the fact that we're going to do a rehost, we'll get the lobby set back up. We'll just take a few minutes and get that done. It's to me, very funny. And like you said, some siege timing, the fact that it was on Scopos on round one that dropped. That just unbelievable. But I think, we got number one out of the way. It's time, my friend. We're going to be good.
That's right. Better sooner than later. All right, folks, sit back, relax, because when we come back, we're bringing you the start of the first map. Ayo.
Let's go.
What's up and welcome back. Rehost Dundada, sayonara, see you later. It's round one. It's the last attempt, the last chance to get yourself in to potentially play against the big boys. And it all starts here with F5 Esports and Source Gaming. Let's freaking go. First floor to start us off. They're going to start adapting that strategy that we've seen across the board on almost every other single map. Starting to take NIGHTHAVEN now.
Yep, that first floor meta, and wonder whether or not it's a 6-6 half. Back, I know we spent a lot of time playing on 3-3-3, but back in the 6-6, so still feel like that the first floor meta has really taken a hold across most of the maps, and like you said, Nighthaven finally making the switch. We saw the Scopos idle shells. It was downstairs holding, but looks like potentially setting up for a flank in the basement, maybe. Oh, spotted out by a drone in the basement. Oh, gonna maybe change up that strategy real quick.
Or maybe not. So going to be the potential for the flank from below. Now, a lot of times we've seen the players bring along a pulse here to help stop that potential for the first floor plant jumping in the window and getting a kind of a quick execute off near that pillar. But this time, yeah, bringing along the Scopos. I'm excited for it. They're going to start opening up that wall immediately on the side of the attack. Going to see one of the newer operators, Striker, on the board, and what I was saying in the pre-show, Deimos, right? And he's so great for tracking down this potential roam game, which currently looks like everybody outside of Legion is roaming. No,
Did
down that thing.
we have seen that twice?
Yes, we have.
The unfortunate location there to hop over the edge down the ladder. I cannot believe we have seen that in two different competitive games in the open quals here. Oh
Okay.
no!
Oh, no!
Not a
and then
TK?
Well, you got to learn your lesson, right? Whatever he did, he now knows. TK out the gate. That's tough, and it comes off the back of the new operator. Starting to send them down, looking for catching somebody rotating inside this bottom floor as they try to seek out these roamers, figure out where the heck they're at. It's going to be the body bounce, tipped in favor of F5 early on here.
They did hide one of the idle shells downstairs. You can see that outline of it there in the downstairs, looking out for it. So we know that Deimos was going for it, but because you've got that cam in place, you can hear, you know what's going on, you know that he's down there looking for it, and action happening upstairs on that second floor as Sam's going to take down Lunatic to start off.
Yeah,
And
absolutely.
the actual kills, not the TKs.
The first actual kill going to be Valkyrie getting taken off the board, and that's going to be the body bounce set in the hands of F5. Couple of shots ring through. Going to take Goose down. Now puts us into a 5v3. 50 seconds left on the board as the pressure starts to mount for the defense. They're starting to get in and be able to take that side. Claimed a little bit of, no, didn't claim the vertical control. Left it up to the mute, but they're going to start getting that plant going down. It's the long angle from the Osa shield. It's going to be able to take one more, but they're going to find the kill. It's a post-plant scenario, Whiskey, so oh my lord, they've got the verticality underneath as well with the Buck who's opened up the floor. They're going to find another kill. Sleepy gets taken down, and that is going to take us now into a 3v1 off the back of the pickup. A C4 to ring out, not going to find anything. It's the grenades there. It's going to find something, force him out of the doorway and into the waiting arms. Oh, did he bounce it off the wall?
It looked like he did, yeah.
Off the table?
Wow, a bit of a crazy round there as that all started unfolding again. The very first round, I think a lot of energy, a lot of anticipation here. Again, there was a ton of teams. I think we were at more than 70 showed up total in the total number of teams today fighting for those final two spots. So I know that there's a lot of anticipation. Twitter was covered in posts, people looking for people to fill in for the major quals. This is it, that last opportunity. And there's a lot of great teams and a lot of great players. Basically, it seemed like the entirety of the T4 and T3 Siege comp scene made it out today to try and win one of these two spots. And what a great day it is for that. Absolutely.
And a couple of bigger names that still have yet to make it, right? We got Fluffy Aimers, who will be coming up at some point. Carnico that's around. Thrive that's around. So a lot of those kind of T2 names that didn't quite get their chance because of the domination in both of Qual 1 and Qual 2. So interesting. We take it down to the basement, Whiskey, and they're going to focus a little bit on that area denial, bring out the Goyos, so the quick rush through that main breach is not going to be able to be facilitated, and then it's the extension up top with the castle, and they take it all the way up to the second floor with the Valkyrie cams.
Yeah, that's a ton of utility here being used by Source upstairs on the second floor for a basement hold. No breach denial either, except for the mute. And it looks like, I was going to say, boy, it looked like there was a potentially a player dropping there, walking in place, but disaster averted. No need for another rehost this early on. So, yeah, a ton of utility here being used by the defense upstairs. Very spread, heavy roam game from this team to watch out for what F5 is bringing on the attack.
Here's what I love, right? They went up and put a bunch of... Ooh, geez, gets the down. That's going to be huge, getting the Solus off the board, sends a grenade in to try to finish the call. A couple of pre-fires come through. The grenade is going to find it. That is going to give the body bounce over back to F5 Esports. But here's what I like what the defense did here, and we'll see if it pays out. They took it all the way up top, set up a little bit of presence, so there's some ghost pressure. Got those Valkyrie cams in place, so the potential for the C4 from that first floor where that extension has been set up could potentially be huge. Couple of shots onto the window, not going to find anything as the Deimos ping is letting them know exactly where it's at. Oh, almost another TK whiskey.
That was so close. Good trigger discipline there on the side. I think that was Angel or Spud, not sure which, actually avoided the TK, but great trigger discipline there, holding on. But the trade's just coming out right now, and so far, I know it's unfortunate that the way that the observer bug is, if you haven't noticed, you haven't watched any comp games recently, the cards can't be expanded. So we can't actually see all of the rest of the details you normally see with the cards at the bottom of the screen. So that's a little bit unfortunate that that bug exists, but it is a confirmed observer bug.
Dang it. So, numbers equalized, 45 seconds left, just now starting to get that single wall open to put some pressure on from the breach, and they've got the ace as well, so the potential to get that hatch open inside of that garage area is still a possibility if he's got any of those Selma charges left. Again, we can't actually see what kind of gadgets are being brought up until we're looking at them. So, 3-3, 22 seconds left. Going to start sending in the flashes.
Wow.
That's going to be Checky to find Spud Stack off the board, and that's going to give the body bounce back over to F5. But the fire starts to ring out as it's slowing down the push in. This is exactly what they needed. The castle barricades with the mute jammers, and they've got themselves the fires going down. It's going to be the triple kill as Lunik goes out. A quad kill. Now he's on pace for the ace. 1 second left, and they're going to be getting this plant to go down. He's going to run up. Oh, and Nightmare going to come around with the shotgun to take Schmifley off the board. And that's going to give one to the defense, but just by the skin of their teeth.
Yeah, the fire there holding on, but not quite enough time to get the plant down. Well played there by the defense. I was wondering whether or not all those extra castles that they had put down in the Animus was gonna slow this this defense down, or the attacking team down, since they had so much hard breach available. And in the end, looked like it did. Right, they're spending time cracking that open with just a few precious seconds left on the board. So I think well played there from the defense, though they didn't have any of that extra breach now besides the mute. Worked out in their favor. But like you said, it came down very close to the end. And so far from what we've seen from Source, very spread out, very roam heavy. See whether or not that carries into this round as they start off on the second floor, whether or not we see that them push down at all to the basement.
Yeah, I think the potential for it, right? And that's one of the reasons this is my favorite map, right? To take the tank assembly area, for example. We've seen that played so many different ways, right? You can see the standard approach where you bring the two-prong, the double hard breach, open up everything, open up the top, get your vertical. But we've also seen it played where they don't even bring a hard breach along outside of a few can openers. So there's just so much variety to it. On this particular setup, as they head up to the second floor, we are going to have a little bit of a roam game, but it's a switch up of the strat, right? We only have Wamai downstairs to stop that verticality from happening. So yeah, bit of an extension upstairs, but not such a heavy focus on the roam game. And this could play out into the favor of the defense as they're switching up another look. If you keep them guessing in a best of one, the potential to get yourself quite a few rounds is there.
Yeah, that's right. It's best of one, no opportunity. And, one of the other things we talked about during the open quals previously, this is a single elimination bracket. So you are guaranteed exactly one game if you are playing in this major qualification. So unfortunately for one of these two teams, it's elimination. It's going home. There is no double elimination, no opportunity. So one and done. Every game matters like it is the end of your run. So definitely got to focus, and every round counts. And oh, look at that. They take the shot from downstairs, open up at exactly the right moment, and scares Bandit off from the trick. They're going to get that IT wall open and use some of the Flores drones to try and push the Azami out of this top rafters area. She's got that great hold. We've seen her be extremely good in this position, and having to use up some of your utility, try and clear out those Roteros.
That's right, and that's one of the deals, right? When you get the tuber out banned off the board, somebody you leave available and open is going to be the architect, and holding on to that catwalk, absolutely huge, especially if you don't have the shield to start helping you push in. First kill going to go to Checky, as they take the hero from the last round off the board. Lunik is gone, and that means no more Kiba barriers. So they've made themselves pushed up onto that catwalk area, and now got also inside of the main breach. So they've got a ton of real estate that they've taken right now.
Yeah, this is a good setup here from the attacking team. They still have got a minute left. They still have to force 4 of these defenders out of position. They've got all of the area they need outside of sight on the rafters and main breach side. Got to find a way to push in, gain some space there. So you see the ace was making that rotate around. Looking like maybe he was going to try and push from the riverside as well. So they need to put a little bit of pressure here. And yep, there it is, that combo. Try and open up more of these sight lines. And there it is, the double push in from the top of the river.
That's right, and that's going to be Spud to find one, but he's going to be dealt with immediately, and it's going to be the follow-up. They find 2. They find themselves the round. And, kind of becoming like the pattern of it, right? Is 2F is... it's a good sight, right? It's a good sight, but it really makes you focus on the top. So your roam game is depleted, your extensions are depleted, because there's so many places to get in, right? You're coming from the backside, you're coming from river, you're coming from the catwalk, you're coming from the main breach. There's just a ton of avenues that you have to cover. So it takes away from your roam game. It takes away from helping you facilitate an extension, unless you bring somebody along like the castle.
Back down to that first floor. We're going to see the first round there won by the attackers. So F5 taking this one. It's a bit of a crazy round, right? A bit of a crazy start. So we'll see now that, okay, maybe some of the nerves are settled. They're ready to settle in. Get your team ready to win here in this major open qualifier. So now Source has got the opportunity to retry. And look at that. The drone's stuck behind the barrels.
I don't know if it's stuck. I think it was strategic placing.
Oh, it absolutely.
Takes a couple of looks, but might pay for the hubris there.
Oh,
dang.
dang.
Going to get done. Should have waited, had 2 more seconds, and you could have kept that drone alive. Defense going to bring out some intel, help facilitate some of that roam game that you see going on. We've got 3 up top, Valkyrie, Mute, and Fenrir, making sure that you're not going to claim that vertical control here on this first floor. F5, real quick to just get the basics done, right? The checklist. Open up the main breach, clear out the top floor, and then start to put some pressure on to get yourself ready for a plant. It's been methodical every time. Now, they've only won it twice. We're inside the first 3 here, but it seems like that it's working out for them very well.
Interesting. And we talked about the fact that Source didn't bring along any of the breach now, at least on a couple of the sites. They did bring out the bandit on that second, but it was really quickly cleared out. Didn't really slow down this F5 attack at all. So saw that Source not devoting any of the resources or players again to that breach now, not committing to it, and going to instead rely on just a little bit more of the intel utility and of the traps. I like bringing out the Legion. Legion, I think it was, oh man, I can't remember which one of the pro casters and analysts had put up the list of how the operators had been doing recently, and I think Legion had one of the highest KDs and win percentages in the Pro League so far. When he was played, he had the highest win percentage, I believe, in the Pro League so far. So I think there's a reason. He is has become a really important part of a lot of the defensive setups.
Yeah, absolutely. Once he got his buff and those goons started doing impact damage, he's just incredible for stopping those quick plays that come in. Got a good gun and some gadgets and utility to back it up. It's going to be Sledge to take Spud down. Now puts us into a 4-3 with Solus on a really low health scenario. But there he is, coming in from the backside, going to try to take something up top, but it's going to be the shots that go onto him, taking him down to 63 HP. Valkyrie getting sussed out on the Deimos. It's not going to do much because she's able to get out of there, but they're falling apart on the defense, Whiskey. It's now a 4v2. Now, they've only got 46 seconds left, and they haven't gotten themselves into sight yet. But it's going to start happening very quickly here. Still maintaining a lot of that first floor pressure between the two.
And this is one of my favorite plays for the Deimos. One of the things that we saw for him coming in the late round intel for where exactly the defenders are playing. If you can keep him alive long enough, and holy cow, they had the intel on Elysian, not the Valkyrie, and maybe didn't realize that she was playing so close to the window, ready for the jump in. But I was going to say, I love when bringing him in for that late round intel, but it certainly did not work out here. Just a bad choice.
Jesus, what a round. And off the back of
Holy
another
cow.
TK, Whiskey. Another TK. Takes Lunik out. Nightmare takes Lunik out, and that stopped the play. Defense going to win it on time as they got the shot from outside, or takes the shot on the dude from outside, drop, and the diffuser down. Huge play by the defense to be able to save that one. They started to push in. It was a 4v2, but they fed them individually, and if you feed them individually, well, the defense, they're going to eat.
Yep, and they certainly did. They got full on that, and I can't believe that 4v2. I mean, we were talking about it just 30 seconds prior about how that looked like it was going to be another easy F5 win, but they're on that first floor. Source Gaming adapted the way they needed to. So the adaptation, what are they going to change up here in the basement on the defense side? Not a lot. Bringing out a similar setup, just castling off, closing off the Animus. They didn't even bother reinforcing it. That to me at least seems interesting. Force this team to use a little bit more of that hard breach, use some of that utility. But holding off Animus like that, I've not seen a lot of teams commit to that style of a strategy. It'll be interesting to see whether or not that picks up any speed, whether or not it's going to net them another win here. They did win, Source did win in the basement the last time we played it.
Okay, so what else we're going to do? We're going to send one on the roam. Two, actually. Valkyrie going to help back up the Vigil. And we'll notice here, no Boss G in the hands of the Vigil. I think it's the right play on a solo roam. Be able to take out a few more players, really cause that chaos inside of the early part of the round. I like the call, honestly. Double up on the roam game, seal it off so you can't get anything quick with the castle and the
Wow.
He's going to get Lunik off the board. Huge pick to get to take right away, and that's going to be Valkyrie too, so she's going to be relegated to her cams 1 on the roam still. Goyo and Castle coming up to help support that here onto the first floor, which means we've got Mute by himself down in the basement.
Yeah, and right now you still got the attackers working on opening up the sight lines. Like you said earlier, F5 has been very methodical about that and been doing a very good job of managing all of these sight lines that Source is trying to hold and trying to protect. And they haven't committed, like you said, a ton of utility into holding on and preventing that. They've been accepting it, expecting it. And I think F5 is taking advantage a little bit of it. Right now, I mean, it is 2-2. It's early in this best of one, so we got time. What was that, my friend?
Sorry, my computer is having a difficulty here.
Oh, all right. Well, that does happen. Wouldn't be live Siege without some live problems. And speaking of problems, Source right now struggling. 1v4, a little bit worse situation than the 2v4 they found themselves in and winning on that previous round, but it is all up to Nightmare. And with the SMG-11 and the Shoddy, can be deadly, very dangerous, but not a lot of options. There, he's going to take a shot and drop the hatch. I like it.
That's right. Still got a minute left in this 1v4. A lot of work that's got to be done here. But if they feed him one at a time, something could happen again, except for Czech just going to drop down, take the shot. And they're going to find this round win and one away from our halfway mark here on the first map.
Perfect timing. I mean, they caught him in a reload with a flash. Just well played there on the F5 spot from a drop. But in a 4v1 kind of a scenario, that one was going to be a real tough situation for Source and that defense to win. So going to take it upstairs to 2F. Not going to try and play that basement again. And back on round 3 again, we saw the 2F being played, and the F5 did a great job of just putting pressure from a real multi-dimensional approach in how they were pushing and providing pressure onto the Source defense. It wasn't a heavy roam game, but I mean, they had the IT breach open, they had the connector breach open, and then put pressure again from River too. That the exchange over there on that was really what put the nail in the coffin for Source. So we'll see whether or not change it up and can hold on a little bit differently. They tried doing the bandit trick, and Angel's going to bring him back out again. See if they can hold on to this this rafters area a little bit longer with the Azami as well.
You know, this is something we've been seeing a lot, Whiskey, right? When we get to Nighthaven, it kind of can go one of two ways. If there is a good attack team, we definitely see the split heading in their direction because of the ability to basically communicate with your team and pinch every single player in. This map is so expansive, right? So when we see a team that's got a really good attack setup, we see that split going into their direction. Source now down 2, unless they're going to bring something aggressive, they're finding themselves on the bit of the back foot. Even if they win this round, a tied up here is a little bit tough.
Yeah, tied up. Oh, man. Definitely, if you're the Source team, this is it. You have got to win this one. A must-win scenario to try and hold on. Nighthaven, for sure, is typically a defensive-sided map. And you're going to go in and try and get yourself into a 2-4 scenario trying to attack. Source better be a great attacking team here on Nighthaven to be able to try and send this thing to overtime if they're going to get there. Otherwise, looking good for F5, but there it is. Going to take one of those bandit tricks out, and they're going to...
They got it.
Oh my gosh, you had Zofia looked like was in place and ready. Maybe a miscommunication between them, not using her gadget, not using the charge at the right time, and allowed Bandit to trick one of those thermite charges off the board. Holy cow.
Almost takes the free fire there, but they're doubling down on it, Whiskey. And with the flashes coming in, they're going to be able to get that wall opened up now. Flores as well to chase the bandit out of there. So it was a good attempt, right? And they're able to take one of the thermites off the board, but they brought the double breach. So it's a potential here for it to still get a couple of them opened up. It's the Thatcher EMP. Take out whatever jammer or anything that's sitting down by that, potentially by that river door. They've got this shield to deal with though, and it's a warden, and it's a warden with a shotgun in hand. So Floor's gonna take out the shield, force him back into the side. Look at that, free fire's coming through, trying to make sure that they send him back or he dies trying. Still gonna sit 5-all here as the last minute is starting to wind down. I'm gonna take an extra look.
That's right, that last 50 seconds, all important here for this Source Gaming team. They've got to hold on. Everybody upstairs, most piled up in that command center warehouse area, trying to prevent the jump in. There's one, gonna get a second.
Oh, man, shots come through. It's going to be the trade as Zofia and Azami get taken down, but that's going to be Checky to find another off the board, putting us into a 4-3. But the answer back is the shotgun from Goose is going to respawn and respond to take Checky off the board. Now we're into a 3-3. It's the Flores drone trying to chase him back from the river area, going to force him into sight. And look at this. It's a late round barricade to stop that push from River. So the pressure up from Catwalk going to send another Flores drone in as they start to kind of make some pressure on here. It's 9 seconds
enough
left.
time.
And that's going to be the shot from Spudstack. Now puts us into a 3-2. Defense up in the count. It's a couple of shots. They find another. It's all into Flores, and they're going to take it in the double shotty play. Goose going to seal that one up.
Holy cow, a triple from Warden out playing that shoddy. Let's go. Boy, they held on in dramatic fashion there at the end. F5 was pushing from all the right places, all at the right time, but couple of those shots just coming up Source side. The jump in and the top of rafters, but great coverage there from the IT. Just being able to shoot the Kiba barriers down, playing into the attacker's favor there. That I think is a great balancing change, and has really put Azami in a very comfortable place. Good, a good balance between her strength and adding a little bit of weakness there. But well played there by F5. But Source finding that, so they're going to end up a 3-3 half. Coming up strong. So now it's a question, are they a better attacking team on NIGHTHAVEN than F5? About to find out. We're going to start off in the basement, my friend.
That's right, starting off with a little bit of that downtown action. And on the side of the defense, going to see a couple of similar approaches, but a different way to get there, right? We saw Goyo being utilized to stop that quick approach in through that single or through that double on the breach. And saw the castle being utilized for the downstairs block off, right? Which means they had a super huge heavy roam game, and they wanted to make sure that you couldn't get into sight and get a quick plant down. So similar strategy, but a little bit different in the way it's going to be handled. And honestly, I like this. Bring along the smoke for your area denial, which is going to give you that all-important and devastating shotgun. Back it up with a little bit of that area denial. It's going to stop that plant, so no quickly getting in, and the castle to facilitate the hold upstairs. Enjoyable defense that's going on right now.
Interesting that one of the players on the attacking side from Source bringing out the Dokkaebi. We saw very little of that roam clear effort being put by F5 on their attack. Right, we didn't really see the Jackal, didn't really see the Dokkaebi come out. They were definitely more focused on more of the standard, the hard breach, opening up, gaining some of those sight lines, using a little bit of the Deimos. But it was interesting that we didn't see that. I mean, she's on the board typically when she's there and available. She's picked almost every time, but F5 kind of avoiding that. Source gonna pick her up though, and now 2v3. Still plenty of time though left. The minute 44 left, 40 at this point.
Yeah, and the tough part, you still got to contend with the mute who's hanging around. Actually, he's going to bunker back down, take them into that kind of full bunker strat here. A man advantage in 1 minute and 30 seconds left. Still got some hard breach, right? Still got some potential to open up the vertical, and that's kind of what we're going to have to see out of Ash here, right? Open up some spots, try to catch one from above and equalize that number so they could potentially get in for plant, but they're just getting pinged out everywhere. Cams, lesion goos, it just doesn't matter. And I believe we still got the 3 smokes in hand, so with a minute left, those are going to start to remain pretty vital.
Yep, a little bit of this utility left still available there from the attackers. Are they going to be able to hold on? And C4s, that was the last, so none of them left. No more available. And a smoke kill taking down. Wow. Angel.
Yep.
So low that you talked about that area to now be an important part, and boy, coming in clutch right now.
Oh, finds a kill though. It's going to take Valkyrie off the board. Now puts us into a 3-2. 2 smokes have been utilized, keeping them in. It's going to take the push towards the pillar with the diffuser in hand. So the potential to plant is there, although it's not going to come to that, right? It's going to be a gunfight. Triple kill rings out as he starts to fake the plant here off the pillar play. Shots go. So now they know where he's at. Looking at the head holes, he's going to find it.
Nightmare wins
They're
it.
going to take him down in a 1v4 scenario. Brings it back off the back of a fake plant.
Holy cow, boy. Yeah, Sam ready there, holding. They had a good hold there. I think a little bit unfortunate that you had the shotgun. So playing from behind the pillar there with the defense, Habana had a little bit of the advantage from her AR there to be able to take down the defender playing with not a lot of range unless he had switched to the SMG, but you need to be a little bit closer, maybe a little bit better of a scenario for the defense, but Source going to find their first on attack. A great way to open that one up and take a lead again. So this thing has definitely been back and forth. So far at this point, that's the first time that we've seen a team win 2 in a row.
Yeah, okay. 3-4. Source going to take it on attack. That's the thing we talked about, Whiskey. A well put together attack team is going to do well on Thrive. It just opens up many possibilities if you're coordinated and able to isolate some of those defenders. That's exactly what they did. Can't believe they brought it back off the shot off the head holes there. So, going to take it up top. And they are going to also focus on that breach now. Bandit going to be on board, sticking the smoke as well for that late round shenanigans, which of course, as you saw in the last round, proved to be very effective. And then kind of your standards, right? Bring out the Warden with the shotgun to hold on to that river area, and Wamai for whatever Wamai is going to do. We've seen him used as a roamer. We've seen him used to stop that breach coming in through IT. We saw stopping the connector play. Just kind of a little bit of one of those essential operators here. It's a good defensive lineup, even though a bit standard, right? And nothing standard with the architect on the board, so got to really facilitate holding on to that catwalk and no Monty to help push them out. Oh, are they missing with the EMPs?
No, they hit it. They definitely got one of those, one of the bandit batteries, but they're going to try and open it up at this point, and oh, he's got the C4. It goes through. Wow, what an exchange there. He got the C4 exactly on the hole that Maverick had opened up previously. Bandit goes down, so he's not dead, not out, just downed at this point, but definitely a dangerous position for him. He's not going to be recoverable with as long as Maverick is holding on to that rappel. He is stuck in that corner, is going to bleed out slowly.
That's right, and they're going to hold on to it. They're not going to let him get away. Not
Nope.
going to let him get the revive. They're going to hold on to that man advantage and put some pressure here on from the backside. So the potential for the run out still could happen here off the back end. Looking for it, and there's going to be the kill, but it's not going to be onto the bandit as his life slowly starts to tick away. They take the Azami off the board, so now a 5v3 effectively, essentially, and there's going to be the finish off there, so nobody's going to be able to get there. They did have the Kiva barriers where they started to try to go and make the play, but that's what ultimately cost the architect her life. So the push-up catwalk now start to put some pressure on the defense here as they find themselves up double in the body balance.
I think it just shows how good Maverick is on this map. It's certainly a reason that he is played frequently. We've even seen him banned a few different times. This combination of the similarities between Clubhouse and Nighthaven, Bandit is just so good on these two maps. It's right there we saw exactly why. You've got good access and good sight lines for the attackers to take. If you can get that wall open at all, even if just a hole in place is enough to be able to get sight lines into rafters and hold it. Just very, very good on that scenario, and then making him work for them. But a couple of these gunshots have gone in the way of F5, and it's down to a 2v1, 2v none. Sleepy finishes it off, but holding on again. Warden, is that Warden playing?
That was a good night. That's what happened. They
Wow,
had the
good
body
night
balance.
indeed.
Yeah, they had the body balance. They were starting to manage the time properly, and then they just said, you know what? No. And able to bring that round back around and tie us back up. F5 taking us into a 4-4 scenario here as we start to edge closer to the end of this best of one. Who is holding on and who is going home? I can't even call it right now.
I'm really glad we picked this match. I know there's so many matches available, and we would absolutely love to be able to cast all of the teams in this tournament. There's just unfortunately just 3 of us here working with myself, Glitter, and then Unnamed is our fantastic observer. Really appreciate him jumping in, but so many good teams. Love to see this pair of evenly matched teams trying to take us all the way. 4-4, like you said, tied up. Both of these teams playing really well at this point. So low Valk coming out.
5 seconds left.
Interesting. So since I like this setup, like this is the one that we called the classic, is the castle for the extension, the smoke for the area denial, still bring the intel. It's a little bit of everything. It's the Swiss Army knife of Nighthaven lab tactics, right? You bring out a little bit of everything. Not a master of all, right? But definitely facilitating quite a few different strategies and counter strats in place. So on the side of the attack, they're going to double up on the hard breach, although they're going to do it with the Habana instead of the Ace. I like the call, able to get those hatches. It just brings more to the table than the Selma charges, right? Takes 2 Selmas to open up a hatch, but you could play all day with those X-Kairos.
Well, and plus Nightmare got that 3K to clutch up the round playing with Habana. So if you're going to pick an operator, you are fantastic with Nightmare on on the Hibana. That's a great play, and F5 is going to have to watch out for it. A lot of the action happening upstairs though on the 2F here to start this thing off. As you still have got Valkyrie and Legion playing upstairs, holding on and just wasting time, and a minute of it gone already. 30% of the round done. As you're seeing Source getting some of it ready.
Oh, first kill going to go, and they're going to take the castle off the board. That's going to give the attack a bit of the advantage here, but it comes at a cost as Dokkaebi has been reduced to that 9 HP. A quick peek here, looking to take one on the corner instead. It's just going to see some more damage done. Able to survive with his life as Castle comes out to help facilitate that hold. Sleepy going to take Lunik off the board, and that's going to tie us up into a 4-4. Couple of shots down from the river stairs, but he's on the run, he's on the chase, and he's going to make it down to the basement and survive a little bit longer. But look at that, Whiskey. 3 members reduced to some very low HP on the side of 5F. Just a couple of bullets to take out 75% of the rest of the team.
Still alive, still holding on though, and again, ton of that time wasted. Now we're down to that final minute. Still seeing this Source team work on getting some positions and people in place. Yeah, you've got a lot of that first floor control in. All of this defensive team back downstairs here to the basement. Still have got. Sounded like you had one of the C4s still available on the board, but I don't think Dokkaebi was able to steal the intel. That could be an unfortunate scenario here. That last minute intel that the attackers might need. We'll see when that comes up huge.
Okay, Thermite now getting back to his job of opening up the breach. 30 seconds to go for this final bit of push down, and you can see that the defense, they're in that hurry up and hold position. Going to take a swing onto the breach. That's going to amount to a kill as Spudstack gets ripped off the board, but a drop down the hatch is going to prove his namesake. Nightmare going to find a double here, but it's going to be answered back onto Angels. Now 2-2. 9 seconds left yet again. Get in for the plant. Got to get up and help support that. Holding on from the breach is going to find one. Looking towards the door for the come around. It's a post-plant scenario now. Into the 1v1. Whiskey, we're here again for the 1v. Looking to try to get active here on the backside. He's at the breach. Going to have to take this battle, and this is going to be a tough one, right? 30 seconds left. He's going to have to bait out the player, or it's going to be an easy hold.
That's exactly what he's doing. A little bit of bait and switch. Is this going to be it? We're going to have to wait.
Oh, the pre-fire. Now the time starts to run
12
out.
seconds.
He's got 5 seconds to be able to start this thing, and they're going to push up. They're going to take the shot, and that's going to be Goose to end it. Sleepy, put to sleep. He said good night, round his mind.
Wow. On the back... On the back of another, how was that, a 3K from Nightmare? At least a 2K there. 8 and 5 and 1, but on the F5 side, Checky and Sleepy going crazy. 11 and 12 kills each, trying to keep this team in. Back and forth again. Source winning 5-4. And as we head into round 10, like I said, I'm really glad we picked this match because I cannot tell who's going to win. Very evenly matched. Neither of these teams wanted to lose their open qualifier run on game 1.
Look at this switch up here, Whiskey, right? We've seen it played with the Castle for the extension and the Valkyrie for the intel, but really going to switch it up here with these 3 operators, Echo, Malusi, and Ella being brought on the board. And crazy, right? We never saw Ella played ever on our streams as part of the comp scene, but you give someone impacts and they're just going to say, you know what, it's mine, I'm going to play it, we're going to do it. Ella has made a comeback here.
That's I'm thinking back to that data we were seeing on Twitter. I think it was Dez that had put the chart together. Ella was the operator that had the highest KD of the ones that have been playing. We talked about Legion having the highest win percentage, and Ella having the highest KD of in all of the people that had been playing her. So combination of Ella and Legion on the board here. If statistics were the only factor, very good looking for F5. And yeah, you called it a real big change-up in the way that they're playing this round. That is an adaptation I love to see. It's the first time we're getting to see this first floor site being played by F5, but the fact that they're really changing up the way that this round is being played, even if it's a different site, I love that, and it's going to give Source something to deal with and make it fun for us.
That's right. Doubled up on the hard breach, and they're going to start opening it up. A little bit of that open sesame strat on the side of the attack. See if they can catch somebody slipping on the cross. Back into sight. Oh, geez, be careful. We've seen too many deaths from falling down off of the roof of Nighthaven here.
Oh, this
So a lot of...
this was
Yeah.
perfect. You had the IQ. She went in. She found the Echo drone playing right in the middle of a warehouse, but he keeps on moving it and really confused the heck out of her. Has to spend a little bit of extra time. It's almost 30 seconds wasted just trying to find that Echo drone that was sort of bouncing up and down in the middle of a warehouse, just pinging and giving a ton of intel here to this defense.
That's right. And so the pressure mounting as the second floor is starting to be taken here, but it's wasting a ton of time. And look at that. That's going to be the drop down by Legion, as now they've worked onto the first floor here and starting to get that bunker back. Ella playing life, making sure that that even though they've fallen off from that second floor hold, that they can still put the pressure on from the flank. And just look how long this has taken, Whiskey, right? Here's coming up from the backside. Easy kill. Sledge going to take Angel off the board as the flank. He dropped down the hatch, came all the way around to get that kill. Takes Ash off the board and now puts the body balance back in favor of F5. Look at that. That's the plant. It's starting to go down. Echo, though, going to have something to say about it.
Yep, he's going to get another one. Pause that plant again for the last second, but look at that. Great play there, and the defense using their utility exactly the way that they needed to. Slows this thing down, and Nightmare's going to get one, going to get maybe two. No, it's going to be a 4v1, and it is all up to Goose to try and hold on.
That's right. So a couple of shots also can do a little bit of damage, reduced to the 79 HP. But geez, look at that. Intel for days. They know exactly where he's at, and they're going to take the shot, and it's going to be an easy win. That's going to be a good night, and the defense is going to hold on to that one.
Okay. That's F5 winning again. Holy cow. Back and forth. Round 11, tied up 5-5. Like we said, the last time we saw either of these two teams only once string together 2 rounds in a row, with 6 and 7 there for Source. After that, F5 has been answering back with every single round in this case, both playing very well. Certainly seem like potentially headed to OT for our very first matchup here in this NA Open Qual. So tons of games going on, lots of different places to follow and follow the bracket along. I think we've got a bracket command up as well if you want to see which teams are going to be playing. And if you want to see your team get casted, definitely send us a message. Let me see who we can get on stream today. But before we get there, 5-5, F5 and Source. Try and find out who is going to win this one. This second floor has definitely been contentious. Just looking back between it, so far, you've seen F5 win it twice, Source win it once. And here on defense, F5 won it the last time they were on defense. So Source got to find a way to adapt, maybe take a win here on this 2F.
Looks like defense going to adapt and not bring the Azami out this time and opt for the Fenrir, who is going to be the operator that they put onto the roam. So not only is it going to be some of those devastating, the potential of the MP7, which is probably one of my favorite guns in the entire game, but you're going to have to deal with those purple clouds that obscure your vision while you try to get rid of the roam game. So I like the play. I like bringing them out for that. Look at this. It's a C4 prime prepped and ready to potentially take somebody out. Is he going to be able to get something here? They look a little bit prepared for it. Last time the C4 tried to ring out, he lost his life in the attempt. And look at that. They're going to be able to open it up, and that's going to be the breach ready. No bandit trick to be had here, and no C4 to back up that play.
Yep, did not go, I think, the way that the defense was hoping, but I mean, we talked about that's one of the reasons that that Maverick is just so good on this map. It really makes it sort of easy to get that one down, and there's the first. That's Ram gone. Ram, I think, has got some fantastic locations and sites for her to be playing on. That opening up of that vertical, so good. The basement here on Nighthaven is one of those spots. Interesting, I wouldn't have thought that 2F was, though. So interesting that they brought her out in this case, but not even going to get a chance to see how they were planning on utilizing that utility because she goes down.
Yeah, I think it's a twofold with Ram, right? There's two things that is they're gonna have the half breaches with the head holes on it, and you're gonna need to bring along some soft destruction to do it. So if you find yourself favoring the gun, then Ram outside of Ash to open up those walls to
Bomb
get
located
yourself
by
in off the
attackers.
top of catwalk or inside of the connector area. Not a bad call. And this whiskey too is the map that we watched the Ram fighting on top floor. Send one of her boogie drones through the half breach on the catwalk. Rotate all the way around to get the kill off the back of the distraction, and then die to their own. Then die to their own boogie drone.
Yes, the boogie drone kill.
Oh, so good. So, Smoke going to start holding off on the backside here. Fenrir going to lose his life, but it's 29 seconds left. Start to send in a couple of those Flores drones. Try to force them out the back, and there's going to be a C4 to answer. It's going to be Schmiffy to find another danger on it. Now, just like that, it is rapidly devolved here for the attack team, and they're just going to clean it up easy. Defenders taking 2F, and they did it with style.
They did it with style indeed. Round 12. Match point scenario. The back and forth has taken us all the way here to 6-5. Now, again, now we finally saw F5 take 2 in a row, go up 6-5. So that's their first opportunity here. And Source going to use this to take that timeout. You can see those two. So said, all right, F5 is finally put together too. Source has got one more opportunity here on attack to try and even it out. We saw a 3-3 half to start off with. We needed a 3-3 second half here to send us to OT. Source's last opportunity. Talk a lot about the timeout buff, whether or not it's a buff. And honestly, as I think the timeouts used to be, almost felt like more valuable back in year 8 when we started keeping track of some of these stats, like the 70-75% range. The team that took the timeout won the next round. But it really felt like more recently that we've seen that more be 50-50, right? It hasn't been as good as it had been recently. And I wonder if that's because we're seeing teams take them too late, or that the game is just sort of evened up to the point where even taking a timeout is not enough to overcome a great defense. So we'll see whether or not that's the case here for Source. They took that timeout, their last opportunity to send it into OT.
It's a good question, and I think that it kind of has something to do with a little bit that we're seeing more timeouts being utilized across the board. Back when we first were casting and we weren't seeing any teams taking these timeouts, it became like the thing, right? Take a second, talk about it, ice the team, and then every once in a while you see a timeout come out that would be successful for them. But now we're seeing it utilized more, right? So it's less. I think the numbers have gotten a little bit more skewed because of the sheer amount of times that we're actually seeing it compared to what we did. I don't know. You're right. It's the last round here, and they're going to bring a switch up. A nice adaptation coming out by F5 is they're going to bring the cap can on the board. We love a late round cap can, right? They haven't been looking for it at all the entire game. So the potential to get a kill off the back of that is actually pretty high. And it only takes one to slow the entire game down. Now, they do have the IQ on the board, so he is going to be sussed out. They are going to know where they're at. But whether you remember on that push-in or not, whether you die to that cap can trap at your knees, well, we're going to find out together.
Yeah, that's a great point. I love, I know you talked about it. I love the late round as well. And, you know, the way that this has come down, we've seen a lot of these rounds, either go the 4v1 route if somebody can get a big momentum change, or a lot of these coming down to the 1v1 at the end. And if you're talking about a 20-second meta, that late push in, depending on where those cap can traps are at, very deadly. Our 30% of the round gone already. That first minute, I was watching this attacking team get their work in, get set up, and I don't think we have seen them open up as many sight lines as they normally do. But you can hear Thermite's working, I think, on his first at this point. But still, plenty of 2F hold here. You still have got Valkyrie and that cap cam playing upstairs, slowing this team down. That first minute and a half going to be gone.
Okay, so. Yeah, Castle going to be taken off the board, and that's going to put the body balance in a little bit of a deficit.
Tripling up.
Tripling up, but also tripling up late, right? So IQ already went through having pinged all the gadgets. If they're unsuspecting of that, that's going to be huge, especially in that 1v1 scenario that you were talking about. So could be absolutely devastating. We'll see if it plays out. Ash making their way up top here onto the first floor, but the defense, they bunkered all the way back down. Not to be fooled, IQ still looking to make sure that they're getting all of the electronic gadgets.
I was gonna say it looked like she had her gadget out for a really extended amount of time there. I think they were worried that they hadn't identified where all of the cap cans were. We need to spend some extra time trying to find those because they're definitely just as worried. Still working on getting some of this set up, so use the IQ, take the time, find out where those gadgets are, and that was a few of them. Looked like they took them out from the hatch.
That's right. So finds the mute off the board, now puts us into a 5-2, looking to tie it up here. But the time's starting to dwindle down. If they can hold them out of the breach still, oh man, it's starting to get a little bit tougher here for F5 as they lose another one. Yeah, now into a 1-5. Absolutely huge. It's a flawless round to take us into OT.
OT, we're going to OT, my friend.
Game 1, Whiskey.
What a great matchup between these two. Overtime to start it off here in the major open qualifier bracket. Who wants their chance to try and fight through the NAL Pro League teams to earn their spot going to Montreal? Still have got that opportunity. It is literally anybody's game. Both of these teams can do it. They have just got to win here to start off with. 6-6 OT to start it off. We're going to head into round 13. Holy cow, on NIGHTHAVEN. I love the way that this map plays out. We have seen a lot of different strategies, different ways that it's played. Gonna go up to 2F now, and talked about to F5. They were definitely more successful. They won both of their defenses here on the second floor. One with a zombie, one without. So they have found a way to change up that play style just enough. See whether or not Source can utilize that. Going to change up and maybe bring out the Maverick and find a way to win. Or is F5 going to continue their dominance on the second floor?
Yeah, well, we're going to find out. It's a little bit of the same approach by the defense, and I like it, right? It works. But here's the switch up. Goose going to put themselves on the blitz for a little bit of that quick action, trying to see if they can find themselves a couple of early kills, give themselves that body balance, and try to take control of this 2F. This is going to be a fun one, and it's going to be in your face.
I know, and I have said it so many times, I'm definitely not a Blitz fan. It feels like a lot of teams that use him, crutch on him, and just it does not bring the utility I think that a lot of the other attacking operators have. So just does not seem to be nearly as powerful as the Monty. That's why Monty almost exclusively banned out from a shield perspective. So we'll see. You know, there have been a couple teams that have made tremendous work of him, made that work out really well. Just feels like he is definitely not as good as a lot of these other teams or a lot of the other operators can bring to the table. So see, I'm worried for this team though.
Yeah. Yep, same. So Azami really getting that static warfare, really digging in, even as the Maverick opens up the back end. It's Blitz ready, heightened like a spring to go in as soon as the green light goes. So they are going to get it open, and they're going to start opening up the left side of it as well with some charges. That's why you see the double hard breach being brought. So lots of access now in through that breach area. Now drone in, take a look, and get ready to give the 3-2-1 for the Blitz. And here's probably what we're going to see, right? They're going to go into that main breach and send Blitz down that river to put some pressure on from the backside of it.
It looked like something was weird happening there with the main breach. I thought Thermite had opened it, but it didn't look like maybe the wall was glitched or something happened strangely with that main IT wall.
Okay, so look at that. They make themselves up into the catwalk area, put some pressure on to Bandit as he gets reduced to that 21 HP. Valkyrie going to lose their life, and the Architect taken down to that half HP. And now Blitz ready to send it, right? Looking to be some chaos from the backside, holding on, waiting for that shot onto River and to force them back. There's a zombie to take the swing, but it's not going to amount to anything. Flashes start to ring out, and that's going to be the Warden who gets taken down as Danger finds his life forfeit. Now the push push up on to the deployable, but it's oh, there we go. Impact there to take Blitz down, but the damage has been done as the double rings out, and now it's a zombie last alive. Checky gonna find one as they start to push in, but they're just gonna collapse onto site, and attackers are gonna take that.
Wow, well played there from the attackers. Yeah, and it looked like something weird had happened there on the wall, but who was the first attacker to go down? Blitz. Now, it could have been because he was the first making that push in, but Source coming up strong there on their first attack. And, boy, we talked about that second floor being F5's stronghold, and they lose it when it mattered the most here on that OT round. So 6-7. Boy, F5, they got a win now on attack, which they did 3 times there on their first half. So they certainly have got the ability to pull that off. They're going to take the timeout. So the timeout buff coming in strong there for the first time. Source winning theirs after that first timeout. See whether or not F5 can follow it up and send us into the full double OT 15-rounder to start this NA qual off.
Yep, let's go. Absolute W. And on Nighthaven, it doesn't get better than this. Absolutely. Let's see if they got anything left in the tank. F5 Esports on the verge of being eliminated in their quest for glory. Source on the way to running up and taking on to a match number 2. So what are we going to see on the side of the defense? We're going to see a little bit of the same, right? It's been a very effective strat. Slow them down. How are you going to do it? You're going to stop their intel with the mute, right? Bring them out. Make sure that you can't get some drones in because that intel is just so huge. And then put some on your side. Valkyrie can be out to help suss out that competition. Now, we have seen Valkyrie taken off the board quite early, quite a few times when she's being utilized here. But the great thing is, even though she can't use that C4 anymore, still got that ever-present cam that's going to stop a lot of that. Goyo for the area denial, Vigil on the roam, and Castle for the extension. I love this defensive setup. If they can hold on, Source going to find themselves moving on.
Looking back at the defensive rounds where we played, where Source playing on defense here, we saw it back on round 2 and 5. 2, Source won it initially, their first defense of the basement, and then round 5, F5 took it. So it's a 1-1, 50% split. So that's pretty much how most of these those rounds went. So Source obviously feeling like, all right, we've seen how F5 is going to attack. Feeling a little bit more confident trying to hold down. And they didn't really bring anything from a breach denial perspective, just that mute again. But the combination of the castle and the mute, and like you said, the breach denial was working out really well. And that last round, in round 5, came right down to it. So here it is, the last question, potentially the last opportunity. We're on match point, my friend. Source looking to take it. First round in this open qualifier. F5 looking to send it to the full double OT.
Whiskey, I love this investment in the roam game. They feel confident enough in their anchor's ability to leave him alone in sight. Now, they've got some setup, right? You said it. Castle barricades with a mute jammer. That's going to force you to use your hand to open the door, or potentially maybe a... no, I mean... you have to. They have nothing else that they can use to open those outside of beating them down, which of course exposes the toes and the potential for the flank. Couple of shots onto the staircase, not going to amount to anything just yet. Dope being reduced to that 60 HP. She's got a DMR in her hand in the one-shot headshot game. That gun is devastating. 37, she gets reduced, not willing to give up any of that space. They start to take this first floor area.
It's one of the things we talked about earlier in this matchup is that F5 on the attacking side hadn't really used a ton of the roam clear. They didn't use Dokkaebi, didn't use Jackal, only a little bit on the Deimos side. So bringing her and the Deimos this time, I think they're recognizing that Source was heavy on the roam game early and expecting that and working to clear it out. I think it's a good call, a little bit of adaptation from this team, trying to find a win. Still stacked 5 apiece. As we're into this final minute, 54 seconds left, and yeah, you can see they're working on, they've got some of these sight lines open, but intel, those cams, you still have got, I think they had 2 bulletproofs downstairs still available for this Source Gaming team up and feeding intel to the team as that last 30 seconds winds down.
That's right. And did you see it? The mute jammer on the castle barricade going to stop that hatch play, or at least require you to use your hands to get it open. So it could be quite huge. It's going to be shots from the
Oh,
hatch into the tank.
didn't hit it?
Area. Oh no, he's gonna stay alive down there with his shotgun in hand, ready for a potential drop. That's absolutely huge. We're 5-all. It's 12 seconds left, Whiskey. This is gonna be it. Nightmare gonna find one.
What?
It starts to drop. It's another TK, and Lunik is involved in it again. The trade's back. 3 seconds left. It's a 2v2. Time's winding down, and now they got themselves the plant starting to go. So the
What?
defense gonna have to start pushing back in. It's the cross. It's set up. Finds one off the back of it. Attacker's gonna take us to double OT.
No way. What was that exchange? All of that orange on that kill feed, I thought for sure we were going to see Source take that round until the TK comes out again. Oh man, is that their third of this game?
Third, and Lunik has been involved in 2 of them, although I believe he died on the first one.
Round 15, the double OT. Boy, we're going all the way. They were not satisfied with taking this one in an easy or quick game. Holy cow, it's going all the way, my friend. Some of those second round games are going to be almost over at this point, with this first rounder just going the distance, and really what a great battle between these two. That was a basement win for F5 on a Source defense, so that was 2 in a row for them. So now I'm going to take a look. F5 on defense again for this final round of this final match point, going to that first floor site. And how did they do on the first floor site? Played it back on round 10, and they did win it. So F5 has got something, and now we've seen a lot of rounds in between that 5, so whether or not Source is going to remember exactly how F5 held on to defense. This was that interesting one, bringing out that very similar lineup. The Echo, Malusi, Ella combo here, putting together the F5 defense, and that was the win they needed.
Yeah, that was the one where they tried to push in onto the pillar with the double presence inside and go for the plant, but able to echo and then take the kill down and then find themselves the kill off the plant. So huge for the defense. The last time we saw it played, see if they'll be able to counter it this time. Holding on to the top of the stairs here on the back end. Does get a drone in, but did they suss him out? Oh yeah, here we go. Oh, they can hear him. There it is. There it is. I was
Right
gonna say,
there.
you can for sure hear them, but I don't know if they're gonna catch him on the ping there. So they are gonna force him back out of that position. It's only the Ella holding up to that vertical control here on the second floor.
Yeah, not that heavy extension that we saw from Source. F5 taking a little bit more of a close approach, but they're a little bit more spread out vertically, right? You've got 2 playing downstairs, or 3 in the basement for this first floor site, Ella playing upstairs. It's only Echo holding down on that main floor, so they're expecting a spread out push here from the Source side, and Sleepy's going to take the first. Source has got to come together here if they're going to... Oh my lord.
Pushing in, that's going to be it going off, and they're going for the
That's
same
the
approach.
plant.
Yeah, they're potentially going to stick it here. Echo not being able to stop it.
No, he's in
from
the wrong
back
spot.
side of it, and now it's a post-plant scenario. It's a 3-3 low health scenario for the Thatcher. Going to take the swing off the window. Nobody there to contest it. Pushes around. They're going to find Checky. Is going to find Lunik, but
What?
it's going to be answer back. Nightmare to take Smithy. Now Sleepy going to take it. Now into a 2v1. It's all on the line. The defense has to go for the defuse, and they got 20 seconds. Back into a 1v, Whiskey. This is what we asked for. The play on the window. He's going to have to go for the fake defuse. Bait him out for it. It's a 1v1 showdown for the potential to move on here. And he starts to stick it, takes it to 75. Got to get in here and get it. And they're going to find it off the back of a knee shot. It was a 1v1, a quest for it all. And the attack going to find it off the back of a post plant.
Holy cow, the 1v1 double OT showdown, and Source Gaming is your winner here in the first round. Holy cow, my friend.
Listen, if you had that on the bingo card, I've been talking about the 1v1 double overtime showdown since the beginning of our casting journey, right? So it's huge, bro. Huge. What a way to end a game. Oh, my Lord. What a W.
7-8 victory there for Source to finally find it. And boy, we're gonna work on getting this second match set up because the bracket is rolling. Gonna try and figure out which team, which matchup we're gonna bring you. There are so many great ones today, and as this bracket winds down, gonna be continuing to get better and better. So thanks everybody for joining us here for Game 1. We're gonna continue this bracket though as we roll into Game 2.
That's right. Sit back, relax, because when we come back, we're bringing you a second map. Heyo.
Let's go.
That is the greatest moment in my life, bro.
What's up, and welcome back, fellow Siege spectators and players. Game 1 is over and done. Headed on to match number 2, where we're gonna see In Control taking on Source Gaming in their path to pro on the way to try and finish out this qualifier. I am still the Reverend Whiskey Glitter, and with me, as always, my partner and co-host, Mr. Whiskey Run.
That's right. Welcome back, everyone, to the second game here, following Source along. That game took pretty long and ate up almost all of the time in the bracket, but it was a great matchup. And we know this In Control team, players that you know and love, and we're going to get to see them take on Source, find out who can move on. And where are we going? I know that map was already up on stream, but here was the path we took to get there. Not going to see Layer again, my friend.
That's right. Not going to be a chance, if you don't have the complete strat for it in a best of one, maybe not the best time to pull it out. So instead, we go to a little bit of the classic, a default, the great equalizer, as we head over to Dub House.
That's right. Clubhouse is going to be the map, and these teams are ready. It is a rolling bracket, my friend. It is time, and here we go. In Control, taking on Source Gaming for what is going to be another fantastic matchup here. And it's almost time, my friend. Going to see who is it going to be working on finding their spot in this bracket. And so far, a lot of the big names still alive. Karn & Co., Mormon Leadership, Fluffy Aimers, Thrive. Some of the big names that these teams are looking to try and win and beat here in this matchup. Now, Monty, the first to go. Again, not surprising to see him taken off the board again. Near 100% ban rate here in year 9, season 3.
Yeah, absolutely. And sometimes it doesn't even matter not sometimes. It just doesn't matter what the map is. Monty's going to be banned out. So we're going to see Maverick being the next to go, which means some of that silent entry into the dirt area and getting rid of those hatches without EMPs. Going to make themselves a little bit tougher. Azami on the follow-up. So that catwalk hold, that devastating extension into cache and CCTV on the gym site, and of course that dirt hold that Azami can really help facilitate, going to be gone off the board. And yet again, it's going to be the two-brow.
Two-brow. And yeah, I wonder whether or not In Control was watching the way that previous one played out. Yes, we had it on stream delay, but they certainly had the opportunity to watch how Source was playing, whether or not they spent any time doing some VOD review. Mav and Azami, both important parts of the way that Source was playing. So that could be a big change-up in the way that we see this played out. A lot of similarities we talked about between NIGHTHAVEN and Clubhouse, and Mav was so good, such an important part of it. So going to see him not be available for these two teams. So we roll into round 1. Source taking off here on defense. We're going to start off in the basement.
Yep, that's right. Take it down to the bottom first, and it's going to be a bit of a standard lineup here for the defense. We've seen Mira utilize quite a few different ways here, right? You have the church wall hold where you put one onto the middle. You have the church wall hold where you put one onto the right side of the triple wall. And then you have the dedicated blue hold, which puts one looking into blue, watching that hatch from the stock area, and then behind the generator, looking into the church site. So see how they're going to facilitate this hold. It plays out a couple of different ways, like where are they going to set up at? Looking like it's going to be part of that church. So we'll see one utilized here, and probably one looking towards the hatch in stock, meaning that you're going to have to see some gadget and utility to force this Mira player off the back if you're going to be coming down the hatch.
Yep, it's definitely sort of that standard setup, and the combination of the Cade and the Vigil and the Intel. It's a great setup here from Source to start off with. In Control, looking to find a way to take their first round here, and we talked about Ram being a really great operator. For some of the specific sites. Basement on Clubhouse, one of them. She is definitely OP, I think, in terms of her ability to open up vertical space and vertical sight lines here in the basement. Makes it really difficult for the defense to try and hold on and hide in some of those positions. So definitely one of her better spots.
Absolutely, and it's going to be tough to play against an attack team where Flores is going to find 2 off the bat. He hasn't even touched his Rotero drones yet. So huge huge bit of play here as the body balance is found in control very quickly. IQ sussing out some of those cams, waiting for that potential for the C4, but only one going to be in hand here, right? The Mira being able to still have her C4 and send it up to the top. So a lot of vertical control going to be had here and starting to put pressure on into the basement, and that's going to be another taken off the board as Nightmare going to find his life forfeit. Shots down the main. There goes Spud Stack. That's the plant going down. It's a retake in sight, and instead we're going to see In Control with a flawless round.
Wow, what a way to start this one off. Source had a great game there against F5, but it was very evenly matched, very much back and forth. And so now, with a little bit of intel on the In Control side about how that game potentially played out, taking advantage of it. Now, big question here, I wonder if they're going to stick at the Fuse and Blitz. That is an interesting combo again. Just going to see Source try and hold on to the basement one more time.
So the Fuse and Blitz, last time we saw this combo utilized, it was double shield play, right? Fuse brought the shield along as well. So I'm wondering if they're going to try to stick that pick and just really take up space with those shields. We'll see. So yeah, going to basically do the same setup here, except for not going to bring along the Vigil this time. I'm going to instead bring out the Malusi and the Fenrir. Because both operators kind of dedicated to slowing it down. It's going to be the 6-pick off of the Fuse, however, as they realize that they are down in the basement yet again, running it back, the ego check. So bring out more of that verticality and the Nook, which is an interesting call.
I mean, definitely, she got a little bit of a buff with some reduced recoil and a change in the way her gadget operating. I think we have seen an increase in her play in competitive, and I think as the players continue to get comfortable with that, I think we may see an increase in hers even more beyond what we've already seen so far, because that FMG9, I think, is really found a great place, and I think she's maybe even a little bit better than what her current play rate is suggesting.
Absolutely. That ability to hide underneath a camera without being detected for an extended period of time, yeah, absolutely huge. Opening up the vertical here as they start to get the hatches opened up inside a kitchen. A little bit of impact tricking here, going to slow that process down, but it's the Kairos, right? It's the X-Kairos. There's plenty here to be able to stop this play. Cade going to put one back up there. There's a little bit of that Cade tricking going on. Oh. Did you see the spot, Whiskey? Did you see it? Write it down.
Didn't see it. Where was it?
He put it on the wall, so you didn't have to be up on the box, meaning you could still move yourself around and Cade trick that Moto hatch. Absolutely huge. It makes it so you can get back to the other hatch while they're impact tricking it. Look at that. See? So you can get back to the hatch and keep it closed while they're impact tricking. He's able to hold on to both hatches right now, and if we see what Hibana's got left, it's only 4 X-Kairos with 2 hatches still to go. Huge bit of plays out of Cade here for holding on to the vertical.
Yeah, Angel coming up big. 1.5 minutes is gone. They used up half the round and a ton of utilities, so they are not going to be able to. I don't know if they got any of the mirror windows open. A lot of times you need the X-Kairos for trying to open that up, and there, shot off the mirror window. It looked like they tried right there to get it open again, and well defended. That mirror is still closed off and holding a C4 on those main stairs, getting ready for it.
Oh man, takes a look there. Oh geez, there's some damage done. As you can see, that red glow surrounding the screen there. 25 HP they get reduced to. Now they do get the hatch open. The question is, were they able to get Moto as well, right? Potentially got some can openers in the hands of Buck and Grim as well, so the potential to get it is still pretty good. Malusi back up into the corner as the bees just sing out the exact location of where she's sitting at, so they know they're going to have to take a swing on it from blue when they start to get the drop in. And look at that shot.
Oh wow,
gonna take one off the board, but Goose going to respond, and Nook to find one. Lunik on the response, so it's just getting traded out, and just like that they find themselves up in the body balance and now equalized into a 2-2, but that's going to be a C4 that goes out into a 1v2. Now Nook, last alive, is going to get taken down, and Source going to find themselves with the dub here.
That was it was an incredible game there from Source. The way that they managed the utility and dealing with the attacker breaches, like you called it out, impact tricking, a combination of the Cade tricking as well, keeping those hatches closed, just burning and eating a ton of those ex Kairos. Really did a fantastic job. Kept the mirrors closed, and then made it very difficult there for In Control to make the push down. Good adaptation, but just everything seemed like it went Source's way for that round.
Attackers need to locate
That was
and defuse
such a
bombs.
beautiful play by Cade, and I'm gonna say it is for sure the reason they won the round, right? The gun skill on both sides was trading back and forth. It was the fact that the time was so low, and then it took so long to be able to get that vertical pressure that they just weren't able to do anything, and they were forced into rushing at the end of the round. So the Cade trick onto the brick wall there, allowing him to trick both of them. Absolutely huge. I love that. Write that one down, Whiskey.
It's already written down, my friend. Seeing the way that that played out, now we're gonna see how the 2F here in the gym bedroom side is gonna work out. Little bit of a change up, but bringing out, I know you talk about them all the time, the combination of the castle. The Fenrir had been banned out a lot from a defensive standpoint until we got to the Year 9 Season 2 when he got that big nerf, and then we saw his ban rate really drop off. And it's interesting that you're seeing teams pick the Tubrau over Fenrir in terms of who they want to try and ban out, but look at this. Electricity tricking there from Source. This time, Angel. Was Angel playing the Cade before as well?
Yeah, yep. Just a dedicated anchor and a dedicated wall keeper closer. It's the technical term. I don't want to get into it.
Look at that. Once again, he's gonna get another. Holy cow,
Yeah.
they're just
Oh, yeah.
letting him get this for free. They're trying, finally here, we're seeing the defense and Ash pushing up to put a little bit of pressure on this bandit, but he has already done a big chunk of his job. He got one of the ace charges and I think one of the thermites, so they're going to have one ace charge left, one thermite left. They're going to try and have to work on that jacuzzi wall next, which is where they're headed, and their Angel already ready and waiting. And that one is the little bit more difficult one for the defense or the attackers to try and trick. And there he is. He's going to get...
He's going to get it. He's going to get it. He
No
got it.
way.
He got it. Absolute
Panda?
W. Absolutely huge tricking brought out by the bandit. Wasted the time. Kept it closed on the main breach. And now, no Selmas, no hard breaches from the thermite. And they didn't deal with the mirror windows. Or with the mirrors. So, which you would normally see those Selmas being brought along for. Gonna have to rely on the ace to just instead... Okay, a little bit of a trade coming out there as Nightmare gets taken off the board and Lunic responds to it. Yeah, just relying on the Ash to take that intel away. They get one, and that's going to be the one that's sitting inside of Logi looking towards that construction area, but they barricaded it up, Whiskey, so you're not going to be able to make the rotate.
Yeah, I mean, blocking it off. Yeah, it makes it a little bit more difficult for Source to try and defend that portion as it makes the hatch drop there from logistics free. But I mean, at this point, with 30 seconds left, just denying the entry, slowing them down, much more valuable at this point.
That's right. Shots from the window. Not going to find anybody on the receiving end of it. And look at that. Having to do it the old-fashioned way, and it wasn't prepped. So, yeah, 9 hits to be able to take that down. Goose finds one. It's going to get traded out as Bomb going to take Lunic down. Now puts us into a 3-3. Shots onto the Logi, but the window's still closed, so they push around towards the backside. They're going to find one with an MP7 as Angel takes a kill and swings from the gym. It's 6 seconds left. The double kill rings out now into a 2v1. Plant's starting to go down, but he finds it from the back end with not enough time. Defense going to win it off the shots on the Plant. Huge play in the 2v1.
Just a little bit off in terms of where that plant was going down. I don't know if they knew. I mean, it's a hard angle to defend when you've got one player playing in that the bathroom, hallway, gym doorway kind of area, but just a little bit forward to the point where you could be exposed there from the shots from the gym. Well played there by Source. Unbelievable bandit Cade tricking there coming out from Angel. Really 2 great rounds in a row. They put up a great defense here on Clubhouse. So definitely a defensive side in that. expect this team to put up some great defensive rounds, especially based on what we saw. But really, the way that went down, I think, was really great. So now, as we see this CC defense, rather than well, I mean, I guess definitely not in terms of the bar stage. I think it's unlikely we're going to see that. But in the tertiary site here, and as expected, Angel back on that Bandit. So going to see whether or not In Control changes up the strategy in there. It looks like Nito bringing out the Sophia as the alternative for taking some shots from below. So the question is, how much is Source gonna put into the defense of the first floor in that lounge area as the alternative?
Well, look at it though. Double up on the hard breach right there. It's interesting because it's going to slow down this Capital, forcing them off of that catwalk. But it also going to allow the Bandit to keep tricking, which he has, of course, done incredibly effectively. So let's go. Let's see what they got to the table. There's the EMP as they start to open up that garage wall, put some pressure on the back, and it's standard, right? Open the top so they can see up near. You can send a Capital bolt in up to the breach to stop the flames, or to start some flames to stop the Bandit from getting in, or you can push them off of the catwalk with it. Zofia is a good switch up as well because it. Oh, look at that! Just ready for it. Just absolutely ready for it. Nightmare's going to take the first kill here, but Bandit's going to be alive to keep that tricking capabilities good and worthy. Huge play, and no more fire to send him out.
I thought we were going to see him rain some fire down on Bandit to try and avoid the trick, but yeah, well placed from a Wamai magnet, right? Normally the Wamai magnets all dedicated into the garage rafters area, but having one in place to try and stop that was great. But that's the rafter players that goes down as well, so no more of those Wamai magnets going to be available. And look at this, the Grim making the shot, did not realize that Goose was downstairs holding that angle. I've got a little bit of garage control, but still have got breach closed. Jake looking, I think, going to try and open up one at this point. Now they've got this Bandit not going to be able to trick it, but it's really late. Minute 14 left in this round to start getting some of these sight lines open.
That's right, and they did their job right, stall it out. Angel going to use the MP7, going to find themselves another kill, taking us into a 4v2. All of the pressure starting to mount now for the Zofia and the Ace in this last 59. They got a C4 down below as they're still holding on to the extension, waiting for somebody to come up. Shots are fired, but look at that. Zofia responds, taking Nightmare off the board. A missed opportunity there. 46 now as it starts to count down in this 3v2. Open it up for the potential on the plant. I love it.
Well, and if they had that, you can hear the pre-play C4. I think that was Zofia trying to clear out that pre-play C4 if it was in the default plant. But I think she had it, or Cade had it placed for the walk-in for the main breach. But just well done by Zofia there. Yeah, it opens up the sight line, but if it took out the C4, perfectly done.
Yeah, absolutely. So 16 seconds left. It's going to be the push in. Angel going to find themselves a double on the back of some fine MP7 play and a flashbang. That's going to be defense finding another, and they did it on the Tersh.
Yeah, that's 3 in a row. The complete round rotate done for this team. Basement, Gym, CC. 3 in a row there for Source. Last time we saw In Control take one was that first round. Now, it was flawless. So In Control certainly has got the ability, and this is a team. Quartz, Nito, Quaz, Bomb, Jake, a great team here set up. They can come back. Again, defensive sided. They only got to find one more, really, to get the standard split. And even though they didn't do it there on the tertiary there initially, they found one in the basement, so gives them a lot of opportunity here on this next 2 rounds. Try and find one. Going to see the basement for the 3rd time here in this game. Is Source going to try and hold on? Similar setup too. I like the mute along with the castle here. If you're trying to deny the intel from In Control, just force them to take a couple more chances. The thing I'm kind of surprised about is they didn't bring out any of the breach to now. You don't have the Cade this time, even though Angel did such a good job running that. I think they're changing up the strategy, maybe hoping In Control is going to expect it.
Yeah, absolutely, and I like the switch up. And not only with that that mute and castle combo, it forces you to use operators like Ash to be able to clear those castles out. Because otherwise, you got to do it the old-fashioned way. Got to hit it with your hand because none of those electronic devices are going to be able to be utilized like we saw on NIGHTHAVEN Lab when they blocked off that hatch drop and the Selma charges couldn't get it opened up. So I like the combo move here and the interaction between the two operators. No mirror to be had, and so they're going to push up, and it's going to be the Fenrir gadget starting to obscure sight, but they've got some intel, so they're going to take a swing. That's going to be Nito to find Angel off the board, and that's going to give the body balance to the attackers here, as they're looking to try to repeat what they did on round number 1. Answered back, though. Nightmare going to find one. It's going to be a double ringing out as Spudstack and Nightmare find their lives forfeit. Now put themselves into a, oh my lord, a 4v1 situation. Retake from Generator, but not going to be the case. Buck to drop down Oil and find that kill from the long range.
That was so close to another flawless round there from In Control. And if you were paying attention there, 2 minutes and 25 seconds, you had 3 of the attackers already downstairs with Control Generator taking shots into Church. They were absolutely putting tremendous pressure on this Source team, getting a little bit of a read. We saw NIGHTHAVEN from Source was a very spread out, very roam heavy defense, and we saw In Control work and do the top down clear, do the sort of a complete map clear as they went along. This time, I think In Control recognizing that was happening, and then went for the site direct and just absolutely dominated that round in decisive fashion. Their attack on Basement, well put together, and taking advantages of the gaps that they identified in Source very quickly. So great play there by In Control, showing off why they're one of the teams that is on the short list to try and make it further in this bracket. Source looking to be that team to shut them down, though. Round 6, last opportunity. We're going to see a 3-3 half or the standard split.
Yeah, I like the switch up. I like the Cali being brought out in place of the Flores to get rid of those castle barricades that'll definitely be sitting on that those highway windows and of course that gym door, because that's of course what helped facilitate that that hold, right, was they were able to make sure that there was no crossfire set up, and so Bandit was allowed to just put the work in, and I think that's a great call. Now bring along the Buck to get some verticality, force them off of that, bring out the Cali to open up those castle barricades. Well, that starts to make tricking a lot tougher here. Look at him.
Interesting.
He took the risk.
Wow, crazy. Angel is a crazy man. He's trying to hold on there. I was kind of surprised that they used the Cali so quickly in opening up the castles when you've got some of these bandit or the bandit batteries available to try and clear off, right? You can open up, you have some I guess they didn't bring any of the soft breach. None of those available. I just thought it was interesting Cali would use her utility when it's so useful to open up the castles.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. You can't bandit trick if you're dead, right? So bring in the Cali to open up those sight lines and take them off the board or force them out of those positions, then there's no bandit trick to be had. So I applaud it. I like it, especially because you've got the can openers that you can start to put some pressure onto the open up some of those walls, some of those castles as well. I mean, they just really are going to open everything up. That was the whole strat here. And Grim can generally bring along those impact EMPs as well. So trades start to ring out. Nightmare going to find one, and then Goose going to find his life forfeits. The body balance still stays in the hands of In Control. 67 left on the board as the push up towards, oh, he doesn't know he's there, towards construction, but they've got some guy they have somebody sitting onto the door. Shots! It's the Vector, gonna find one through a broken mirror window. The double kill by Nightmare. It's gonna be the run out. But
what?
Oh, look at that! Oh my lord! Pushes in. It's gonna be all on the shoulders of Thermite now, as we're looking towards that potential for the 4-2. Pushes himself in, looking towards that bathroom, but he's got the castle barricade blocking him off. So if he has the diffuser, which he does, he can start to get and bait out the people to push him. It's a 2v1. He's only got to find one to equalize here.
Holy cow. Working on he's going to get the plant down. They're not even going to push him?
I don't know if they heard him actually doing it. So now he finds himself in a kind of a good position. They're going to have to run out on the same time here or feed him the ones, and he's going to win that. Interesting play. What did they do, Whiskey? You got to have 7 seconds on the board. There's the run out. The second he drops down. Did he get the down? No, he didn't. But he forced the play. So up onto the bed.
What? Nightmare!
Kill for Nightmare, who's got enough time. Defense gonna find their round. It's 4-2 on the split, and Source now gonna go on to the attack with the confidence knowing that they can win these rounds.
Holy cow. Like you said, it a 4-2 split, and we are going to have to take a quick pause there. We saw one of the players, Quartz, dropped out because apparently he had a game crash. So we're going to take a quick pause as we roll through this one, see if we can get him back pretty quickly. But, man, what a great game so far. 4-2 half split between these two, and Source looking very good. First time getting a chance to see this in control team, so we'll take maybe a quick break as we work on getting that last player back in the lobby.
That's right. Sit back, relax, because when we come back, it's the stunning conclusion to the second map. Ayo.
Let's go.
What's up, and welcome back. We got him in the lobby. It's time to move on with the hobby. It's Rainbow Six Siege North American Open Quals here, your path to pro, as they're trying to be able to get a chance to take on the big boys. Source Gaming up by 2 in the half as they go on to their attacking side of it. See what they bring to the table. But on the defense, they had some pretty good rounds. One of them flawless. The second one almost a flawless round. So when they're firing on all cylinders, right, they're good. They're making those moves, and not completely surprising to see the defense take the side of the half, right? So now we'll see what In Control brings to the table. It's going to be a lot of the same.
Yeah, that's right. Bringing out the Bandit plus the Castle plus the Mira, some real staples here on Clubhouse. I like that, Quartz bringing out the Malusi as an alternative here too. Her utility definitely increased as her literal utility increased, picking up that third or fourth Banshee trap at this point. And yeah, it's a long road for one of these teams to make it to the Montreal Major, making it through this open qualifier, just the first in a very long step, having to take down most of the North America Pro League teams on the way. But that's the playoff games going to be starting next weekend as well, along with the other 4 teams that had already qualified. We talked about them early on in this SSG ACAD. Makers, Fences, Aura, and Bello, the other 4 teams that have already qualified. So looking forward to who those next 2 are going to be. And is it going to be In Control? Is it going to be Source? Only one can prevail here on this in this second round game.
Okay, so what are they going to bring to their defensive half? They're going to bring along the Mirror up here to help hold on to that main breach, expecting some they're basically expecting them to do the same strat, right? Open everything up. We're talking construction, cache CCTV, and ultimately hot tub. Start to put some pressure onto the window and force some gameplay. Looking to get a bit of a cutoff here, and that is going to start working out. His mute is going to be reduced to that 24 HP, just taking a ton of damage. Now, still alive. It's a one-shot headshot game, Whiskey, so, I mean, he could still be a viable operator, but one bullet going to take him down.
It's interesting that they didn't have the castle even pre-opened on that gym door, so really gave no opportunity for Bandit to try and do any tricking. That with the gym window being open, he was immediately in danger, and they quickly opened up that wall. And they've got sight lines in on the construction single, so Source doing a good job of opening up these sight lines. I think a little quicker than we saw on the in-control attack. Now, translating that into a round win, that's the piece that we've got to see whether or not Source can come up with, or is in-control going to be able to hold on to this.
Well, they find themselves down in the man account, right? A deficit. This castle has already been taken off the board, but it's only by one. So with 29 seconds left, this last 30 is going to be an absolute bloodbath. There's going to be Bandit that gets taken down, now firmly in hands of the attacking team as they find themselves in a 5v3, almost a 5v2 because of Mute's such low health. And it's a hurry up and wait, right? Looking to catch somebody off guard in a cheeky way. That's going to be shots coming from the logic area as they're able to find a double. One rings out, and now it's the Mira. Oh, geez, who also gets taken down. So now it's Mute, last one alive. Goose going to find the double, and that's going to put them one away now from that match point scenario.
Wow, that hold in Logi from Mute, just holding on a long time, waiting for the drop. Grim not realizing, and unfortunately losing out on that exchange, but not able to capitalize, not able to turn that into a round win. And you said it, Source is now one round away from that match point. In Control has got to find a way to get some wins here, and quick, as we roll into round 8. Only got 2 so far, so 2-5. Are they going to bring out? They were very, very good on the basement from an attacking perspective. See if they can carry forward some of that same momentum here as they hold on to defense. Bringing out that Cade. Going to see if they can do and match Angel with his trick, or at least the slowdown here on that breach. I like the area denial too that Bomb is bringing out with the Goyo. Just a really great operator, I think, on the basement club household.
Yeah, especially, right, with the scoreline being what it is, right? 5-2, you almost expect that they're going to bring something quick and in your face to try and get themselves onto that match point scenario, because not only are you one round from winning, one round away from winning, but it also means that you have 4 additional rounds for something to go wrong, for the mistake that inevitably happens to happen, and you're still okay. So something quick by the attack makes sense here. So bringing out that area denial, stopping that intel, bringing out the Malusi, this is a good defense to stop them. Now, they have opted for the full bunker down, so it's not going to take very long for Source Gaming to get a ton of vertical control, including 2F and onto that first floor site. When we do have 2 that are kind of hanging up here waiting for that first engagement and potential refrag here. But I don't know if that's enough. I don't like sometimes the full bunker down strat, especially in Clubhouse, right? It's so important to get those hatches, and it can be a bit of a detriment.
Bomb located by attackers.
Yeah, as long as the attacking team, brings enough utility there for the vertical clear, like opening up the vertical sight lines, the combination of the buck, the combination of some of those soft breach charges, as long as the attacking team spends the right amount of time and utility trying to open that up, I think it can be really dangerous for the defense. But they're sort of seeing that that Source wasn't taking that approach. They're still working on getting hatches open. It's a minute 40. They're going to still be opening up a lot of these sight lines. Plus, they still have got the Cade on the hatch. It might be too little too late. We'll see whether or not Source is going to be able to get this stuff, enough of it open quickly. Oh, Jesus. That was a mistake. No,
that was a Whiskey run move right there.
Oh, he's gonna miss
the hatch because of it. Oh no! Sends up a C4. Will he capitalize? No, sir, he will not. Nobody to be affected by that as they find themselves with the vertical control and the hatches now being opened up. Huge play off the back of what we talked about. A little mistake that can really cost you a ton.
Oh, that's, yeah, one little mistake. You got 55 seconds left. You still have got this defense. Yeah, they're fully bunkered back down, but I mean, he's being aggressive. You see how Jake is holding vertical sight lines there with the shoddy, just daring this Source Gaming team to get up and close. It's real dangerous for them. But yeah, Hall, 10 players still left in the lobby with 30 seconds left.
Yeah, this is going to be a trade city, right? Warden goes down in the first to fall. Here as they take shots towards the back end, and that's going to be answered back as Angel gets taken down. Habana in the next to fall. A triple ringing out from the side of the defense. Now triple ringing back puts us into a 2v1. Now puts us in all the pressure back onto Cade as Source Gaming looking to put themselves on a match point scenario. He's got the sniper shotty. Will it be enough? That will be a no as Goose says duck, duck, and finds himself a kill.
I think that was a quad for Goose, wasn't it?
Jesus, was it?
Yeah, we got to pull up that scoreboard and take a look. It's one of the things that the Observer bug is really depriving of us at this point, not being able to see those KDs, those kills. Nightmare 7, 5, and 3, and Goose 10 and 5, going crazy right now, and that is match point for Source. Their opportunity to move on. The winner of this game going to be playing Mormon Leadership. Combination of the old school Pokey gang, a really fun team, and they pick up Aim Key after he left that Thrive team. So potentially a really great game too coming up for the winner of this one to try and fight for their spot. Source looking very good. In Control is going to have to turn up the heat on defense, and they're going to try it in the basement one more time. Is this going to be it? It got close there in that last round.
Yeah, it did get close. It was a back and forth. They did their job. They checked the boxes. And even with the mistake on the K trick for the vertical hatch there, they were still able to stall in enough time that the start of the push had to happen at 30 seconds left with everybody still alive. So the defense did a great job. They checked all the boxes. They just weren't able to close it out in the end, and that puts them in a bit of the back foot, right, Whiskey? Because now they've got to be perfect for 4 in a row to bring themselves back into contention for this match.
Yeah, 4 in a row. It's a steep climb. We have absolutely seen teams do it. We've seen the 6-0 run on both sides of the map here, even at all levels in the T3, T4 scene. So certainly these guys can do it. And like we said, it's a team that's got some skill, and they're going to find the first one. Court's taking one. Playing that Legion, he's got that win percentage on his side. Trying to take advantage of statistics, my friend.
That's right. So now find themselves in a 5v4 scenario. As IQ was taken off the board, that means they're not going to be able to suss out where these cameras are at or these Fenrir gadgets. A couple of pre-fires through towards the kitchen. They've got the hatch open, so they're going to play life and start to hold hold that first floor this time instead of the bunker down. I think that's fun. I think that's great, and it changes up the strat.
Ooh, oh! Now, taking down Nightmare, if I had to say one of the win conditions, taking down Nightmare, definitely one of them. And Angel, shit, the trade's coming out. It's a minute 30. Boy, we were 10 stacked with 30 seconds left on that previous round. Now we've got a 3v1 with a minute 30 left for Source. In Control definitely turned it up.
Oh, look at that pre-fire, too. Waiting for the Fenrir to go off. Takes a quick pre-fire, hoping to catch a nice little headshot, but not going to be the case. It's a 1v3. Plenty of time for Habana to actually work, but the thing is she doesn't know where any of them are at. So it's going to be basically pre-fire every single corner. What does that do? Gives away your location and allows them to get that flank potential if they need it. So, sees him. Looking towards that generator area, is going to have to take the pre-fire. He does, but he misses it. Defense going to take one. They had to be perfect for 4. They're going to start out with their first one right there.
That round is definitely looking much better, and a lot more earlier engagements happening there. I think In Control, a little bit more spread out. You know, you talked about them bunkering back down a lot to start off that first round on basement on round 8. This time, though, they're going to take a much more spread out approach, and look at that from the In Control side. Very spread out, everybody contributing, everybody trying to keep this dream alive. Gonna go back to the 2F gym bedroom. We saw that on round 7. Source Gaming won that to open up this this in control defense. See whether or not this is going to be the round. You can find and adapt to the way that Source played it. Saw them open up a lot of the sight lines very quickly. You know, using that Cali coming out. I like the change. I like bringing up Frost here.
Yeah,
More
especially
traps.
especially because it's going to be quick, right? That's the assumption, is that it's going to be quick. They need some early round. So set a Frost up on the Logi wall, you know, with a vault rotate, put one in the window in gym bedroom and potentially one on the back stairs. You know, something to guard off your main site area. I think it's a good play here. Couple that with the slowdown of the Legion and the extension of the castle. Well, not really a huge extension, I guess. It's more for those highway windows, but it does help facilitate that extension into the cache CCTV area. Give them a rotate back towards sites through that construction area. This is a good defense. Here's the thing, something we haven't seen at all. In either one of the 2 matches, both Lion and Ying gonna come out, which does speak to some chaos that could potentially happen pretty quickly.
Great tricking coming out there. Got both of them. Well done there on the tricking side from Quaz. Holding on, stopping that entry in. Boy, and now minute 20 was the first piece. Yeah, they got some control over here on the cache CC side, but absolutely shut it down on the Jacuzzi side.
That's right, and they still haven't entered in, right? They opened it. They've got the intel. They've sent out the bees. They know somebody's sitting close on that deployable, or not on the deployable, on the half wall there. But we'll see if they'll be able to take them off. And they are. Angel's going to find that kill, and that's going to help push them into that cache CCTV area and start putting pressure on from multiple locations, right? This is why this attack scheme works so well, is because it's a multi-pronged approach. You take one, you get the body balance, and then you hold. You allow your planter to get in and get the bomb down, and then you can end up holding it from really a long distance. Looking like this is exactly what we're going to see as well. It's the flashes are starting to go out. Ying Candelas. It's going to be Ace just getting in and starting to go for the plant. Now, they are going to find a kill onto the Lion, so it does equalize, but it's a post-plant scenario. So now, the defense is going to be caught on the back foot, a little bit of the in the bin play, but a C4 to bring it back around. Now they have the body bounce, but it gets equalized as Angel finds one. Nightmare finds a second, and now in a post-plant, it's a 3v2. It's 70 health, and Castle's going to find his life forfeit now into a 2v1. Only a few seconds, back down into a 1v1, holding the window. Saw him looking towards the left, gonna have to take the swing. Might be in a good position to get that plant started. Oh, okay, I was about to say, is he gonna be able to shoot him? He is. They're gonna take it. That's gonna be Source Gaming moving on, continuing their quest to tie up this qualifier.
7-3 victory here on Clubhouse, and I gotta say, I'm a little surprised. I thought that this one was going to be just a hair closer, a little bit closer than it turned out to be. In Control, definitely a great team, and not coming up with the win here. Congratulations, though, Source Gaming, for winning 2 in a row here on our stream, but continuing that push forward. So. Great job by that team. We're going to take a few minutes here and try and figure out which is going to be the next match that we're getting set up. There is a lot of great teams still left in this bracket, and we're going to try and find which is going to be the one we're going to cover here on the Siege Double Shot. But we really appreciate everybody being here with us for this NA Open qualifier. The road to Montreal, who are we going to see when we get there? Really looking forward to it.
Absolutely. Okay, folks, you know the drill. One more or another one coming at you here. Sit back, relax, because when we come back, we're bringing you a third map. Ayo.
Let's go.
the IT vertical space above storage and do exactly what we would have looked the defense to do during the plant, which is take out the planter or at least get the kill off the back of the frostman.
For this
Siege.
attacking team, 55 seconds left, and it's all on the shoulders of Badif.
Had the intel, but no. Badger grabbing away. Another. The pokey.
Pokeball Hydra says, I choose you, Joker.
Kiss my ash. You've got 0 sense. Your IQ is low.
Did you make that up right now?
Yeah, right now on the spot.
I just want to touch on mental health. If you're feeling out of it,
They put together a hell of a club sandwich. Sledge must have been the bacon because he got fried.
A whiskey! What's up, and welcome back, fellow Siege spectators and players. If you're just joining us, well, welcome in. We're happy to have you. We're covering the North American League Open qualifier, the last one on the road to Montreal. It's a tough climb, but we've seen Source Gaming doing a fantastic job as they've moved their way up through a couple. And now we're going to see Mormon Leadership taking on Source Gaming. A couple of familiar faces on that one, AO Whiskey.
Yeah, that's right. This is a team for sure that you know and love. And recent pickup for this Mormon leadership team, changing from the battalion to the leadership with the pickup of Aimkey after he left from that Thrive team. So now an opportunity for them to move on. They've been patiently waiting. That first game for us went double OT and sort of slowed down that side of the bracket. We've had the opportunity to follow Source as they've made their push through the rest of this bracket, taking out now team after team as we get to their final. Here it is. Mormon Leadership. Who is it going to be again? A single elimination bracket. We still have got 4K on the line and 2 open qualifier spots to join Makers, SSG Academy, Fenz's Aura, and Bello as the final 2 teams to make it into the open qualifier playoffs, taking place next weekend. Their opportunity to try and fight for that spot in Montreal. This is it, my friend. We are ready. You want to see where we're going?
Well, I gotta know, bro. It's a best of 1 banger, and it's gonna take us all the way. Oh, I see it. Layers off the board. Okay. Cafe it is, my friend. We love Cafe. It's fun. It forces you to do some kind of interesting tactics to get in, right? 3rd floor, a little bit solved. So we've been seeing a bunch of that 1st floor meta, and of course down into the bakery with those full extensions. Again, Castle being a real huge player here. As far as bands goes, I'm sure it's going to be much the same.
That's right. Yeah. Unfortunate we're not going to get to see Layer again. I thought maybe there'd be a chance, but we're still in the best of ones, right? And I know we talked about it. We are trying to find, you've only got one opportunity, single elimination bracket. It's game time, though. It is not going to be Layer, but we do get to see Cafe, so looking forward to it. Maybe once we get in those best of 3s. We'll see.
Potentially, right? Bring out one of those pocket picks, something somebody's not ready for. That you don't get that long of a time before both the higher caliber teams in the T2 area and the pros start to develop those layer strats. So, yeah, now's the time to get it in as a sneaky pick. That's what I'm saying.
That's right. There's going to be an awful lot of time spent working on that map, I think, as it enters into the meta. It's so huge, though. So much going on in that map. Definitely a lot of opportunity for things to go wrong, to things to happen. But here it is: Source Gaming taking on the Mormon Leadership and Monty off the board. Are you surprised, my friend?
No, not even a little bit. And I'm also surprised by the Grim pick. He's just so great at dropping bees from the skylight and getting information, especially in that late round when you've got to figure out where the heck the guy is so you can get in and plant. Huge to take him off the board. That it does, however, leave the Dokkaebi and the Ying to be utilized. And we've seen Ying from the skylight many, many times. So Monty to follow, no surprise. Azami and Mira also going to be taken off the board again. No surprises there. Azami for holding that piano area and helping facilitate that extension that Castle supports on the very 1st floor or the basement, I guess. And then the Mira, right? So you're utilized on that 3rd floor. Doesn't almost matter what side is played. We've even seen full extensions down from the bakery all the way up to that 3rd floor, holding on to that verticality and forcing you to push them up there. So Mira going to be gone. see how they're going to adapt to that.
I love the all chat. I mean, Source has been great about it, and Mormon too. You got some great all chatters in there, but Goose coming out with the. Sometimes I tell dad jokes. Sometimes he laughs. What a great one. I love that. Fantastic. So, starting off though on the first floor down here in Cafe. Definitely, this map I think we've seen out being played a lot of different ways. There was the huge 3-1-2 kind of meta, and then the first floor or the second floor meta was sort of popping up a little bit, but always in that first or second slot kitchen, and that's where we're going to start off here between these two. Source getting a chance to start on attack, and they had a great attack, and holy cow.
Wow,
Scoob
what a huge
going.
first shot.
Scoob must have been going for it. It's going for the spawn peak. Ouch, taken down.
Budstack with the more like Goob in the all chat as they find themselves with the body balance. And look at the interesting player that we're going to see, who we like hardly ever see now. Since the losing of the grenades, Ayana just has almost been non-existent as a player inside of the comp scene, which is crazy because great gun, unlimited intel in the gadget area, and bring along a Gon 6 for quick entry. So I like seeing her utilized here. It's a bit of an adaptation and something maybe that they might not be ready for.
I didn't see what site she was running, but there's definitely, we've seen a couple of times in competitive play the Ayana plus the Iron sites for that rapid ADS. But yeah, you called it. Since dropping the nade, she has absolutely been non-existent in competitive play. Probably count on one hand the number of times we've seen her recently as part of this major open qual, so definitely not very often. But you did talk about Ying. She is on the board. And a minute 30 into this, Scoob, so far, the only one down, but you can hear tons of vertical space being opened up here by this Source team. They're working on that top-down clear, and boy, Cass waiting for it, holding on in that coat.
That's right, or mute actually, holding on to it, waiting for that in that code check. So open up that first floor, try to force these defenders to get out of some of those key critical push point areas. Now they still do have the C4, so it's just going to take a quick movement, a little bit of a ping for them to find that first one. But it's only one on the board, right? So verticality outside of that C4 going to be almost non-existent, except for the bit of a fire back from below, which there it is. Going to take a couple of shots, and that is going to down the buck. And they're going to find the kill huge as they take Lion down as well. I said non-existent, and what I meant was they're going to just kill them anyways, right? Open up the floor, and instead of bringing along the instead of bringing along C4, they did it in a more traditional way, a little bit of gunplay.
Yeah, that's right. And Ying trying to take a spot, but they have not cleared out VIP. You still have got Exige playing back there. Goose trying to take a shot, trying to take a look, but boy, that VIP spot just held on. He's going to get another with the bailiff to close that one out. 2, 4, 10 seconds left.
Look at that. They made their way inside, and now they got the cross set up. It's all going to be on the planter, which he's just going to walk up and take him. Anki says, I don't think so, buddy. Good night.
Yeah, I was holding, waiting. He got a few extra seconds into that plant that was really making sure that he was committing to it rather than trying to do a fake. Not nearly enough time there, though, and the Mormon leadership taking their first. And I know we talked about Nightmare had an incredible game on that previous one, along with really Source in general has had a great run. Taking him down early, or at least when it got to that critical point, definitely important for this team. Aim Key 1, Exige 2, Allspar 2. You got to watch out. This is a team of gunners, and they have a lot of fun with this game. One of the reasons that we love this team.
Yeah, absolutely. And people that we've watched just an absolute ton. So, going to be the real big first test here for Source Gaming as they a little bit of a test during the early rounds, but they were able to come out on top. This is some players that are at the top of T2, right? And maybe T3. I guess, top of T3, breaking into
Attackers have
T2
located a
outside
bomb.
of like
10
NT, of
seconds
course.
to go.
So this is going to be a tough test for them,
5
and
seconds.
it's some incredible gun skill on the board that you got to contend with. So not only are you going to have your shots on point, not only does AimLab have to have paid off during this, but you got to outsmart them, right? And the fact that they're starting on defense means that all the pressure is going to be on you to get that opening kill, to take that early man advantage, which they did on the last one, right? Taking Warden out almost immediately. Not this time, though. It's going to be AimKey getting the spawn peek onto Spud, and that's going to give the body balance over to Norman.
That's right. That's taking down the hard breach as well of Ace. I don't know whether or not that second floor site doesn't have a ton of super important hard breach locations, but if you're going to try that white push in, you're going to need to try and have some of those reinforcements opened up. And the Mute Jammer's making life a little bit difficult for Brava as she comes in. Love seeing the Brava play as well. Plus, cameras, Malusi traps, look at this, just taking advantage of sight quickly, stealing a ton of that util.
Yeah, Brava on the hero play, taking out 2 sets of intel and a Banshee, which could prove to be difficult for that late round, especially if we find ourselves in a post-plant scenario, having to deal with the control inside of that 90 hallway. So huge play by the Brava, as they're able to try to capitalize off the early death that happened onto the team and slow it down and find themselves a little bit of gadgetry to work with on their side of it. Got a deployable up here on the 3F. I'm going to have to find a way to deal with them because they've got a ton of support up here.
That is the greatest
big
moment in my
a big
life,
support
bro.
here from this defending team. The roam upstairs. Goose is able to take out one, but you still have Exige and a Volspar playing upstairs on that 3F, so they've got a big hold, and they trade.
Wow, trade, and one goes for the down, so he's going to be recoverable because of the presence that they have up there still on the cocktail area. Oh no, he dropped down, so they're going to have to come back up that white stairs. They might be able to take him off the board, and they do, and that's going to equalize on the body count. 54 left alive as they start to apply pressure from the vertical spot here, opening up just about everything with those soft breaches.
Attackers have recovered their diffuser. Attackers have dropped the bomb.
42
diffuser.
seconds now left on the board as the clock starts to tick down, starting to mount some of that pressure here for the attack team. They're holding on to this vertical, right? One more kill, and the attack team is going to start feeling pretty good about their chances of getting into a plant, but they're going to have to do so now. So it's the drop down the laundry hatch. So they're looking to find somebody rotating, and there's going to be the shot in. Scoop's going to find Angel off the board, and that's going to give the body balance heavily in favor now of the defenses. Nightmare does take one, but it's a 2v1 scenario. He does have the diffuser in hand, so he's going to start to get himself a plant, but they're here. They're ready. Takes a couple of shots, forces him off the plant, and then AimKey going to close this one out.
That's the second time he gets the final kill there in a round, and Nightmare left alone. Saw that happen a few different times in that previous game there on the 2 previous games on Nighthaven and Clubhouse. Left to try and clutch up or win a round. In this case, Mormon leadership comes up big twice now. AimKey with that 4-0. Great start and a great pickup as a part of this team.
So now headed back on the second floor over to the other side. And look at that. Finally. Oh, man, I've been waiting all freaking night for this. It's some Scopo play. Scopo's play.
Yeah, we got to see her on round 1, which was immediately rehosted when Source was playing back on Nighthaven, and then pretty much after that did not see her played at all since then, right? And it was a little bit of a long distance position for the idle shell, in a position that was set up and ready for a flank. Didn't end up working out. We didn't get to see that flank happen, but I like it. I like Scoo bringing out. I think we talked about it early on in this cast. I think that the gun is fantastic. I think that it's going to be on the list of items that Ubisoft is going to be nerfing as they try and figure it out. I'm glad that she's a part of it, though, right? It forces teams to try and adapt very quickly to the new ops. They're the pros. They're the competitive players. No embargo, nothing holding her back. She's a available player. Let's see it happen and see how she gets to be used. I'd love to find a couple rank strats for her as well.
100%. That's the whole reason we're here, right? So bring the pulse on the board for a little bit of that verticality, holding down near that white staircase, except for he's moved on to the reading room area. Could be huge, right? Intel from both the pulse and Scopos and the Fenrir, plus all the defaults that are here, means there's going to be a lot of intel on the board determining where that push is going to be coming from. They've got the pings, though. Know that the ticket presence is real and present. Their Scopos already getting a bunch of danger on it, but it's going to be the shot onto the windows. They're going to find one almost a second as he's reduced to that 48 HP and a dream.
Now, Ash has made this push up. They've got a little bit of control here upstairs, but you still have got 3 of the defenders playing upstairs. They obviously know exactly where she is. She's going to have a hard time making the push. Ayana taking a fight. Holy cow. Just sort of falling apart here. And, boy, the Mormon leadership coming up big. As really Source could not even get themselves in the building to establish a foothold there at the end of round 3.
That's right, and that's one of the tough points about Cafe. We kind of relate it to Skyscraper in that same way that if you can get into the building with presence, right, with enough people, then you can start to facilitate an attack. But if you can't even get into the building, which it happens, right? Cafe is this giant square, which means you're able to hold angles from really just quite a few different places to stop that push in. If you can keep them outside, I mean, you can't get in to get your kills, you can't get in to get your plant going down, then you're going to lose the time. Instead, it forces you to get rapid in your movements. Potential for the mistake to go up by a ton, and the players on Mormon are just able to capitalize on those mistakes, and then it just all of a sudden you find yourself now in a 3-0 position for the first 3 rounds.
Yeah, this is a little bit of an unfamiliar situation there. We saw Source Gaming go up 3-1, starting off on Clubhouse, and then their knockdown dragout battle with F5 was back and forth every single round for most of that double overtime match. So a little bit on the back foot right now, for sure. I wouldn't call this a David Goliath scenario, but the Mormon leadership, I think, likely a little bit of the better team in this case, so Source Game is going to have to find a way to change up their game, and basically had the opportunity to watch, again, all of that Source game, because Mormon finished their game very early, so they had plenty of time to watch the stream and sort of get an idea, potentially, about how they were playing it.
Pro strat, folks. If you want to win your games, you got to watch the Siege double shot. That's just all there is to it. You heard him.
You know what? And we appreciate everybody being here as a part of that. It's been a blast being able to cover these NA Open qualifiers and bringing all the matches to you and get an opportunity to cast everybody. We're looking forward to seeing players, fans, and the rest of the community when we get to Montreal later this year.
That's right. You said it. It has been a blast. And speaking of blast, thank you to Ubisoft and Blast for allowing us to be on this community cast stream, getting to cover all these games and give a voice to some of the teams that might not necessarily get one here in the open qualifiers. Volsper, he's going to C4, and he's going to be very effective at it, as he's going to take down Nightmare. Second one to ring out and almost claims one. Instead, he's going to do it the old-fashioned way, but Vertical going to answer back as the Angel going to take one from above. And now start to see some chaos reign inside of the scene as the fuse charges go out. So they open it up, send a fuse in, wait for everybody to run, and then pick them off like fish in a barrel. It's one of my favorite strategies. We'll see if it's able to amount to a kill here. Malusi is gone on the defense, and some of that Vertical gone on the attack with the Buck. So finds ourselves at a bit of a standstill as the grenades start to ring out. Oh, just a missed opportunity there for Aimkey as Lunatic takes his head off, and that's going to be Angel to find a second now as Scoob goes down, looking into a 4v2. First time that Sources look like they're going to be able to clench a round up here, but the thing is, we've seen Exige do incredible things if he's left alone in these 1v1s. That's going to be Crash to find the first as it gets a little bit closer in the body bounce. Looking towards that potential breach. Takes a shot in. Pre-fires on the head hole, but not going to amount to anything. Cade now to that 37 HP. Striker going to find his life forfeit, and just like that, Crashed Out brings this right back into the game off the back of a double, and the diffuser is down with 29 seconds left. So going to have to either go for kills or go pick that thing up. Waiting near the door. He's got the spot. Easy. Not even going to look over. It's a triple kill for Crashed. I said Exige was the one to bring it out, but it's going to be Crashed who breaks out the barbecue sauce for a 4-piece to win the round for his team. Any player can pop off on the Mormon leadership, and Crashed just had a huge round.
What a round there, yeah. And really, we saw a couple of those kills coming out from what looked like an unaware Source team, right? Two of those coming with the players that just walking into positions, being in positions, not understanding where the defense was playing. Unfortunate for them because, yeah, they put themselves in a 4-0 deficit at this point to the Mormon leadership. They're playing very well, but taking advantage of Source. I don't know if it's fatigue or just a little bit of a different level of gameplay, but it is definitely time for Source to step it up. We have seen them be incredible. Now is the time. Spud definitely struggling a little bit and a little bit uncharacteristic from Nightmare as well. These two guys got to get involved, step up that game to try and answer back to a very good Mormon leadership defense here on Cafe. Still got plenty of opportunity. Again, Cafe for sure a defensive-sided map, but that was really the closest we had seen Source get in a 2-2 with that last 30 seconds left in the round. It was close, but Ash walking in with what appeared to not have any intel right into the waiting arms of Cass to add to that 4K. They got to do a little bit better here on round 5 to try and push forward.
It was huge. It was exactly what we said you couldn't do. You can't feed a gunner once. You just can't do it. Otherwise, you're going to find your life forfeit, and you're going to lose a 4v2 situation. That was Source's best chance to win a round, and instead, they gave it away. And I don't mean to talk shade or slander here, but yeah, this is the standard stuff, right? If you have got the body balance, take a second, get your drones out, find him, and then push him all together. So yeah, Crashed, having a 4K, bringing himself right back into the round. The hero that brings for the Mormon leadership, putting them now onto that 4-0. Starts to play in the mental a little bit, right? You start to get a bit shocked, especially as you said it. Fatigue starts to kick in. They've been playing already like 3-4 hours of Siege. Now, Angel going to get in there and take out Exige. Does put them on a 5v4 as Source claims the body balance here in the beginning. We'll see if they're going to be able to capitalize on it this time. Look at this. Just have made their way right in here, Whiskey.
Yeah, that's Source is again, maybe this is the best opportunity we've seen. They've taken some real estate, making the push in, and hopefully this time finding out and identifying where more of this these defenders are playing. And that was unfortunate, taking the cam up top, but getting shot out by a teammate before he could complete that. But look at this. They have got control in train and in mining, making the push in. So sort of foregoing the reading side, which is the more typical side of the take. So I like this change up from Source.
Yeah, absolutely. And okay, so they take Kate off the board. They've got the body balance, but here's the thing. Defense is still doing the hold. We've still got the castle barricades that haven't been dealt with, or the castle that's sitting up in 3F that hasn't been dealt with, along with Malusi and Warden. So the vertical is there, not able to apply that pressure with Ram to be able to force some of these players out. And there it is. Aimkey's going to take off Angel, and he's going to start the potential... or not potential. He's going to start the kills here for the last round. Now, sit back with Spud Stack as he's going to take Crash out the game, and that's going to be Aimkey on the refrag now as he takes Goose off the board, putting us into a 3-3. Pressure starting to mount here with 23 seconds left, and that's going to be Nightmare. You said he needed to get active. He took Volsport down, now puts us into a 3-2, but it's answered back again as Scoob finds the headshot onto the Spud Stack as he sits back, now gets into the corner, going for the plant, now into a 2v1. Their best chance to get around going at 6 seconds. All he's got to do is stop the planter. Will he be able to do it in this post-plant potential scenario? They're going to get it. They're going to get a plant. So now it's all under the pressure, Whiskey. Going to find one onto the castle into a 1v1. Lower health on both sides of it. But look at that. The trade. Source going to find a round. And now that looks a little bit closer. 4-1, not as devastating as a 5-0 on the start. So huge plays as Source is able to find their one. And now They find one more. This is a standard split, and they're right back in it for their defensive half.
Boy, that one definitely played out. I think, like we said early on in that round, I liked what Source was doing. They were really taking a lot of real estate on the second floor quick, and then you talked about it right after that you still had 3 defenders playing upstairs on that third floor. They were heavily invested in the roam and expecting Source to do the top down clear. You had one of the kills, the initial kill, happen on the second floor in that engagement, but Source did a great job of reading the fact that Mormon was playing very aggressively upstairs on that third floor, taking some of that second floor real estate in a way that didn't put them too much in danger, and then managed to get the plant down. It did come down to the 1v1 and won that gunfight. Of course, Mormon, for sure, up in that 4-0 count at that point, had a little bit less to lose, but that was what a Source needed. They won that. They earned that. 4-1, we had in, and you called it 4-2, the standard split, last opportunity. They got their one. It's not going to be a shutout. Great showing there from Source.
Yeah, dude, I don't think he won his gunfight there. That was a trade. If that plant wasn't down, the round is over, and we're a 5-0 instead of a 4-1. Woo-wee! Crazy round. Crazy round. Source finds one, needs one more on the back end, or to have some success on the back end here. Scopo's going to be brought back out again here. Where is that drone hiding at? That's going to be the ultimate question. Does put themselves up onto the 3F for now, facilitate that extension with the castle, slow down with the Malusi. That 4th Banshee has seriously made all the difference, and she's become a real viable operator, especially when you're doing things like the 3F hold here, right? Put it on a couple of those critical spots, and at least you get the knowledge of where they're coming from with a little bit of that sound cue. We're going to see Volspor forfeit his life here in the early round as the spawn peak doesn't go his way, and Mormon leadership now finds themselves in that body balance deficit.
Yeah, they have been in that position once or twice before, but have so far managed to try and so far converted those into round wins. That previous round, the only one so far they've had a chance to lose. Third floor, though, like you talked about it, very difficult to get in, but Nightmare coming up strong, taking down Exige, plus a grenade kill on top of it. This is what they needed. They turned up the heat and are playing a little bit more aggressively and taking advantage of that, punishing the Mormon leadership there on that final round, and it's a 4-2 split. And boy, you compare those first 4 rounds to the last 2, and definitely a little bit different kind of a matchup. I think, halfway through round 5, we were talking about this being a 6-0 half. Source showed up, turned up the heat, and managed to win 2 in a row, and I think in a lot more decisive fashion than we were expecting. So great job by those guys, but Mormon leadership going on attack on Cafe. Let's see what they can do here.
Yeah, see, that's the problem with Cafe that we've talked about, right? And I know I got a little heat for saying it last time, but the third floor, to me, that's a soft site. That's an attack site, right? You've got so many avenues to attack. You've got so many different window repel options, vertical options from below, vertical options from above, in really a ton of ways. So if you take ticket control, right, and you're able to put some pressure on from white or from cocktail, you've got a pincher maneuver that doesn't allow anybody to rotate because of your skylight hold, right? So third floor, it's a tough site. It's great for the extension up top whenever you're playing on the second floor, but there's a reason why we're seeing it a lot less. You saw Mormon leadership have great success when they went bakery first, followed it up with the 2 first floor sites. I think third floor, bit of a miss there.
Well, and I guess if you call that out, here we got Source not taking the third floor as the place to start. Interestingly, they picked the mining site as the first one to start there on the 2F location. So rather than even taking reading, I think it's some interesting play. Now, Exige, I know we talked about, I'm not a big fan of the Blitz, even though we're certainly in the shield meta at this point. Wondering whether or not he's going to be the difference, though. He's a dynamic player, has a lot of fun with the game, and I think can, maybe turn it around. We'll see. Good. This strong third floor hold coming out here from Source, though. They're ready and expecting the standard top-down clear on Cafe.
The difference. That sounds like that'd be his like fighter name, like Exige the difference. Finkelbottom or whatever his last name is, right? Exige the difference. He puts himself onto the blitz. This is going to be obviously a very quick round. They're going to push in. They've got the Candelas. They've got the Finka for the boost. They got the Nomads for the air jump, and he's just going to jump right in. Smoke off the window, smoke off the door, get the plant in. Nightmare is going to take aim key off the board, but the blitz has now got it, got the kill, or got the plant down, and is inside. He's going to take down the Fenrir. Scoop going to take down Lunik as well. Now puts us into a 4v2 post-plant scenario. Warden to find his life forfeit. It's all on the shoulders of Castle, but we can call this successful. Rush plant has been initiated here. It's a tough one for him to climb back from, and they're going to hold it. It's a pistol popping, body dropping as they set back the Spud stack.
Look at this hold that Blitz was playing inside the train, holding a little bit of a pixel peek through the window of the train after jumping in, getting the plant down, and taking down the Fenrir. Now, Fenrir had a chance, and it was close. Could have definitely held on just a little bit longer, but great play there by Exige and backed up by the rest of the team. Source fought, but could not. And I wondered when we picked mining as the place to start off with whether or not that was the right call. Certainly seemed like the Mormon leadership was ready, had a strat defined for that, and maybe one of the reasons we don't see it very often. They're going to go to the more typical reading site here for round 2 of their defense. Round 8 of the game, and now it's getting dangerous. 5-2. We talked about this when Source was up 5-2 on NIGHTHAVEN. That it was the time to change around the game for this defensive team. Now they're in that same position, and bringing along the. I like the bringing along the Valkyrie. We talk about how strong Valk is as a defender on Cafe because there's so many open spaces for her to be able to put those cams out. And with not bringing out or banning the Azami, leaving her available, definitely a good choice for Source to bring her out.
Yeah, and you were right. You are not a fan of the blitz, but when somebody like Exige pulls out a blitz, you know it's going to be fun, and is exactly what happened there. So, I don't know. Mind changed? Probably not. Your mind probably isn't changed, but he did it phenomenally.
Yeah, that was a good round. Now, if Fenrir had taken him down, I would have been gloating about it, but in this case, no. Exige showed why Blitz is a force to be reckoned with, and I love that that little pixel peek hold he was playing with. And you know what, the combination of the shield makes it just a little bit more difficult to try and take some of that real estate back.
They're going to do it again.
Look at this, the quick jump in.
Candela's coming in, but it's a Warden that's holding on to the skylight, but they're just going to push right in. They're going to get the plant going again. Now that's going to be the Nomad to fall and the IQ, so they stop the plant. Rush plant officially denied, and now you got to rely on a shield operator who you're going to see Exige find the first kill as it pulls out the SMG-12. He's going to get a little bit of information. Now he did drop the hatch with the blitz, so going to potential to be an impact player if he gets in, but there's the C4, the flash. He's going to find him with the pistol yet again, and now the body balance is equalized. The body balance is taken off. It's equalized again as the refrag comes through. Now Blitz getting the plant down, but they've got the vertical control up here. So holding on to that white stair, takes a couple of shots. They're going to get it. They're going to get the down, however. So now into a 2v1, it's all going to rest on the shoulders of the Ying, who doesn't have any Candelas left, still trying to hold on to the vertical, and they've got the intel. They know where he's at, so they're looking for that rotate into the laundry area. And now look at this. He's going for the defuse. So he finds the kill up top. He's going to get it. He's going to stick it.
No.
He's going to get the kill. What? Going to take Nightmare off the board. And that is going to be a huge rotate up to find the double off the back of a post plant. It was a rush that didn't quite make it, but picked up by the buddy system. And now we find ourselves on that coveted match point scenario. Source got to be perfect for 4 in a row to bring this one back. And I don't want to call it early, but Mormon leadership looking real hot right now.
You know, one of the things that that Naj brought up in the chat was that he was talking about how Source could play it on attack, that they needed to, maybe do a rush plant, potentially crazy effective against the Mormon leadership. And that was a good call. And the interesting thing is, Mormon has 100% taken that route on their attack against Source. It's like they read it and just Great
Bomb
read there
located
from
by
Naj,
attackers.
recognizing this rush plant could be very effective. Both the way that both of these teams have been playing their defense here on Cafe. Source needs to find a way to defend against it. Right, they have lost two quick rush plants. And even though one of them fell apart, you had a good play there from Source to try and deny it. It put them in it completely destroyed the game plan. Any defensive game plan that they had set up got thrown out, and it all turned to chaos and quick action having to happen. So it's just great play there from the Mormon leadership. Source has got to find a way to defend against the rush, because if they try and pull it off again, they've been very successful.
Yeah, absolutely. Still bringing along that same sort of capabilities, but look at this. It's an adaptation. That's what you want to see here in the late round of the qual. So you got to do something to slow them down. So bring out the Goyle, bring out the Malusi. Don't do too much, though. Look at this. They're already moving in, taking up that space. Get out of here. What are you looking at?
Goose. No.
Damn. Duck, goose. He finds himself tagged, and not going to make it back. And they're going to put some pressure now onto the Warden, who's going to find one. A couple of pistol pops as he finds two. Aim key to find the kill. And now impacts are coming out as they take a couple of pistol shots through, just forcing him back into the corner. Nowhere to go, nowhere to run,
Bullying 'em.
nowhere to hide from the blitz that is Scoob. Now Luna comes up on the flank and is able to take Volspur off the board. But Scoob, he's like on a triple or a quad, and it's just going to be aim key to clean it up. We're going to call it GG's in the chat as Mormon leadership just trampled right over Source Gaming on Cafe.
7-2 victory. Yeah, you called it. Just beating up on them at this point. What a great pickup here for this team. They've come together. Aimkey putting together a great run. A Nightmare and the rest of the Source team not finding the same success they had on the previous two games that we got a chance to cast them in. Great run for them. I'm glad we got a chance to cast it. But Mormon leadership coming out on top as they make the way. That's the end of the best of one portions of this bracket. Next up is the best of threes as we are getting ever closer to that final those final two teams that are going to be able to qualify tomorrow. So going to take a few minutes and decide at this point what we're going to be able to be doing here as we run through this bracket. Great job for Source Gaming. A pleasure to cast you guys during most of the day today. But big GGs to Mormon leadership as they take that victory.
That's right. Sit back, relax, because when we come back, we're going to chat. Ayo.
Let's go.
What's up, and welcome back, fellow Siege spectators and players. After the long wait, it's time for the date. It's our best of 3 and our first and last of the evening, and it's going to be Thrive taking on Mormon Leadership. Mormon Leadership, you just watched on the previous game, have a really just showing on Cafe and how to play it. I am still the Reverend Whiskey Glitter, and with me, as always, my partner and co-host, Mr. Whiskey Run. What you think about this best of 3?
That's right. A best of 3, the quarterfinals. We are here. We are getting so close to finding out which are the final 2 teams. They're going to make it to the Blast Open Qualifier playoffs taking place next weekend. And this matchup is amazing. We're getting to see Mormon Leadership again. Like you said, dominant showing on Cafe, but they get to play Thrive. So Aimkey taking on his former team. Is it redemption? We're going to find out. It's a best of 3. Been a long day for us so far, but we are very glad to have you with us here for this best of 3 to keep it going. Let's check out where we're going, my friend.
Okay, Nighthaven lair off the board first, so no lair for us today on the Siege Double Shot. Chalet and Border to follow, which means our first 2 picks of the evening are going to be Bank and then back to Clubhouse. Follow that up with Cafe and Consulate taken off the board, which means Skyscraper, should we need it, is going to be our decider round. Bank, love it. Clubhouse, love it. Skyscraper, love it. This is going to be a banger match.
Yeah, really looking forward to this one. And boy, between these teams, Exige, Aimkey, Cass, Scoob, Volspar, we saw them play, and now it's going to be Skunky, Cando, Inrio, Brios, and Twist. And it is game time, my friend. We are going to Bank. Now, I haven't seen Bank as often as I would like. This is pretty high on my list of favorite maps, so I'm definitely looking forward to see how this one is going to go. I feel like we just have not got to see it enough.
Yeah, that's the truth. And these 2 teams, they're going to battle it out. This is going to be fun. It's going to be inventive. We're going to see some, hopefully, some crazy extensions with the castle onto the first floor. Lots of vertical booms, but it's all going to get the story is going to be told here by the way that the bands are going. I imagine, if I had to guess, we're probably going to see a Monty band, Whiskey.
Certainly feels like it, and there it is. You called it out. I mean, he's got a lot of utility, a great operator to play on Bank, especially with the push up the spiral stairs, the push in through dirt, a lot of utility. So even outside the current meta, I'd say he's a great one to ban. Hibana, that's an interesting one. The Hatch Queen going to be gone, and really that basement being such an important site here on Bank, not being able to open the hatches in the traditional way or using the Hibana, definitely going to make that a more interesting set of circumstances.
Yeah, absolutely. Valkyrie going to be taken down next as the intel from those cams not going to be utilized, going to take away some of that C4 capabilities, which means we might get to see a little pulse play being brought out, which we've seen on Bank a couple of times to great success. Last one to go. Who do you think? Mira?
Mira is so good on this map, but all right. Well, if you don't have the Hibana, get rid of the Cade, so that way it makes opening those hatches just a little bit easier. You're not going to have to try and deal with the electricity from below. All they got to worry about, a little bit of impact tricking. And sometimes that can be difficult on this map, so see how that one's going to work out. Thrive versus the Mormon Leadership. The potential redemption round. See, unfortunately, it is a single elimination bracket. I know if you have been with us, you've heard it, but we've said it. Only one of these 2 great teams can make it forward. At least it's a best of 3 this time, so we're going to get to see at least 2 maps in this battle to the major.
That's right. Okay, so defense going to take it down to the basement first. A classic starting point for Bank, as it has really some tough parts to get into, right? You see the garage push for the sneaky flank. You see the dirt push for that presence inside of server. And, of course, the verticality. Those 2 hatches that are being shown on the screen right now, such a pivotal part to getting into the basement. And if you look right there already, Aruni getting the gates on there. So what is that for? That's for taking off the hard breach. You use a can opener, thermite charge, a Selma. If you're standing underneath it and it starts to go off and you move, it will delete it. So you have to use an impact EMP on it because it's not set in the beginning. I love that strat. Just a little bit of shenanigans here as they also bring out the Vigil for some of that roam. And there he is, the Boss G coming back out.
Boy, we've seen some players in ranked just decide that they're going to permaban Vigil because of it. He's just been very good in the current meta, and even though sort of a niche player. I mean, a player needs to be very, very comfortable with the Vigil, and we've seen Candle, we've seen this Thrive team play.
Bomb
We know that
located by
Candle is
attackers.
one of those guys, so Mormon leadership going to have to watch out for his ability there. And first one down, aim key taking down Twist.
That's right. So a little bit of a jab there as they see the name pop up on the other side of it. Someone charges to open up that main lobby hatch, start to put some pressure on their vertical as they're sussing out the players up here on the first floor. It's going to see the Fenrir take a little bit of damage here. In fact, ultimately lose his life. Is Aimkey going to find another, but he is going to be dealt with as Inrio with the DMR going to have some devastation. And Boss G isn't going to get the job done from that distance, at least on that kill. Does do some damage onto the Twitch, but not enough to send him down to the grave. And there it is. There's that flank we were talking about. It's the newly patched Nook, who is going to take a bunch of damage in this engagement. But now able to, if you're not moving, running, or shooting, the gadget doesn't go down, allowing you to use that in a longer fashion, especially in some of those really crazy off angles. Inrio now with the triple kill. The devastation
Holy
of the
cow.
DMR proven to be too much for the side of the attack, and that's going to put him into a 3-2 deficit with still 67 left on the board.
Wow, yeah, what a way to start this thing off. Volspar going to take him down in the battle of the DMRs. It's 2-2. You still have got a minute left on the board. A lot of action happening very quickly in this round. And interesting that in the garage, I didn't realize that they had maybe a cam, maybe something on Nook to recognize that she was making that push down. I sort of thought that that was the potential late sneaky flank, but it was identified very quickly there. So now utility dump coming out in that last 30 seconds.
That's right. Sends out a couple of smokes, blocking off those critical passageways. Going to have to take a risk here on the slide through, and we still got a smoke canister in hand. In fact, two of them. He's going to send it out, and that's going to be the plant getting stopped as he's looking for it in the back end, and that's going to be a smoke to kill Volspur.
Oh.
As Skunky finds the kill and then finds a double. Huge round by the anchor as he holds down the position, denying the plant and denying the round.
There's a reason smoke is so good and that area denial is so good as part of that basement defense. So I'm in the first place, and we're going to see that defense take it. I imagine that, as we've rolled into this team of Thrive versus Mormon leadership, very much a T3, T2 battle in this case. Maybe some more of the traditional tactical siege coming out as opposed to some of the explosive stuff that we had seen. So see whether or not Mormon leadership. We saw some very swift executes, some quick plants take place as a part of Cafe, but I got a suspicion that they might play a little bit more tactically in this game.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so take it now up top. Going to see a familiar thing here because Azami was left on the board, the architect. You're going to see a really, really huge static hold inside of this top floor location because we've got the castle able to block off those coveted windows that allow some of that repel shots to come through, and then Azami to really build up potentially on that 90 hallway or inside of sight. This is a real slow down defense being brought out, not to mention Badnik being brought along so they can make sure that wall isn't going to get opened up. How are they going to counter it? Well, they're going to bring a couple of fan favorites out, right? Floors to get rid of a bunch of that extension util, and the Capitao to help flush them out of some of those push points. Like, that's a good way to deal with the Azami, right? You hit the ceiling with a fire, make them run. Oh, no! Inrio. They have families. How are you going to get a double on the run out and do that to him? He loses his life, but it was worth it. Now his gadgets are down. They took the two main potential pushers, early pushers out, and they've got the body deficit in a huge way.
Yeah, boy, the change, we saw a change in the way that the Claymores operated in Year 9, Season 3 with the change to instant activation as opposed to just that slight pause that would happen, giving the defenders a chance to shoot it. But when you're jumping out of a second-story window, you've got plenty of time to be able to take the shots, and Inrio did just that. And, it's unfortunate that the player cards can't be expanded. We don't get a chance to see their KD. But Inrio having a fantastic game to start this one off. Already here on round 2. It's a 4v2 off the back of that double from him. So now we're going to see them work slowly, try and make some push in, clear out some of those Kiba barriers. And yeah, it's going to be interesting having, using one of those bands on the Cade instead of the Azami. I'm wondering whether or not that's going to be a good choice long term, because she has got utility across the board, where Cade, I think, is a little bit more specific to the basement.
Yeah, that's true. Absolutely true. Okay, so 4v2 with minute 16 left. Going to try to cause a little bit of chaos here as they put some of that gadget or utility towards that 90 as they start to make the push in. A quick pre-fire is going to get down onto the Flores, taking it now only onto the shoulders of Capitao, who's now down to that 15 HP. Going to try to get his buddy, but it's too late as the pistol's going to come out and take aim key off the board. Now into a 3-1. Exige to find Brios. Looking for a second here. He's got the down on the castle as well. So now, effectively, it's a 1v2, except for they're going to be able to get him back up here.
1v3. Oh, going to take one. Oh, the prone.
Oh, there it is. Buddy system in play, and they're going to go ahead and find that off the back of a wall bang. That's going to be a second for the defense. Now the first real test for Thrive coming up here is we're going to head down to the staff and open area for the Tersh site.
Yeah, we rarely get to see the fourth site here, the other first floor location. And it's interesting. We talk about the middle floor sort of rise. We talked about it during Cafe in that previous game with the Mormon leadership, that was really, Cafe sort of rising with that first floor, or the middle floor meta coming into play with a lot of vertical play. But Bank really just has not made that transition. That second floor CEO in the basement continuing to be the primary and secondary in this open area is, like you said, best opportunity we've seen so far for the Mormon leadership to take a round, try and slow this what has been a very good start for this Thrive defense.
Yeah, speaking of slow, we're not going to see it on the side of Mormon as they're potentially showing that blitz play again. Scoob and Crashed Out being Scoob and Exige being kind of that pivotal blitz play in the last map. We'll see if it's going to equal the same sort of success that they had there. They do 6-pick off the Ying and opt for the Flores instead. Oh, look at this. It's going to be sneaky. Yo, this is my favorite move. Knife him. Knife him, Bandit.
Oh, he's gonna...
Oh!
There's a misdrone.
Him. Oh, my Lord. He's going to find himself one. Nope. He unfortunately breaks it open, doesn't have the patience to hold on to it. Now he's put himself in a tough place. They open up the door for him. He's going to be able to retreat back in. But what could have been a goated glory play turns into nothing.
I mean... He lived to fight another day, right? Get himself in a position as a bandit to maybe try and a bandit trick one of those walls if they need to try and hold on and keep it closed. I think it was a good call to back off. Yeah, he would have absolutely been a hero if it'll hold on, but there's just too much utility in the place of a bandit to try and keep him alive.
Yeah. So they are able to steal a Cam and a Banshee. So it starts to put a little pressure onto the defense. The first minute has ticked by, so getting rid of some of that devastating util, and that's going to be aim key, taking Skunky off the board, but it gets exchanged back as Exige gets taken down. Looking for the vertical play here up into the stock area. It's going to put us into a 3-3 now as Inrio going to find himself a second, so I guess it was good he stayed alive. He was able to find a kill there. Now Blitz back in the corner. It's the crossfire to take him out as Candle snuffs Scoop's flame. Puts us into a 3v2 now. All the pressure now onto Flores and IQ, and that's going to be a Legion Good. It's going to give away the location that they're pushing into the archives area. So try to potentially go for the hold. There's the swing. He's going to find one. That's going to be equalized on the body count now into a 2-2. There's a minute and 14 left, so it's kind of pop in, take a couple of shots, back out, wait for the push, pop in, take a couple of shots, back out, wait for the push, and it's kind of working out, right? The defense is holding on to it, and there's just still so much time left in this game.
Yeah, 57 seconds, plenty of time here for them to hold on in this 2v2. We talked about it, a lot of that utility dump going in, taking shots, but Candle going to hold on, backed up there by Twist, and the defense is going to take another, boy, as they try and make the push in. Just too many of those reinforced areas, and yeah, it was their best opportunity, but they could not convert that into a round win. That's the round rotate done. A 3-0 start for Thrive. Talked about them coming in looking very good here. This and taking a look at the map bans too. Bank here was Mormon Leadership's map pick, so this is the one that they wanted, meaning that they have to start off on attack generally. So assuming they've got a great Bank defense, because this is the map they picked, gotta hold on and hopefully find at least one, maybe two, to try and get that standard split here on attack. So plenty of opportunity. Now they've had a chance to see how Thrive is going to hold from a defensive perspective on all three of the sites. The big difference, though, is Thrive is changing it up a little bit here. In addition to the smoke, going to bring out the air denial Goyo, and love seeing it. We know we talk about it all the time. The cap can coming out here on the second round rotate. Plus the Aruni and Inrio was deadly on that DMR, like 6 and 3. What a place to start.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, I like the adaptation of taking the Vigil off the board, right? That kill, that shot onto Twitch would have been a kill if you had a normal gun in that scenario. So I like the switch up here. And yeah, you had said some ranked players like to permaban Vigil. I'm just gonna go ahead and say it, Queen. That's you. We're talking about you in that one.
Yeah, indeed. Although I'm become a bit of a favorite as well. But oh no, gas getting taken off very early. I don't know if we'd call that a spawn peak at this point, but definitely recognizing that the attackers were getting set up on the balcony out there outside of the second floor.
Yeah. Okay, so body bounce going to go in favor of Thrive yet again as they look to try to secure themselves a fourth here, and that's going to be some shotgun work going as they're opening up a few holes, making sure that they're not going to be snuck up on here, give himself a little bit of that head hole. Now, Volsper taking a look in with the drone. We've got the Blitz prime, prep, and ready like a spring, like a predator to push into that server area, and they're going to take some space here, but he's doing it very slow, right? Not kind of indicative to how we see Blitz play actually going. So kind of using it for a little bit of intel and the potential to push up as soon as he gets the green light, right? Have somebody come in from the backside, and put a little pressure on it. They turn, Blitz comes in, it's havoc, and then Plant's going down, and there's a couple of kills. Will it play out that way? I don't know. Brios gets taken off the board, or as Brios finds the kill and takes Volsper off the board, and is now going to put the pressure onto this Blitz to get in and take that space.
They've got a little bit of a worrying situation for me taking a look at it. You got 3 of those Goyo canisters up on the wall ready to try and prevent this push in from the server side, right? If they can get a couple of these yeah, there it goes. There's one, and they've got 3 of them, and the attackers really have nothing to deal with it. They're going to have to try and push in with the gun there, and Blitz is going to have to take a risk, open up and shoot one. There it is. I thought they had another one on the desk as well. 52 seconds left, and 20 of it is going to be eaten up by that fire just burning away downstairs.
Right, so open it up, couple of shots into the long angle here, and here's the Blitz going down. No smoke to stop him just yet, and there it is. He's going to take some damage. He's reduced to 35 to 20. It's a 5, what? But he lives. That's going to be the death there as he falls back into the smoke, breathes it deep, now into a 4v2. So the pressure onto the attack team to hold on. They need a couple of kills to equalize here, or they're just going to absolutely overwhelm it. Looking up from the second angle,
look at this.
This is quite the shot, right? Exige to find 2. Huge. It is going to get answered back as Candle's going to take him down, and that's going to be the second.
No.
Also finds Anki off the board. It's going to be a 4-0 start to this one, but it was a lot closer on this round than I expected.
Wow, they got the plant down. I'm definitely worried about the level of utility that the defenders still had in the basement, holding on to that default plant spot, but they're able to basically hold on and tank the smoke at that last second. That first smoke went out, not hitting exactly in the place he wanted. The second, a little bit more on target, but Blitz unfortunately falling to the smoke just after the plant went down. But the heads-up play from Thrive to go upstairs, you had Buck holding the first floor, expecting that, using the hatch play to try and prevent the defuse, but Thrive to go up to the second floor and make the push down. The double floor vertical play, it's one of the reasons why we're getting to watch this T2 team play here in the major qualifiers, is because they're very good, and that just shows the 3D chess that they're playing 2 floors above, and won that in a 4-0 start for Thrive, looking very good against this team. So Mormon leadership going to have to come up with something here to try and hold on, grab 1 or 2, maybe. It's all they've got left at this point on their attacking half.
Yeah, so what is that? That's the big question here. What is the adaptation that's needed here by Mormon, right? Because they're doing the right stuff, right? They're checking the right boxes, as Naj would say, right? That's his phrase. They've checked all the right boxes, and they're still losing the round. So, I mean, that begs the question: what then becomes the win condition, Mr. Whiskey?
Thrive again. If we move back into more of the tactical siege, right? Watching out, not dying to the spawn peaks early is not taking some of those additional risks, but then hopefully trying to double down on maybe the intel game, trying to identify where Thrive is playing, maybe try and isolate some of the roamers. But they have not been having to me the heavy roam game, right? You can see this here on this all of the defensive players right now playing on the second floor in a lot of the standard spots, no real spread out. They're just playing very tight-knit right now, and Mormons have not found a way to sort of crack into that. Maybe intel, maybe trying to find a way to isolate, but right now Thrive is making that difficult.
Yeah, that's true. Now, here's the deal, right? 4-0 is not like the end-all be-all here. It's going to find one. Did he find a second?
No, he
my
didn't.
Lord. No, he didn't. Not in enough
got
time
close.
because they were split. He came out the wrong window, and that's going to be a repel shot that's going to take Exige off the board, puts us into a 3-3. 4-0, not like the end of the world, right? If they can find a round, if they can find 2, it's still anybody's game here. But as they start to send in some pressure, it takes us into a 3-3 with a minute 26, and look at that. Looked like a bullet went through that Kiva barrier and almost landed on the dome piece. That would have been wild.
That would have been wild indeed. 3-3 with a minute in this one. I know we keep saying what's their best opportunity, but look, you've got bulletproof cams up. You still have the Kiva barriers in place. They right now just are I feel like sort of continuing to win the intel game. Scoob though with a triple, that's what they need. 3-2. Now this is it. Call coming out, trying to take away some of this, the positioning that Thrive had. Maybe try and push in here. This is the opportunity.
Yep, that's right. Okay, so 40 seconds left. Pressure's on the defense to try to stay alive. They make themselves in on the rappel, pushing the Elva into CEO. It's
Quad.
Scoob now on pace for the ace. He's got one more to find the round win for his homie, but it's going to be crashed out. Find him on the rotate, hold the angle, wait for them to creep in. Caught him on the cross.
Yep, punishing Thrive in this case for being a little overly aggressive, and like you called it out, they were split on the windows, so that way he had to make the switch between them and not able to pivot fast enough there on the jump out. The Claymore finishes the job off, but Mormon leadership able to find one. So far, Scoob, on the back of that 4K, puts himself at the top of the leaderboard for that team. Thrive, on the other hand, and just continuing to look good. Round was close, but that was the win conditions. Don't fall for the spawn peak. Sort of got that initially, and then we're able to isolate and take some ones there, finish out and won that round. Now, last opportunity. We could be talking the same way we did on that previous game between Source and Mormon, where they won 4 very quickly, and we were talking halfway through round 5 about how this could be a 6-0 half. Feel like we're kind of in that same position. Can the Mormon leadership come and turn this thing around enough, put up 2, and that'll seem very standard at this point?
Absolutely, I think it's 100% possible, right? This is the turf site. This is the one that's least prepared, or it's not least prepared. It's the one that is the hardest to defend outside of the main three, right? So this is if last round was an opportunity, is because that was created. This round is an opportunity because it's expected.
Yep, you called it out, and setting up a heavy defense there on the double walk-in from bottom square, and like you called it out, there's just a lot of opportunity for areas to push, a lot of risk. You've got the vertical from both sides, and there, wait, see Legion get pushed out of position by the Flores, and what? I thought he was gonna lose that fight on the skylight.
That was like a hip fire, bro. Man's playing CS:GO in the siege, and he finds himself a huge kill, and that's going to put the body balance into thrive on this defense for this last round. And now 5-1 is not a crazy half, or is not a tough half, especially if it's bank and you're going on to it. But you definitely, if you're Mormon, you definitely want to clear the round here. Inrio to find Scoob off the board. That's going to be your blitz gone. No more shield play, but it gets answered back as the L85 going to claim the life of Inrio. Still sitting onto the deployable as they try to get it in, but it's a mute jammer that's going to just keep that thing alive. Can't get him in to get it off, and then you got a player sitting behind that can't be dealt with, gonna have to use some sort of projectile, which you don't have.
Well, and it was Warden playing, so even if they try some sort of a utility dump, or no, he's moved off of it, you're still going to have some difficulty with Warden playing in sight, being able to see through those flashes and smokes if that's the way that they're going to try and play it. So they still have got a lot of assets in place. 4v3 as you got Exige, Cass, and Volspar, the last left to try and make the push in. And with Aimkey dying quick, he's bringing along the Ram. We talked about those locations that Ram's very good at. Opening up that vertical space, you could see that was going to be an important part of this Mormon attack here on the first floor as he's trying to open up some sight lines just with his gun. It's unfortunate they just don't have a lot of opportunity for it right now.
Yeah, and still it's crazy because as a 4v3 and no opportunity, that just doesn't quite feel right. Oh, the punch hole almost amounts to kill, but not going to be the case. He's going to start to rotate out. The buddy system is in play, right? He's got a homie there to help back him up should they start to push it in, and you're going to see that Thatcher is going to got a Legion goo in him and on the back of a mute trap. He's going to get a little bit of damage onto the Tuberau. Oh, Jesus, yeah, and that's going to be diffuser down. Now got to go for the kills. It's a couple of low hells, but Brio's going to find another. It's all going to be on the shoulders of Ace now, as he's got 15 seconds and a cold freeze to push through.
10 seconds to go.
Oh, yeah. And it was short-lived there, as he's dealt with quickly trying to make the push in from that tellers into archives. Not even on site. Just a great hold there from Thrive. And they get themselves in a 5-1 half. 4 in a row. Mormon taking a great one. But now, on the side swaps, we're going to get the opportunity to see how the Mormon leadership are going to handle their defense of their map choice here on Bank. And hopefully bringing out something special, because I want to see this one go a little bit longer. My friend, I love this game, and we're getting to see, the Scopo is coming out.
Let's freaking go. 5-1 on the half, right? It's not like the end of the world, for sure. You definitely want to sit in that 4-2 realm, but 5-1 is not the end of the world. We expect them to win the basement here. Expect them to win the turf site as well. So that by the end of the next two, could be seeing 5-3, and then the real test coming onto that turf site. If they can get there 3 in a row, all of a sudden this becomes a game. Right, I expect them to get 2. I hope they get the 3rd for sure.
Yep, and working on locking down those hatches. We know that you take it if you're just joining us and didn't see the bans initially. You've got the Hibana and the Cade ban as the combination, so you don't have anyone else available to try and block off opening those hatches, so you make it a little bit more difficult without having the Hibana in place. So what are they going to bring along? Quite a few of the can openers. If you can see, 6 can openers. So they're going to make sure that they're able to get all of those hatches open. In addition, oh no, they don't have the ace. In addition to the fuse as the option for just causing some havoc inside. I love that.
Wow, that's crazy. No dedicated outside of the can openers. That's pretty wild.
But
Okay,
6, damn.
yeah, there's the potential to open it up, even if there's some sort of, I don't know, impact. Well, I don't know how you could actually stop it. So really, 6 is
Did
a
they?
bit
Oh, they
overkill.
did. I was gonna say, did they see the Scopos playing upstairs, holding on to that spot? And yeah, they did see it, identified it, and then Candle gonna come in and clean up the idle shell very quickly, so they don't have to worry about that 2F flank. So there, we've seen it, like we talked about, a couple different ways that Scopos being played. One of them certainly positioning the idle shell in a off-site in a location for a late round flank, but the IQ coming out, identifying very quickly where that idle shell is at. So she's going to be reduced to just the active in this case.
Okay, interesting. Here we are. It's the pro hold on blue by the smoke. Usually you see this done with a deployable. Today you're going to see it done with the barbed wire. And now that they hurt too, you got to get yourself a little closer, expend some utility or some gadget to get by it. Definitely gives you the sound key that somebody's there, and you can swing with that SMG-11. Fuse charges ripping through the site and causing a bunch of chaos and disruption at forcing these players back off of that initial bomb site.
Well, and we talked about during the Thrive defense that had to clear out all of that utility, all of those Goyo canisters, the fuse charge making quick work of all of that, and then as the Capital comes out, forces Aimkey out of position, playing in the back of server there. Now make the push on to these blue stairs, and there he's gonna pop the canister and walk up, gonna get one. Wow.
Not going to get one. He's going to get the down. They're going to pick him back up now into a 5v2 as it starts to crumble here for the Mormon leadership. It's a bit of the back foot here, but you've got Amira still in hand. She's still got the C4. A good C4 here could be huge, except for the drop down. That is going to be Volsper to take Twist off the board as the Bees start to ring out. It's play into the garage, but Skunky on the triple kill. Plant going now down. Now puts us into a 4v1, all on the shoulders of Mira. It's a post plant. This is a tough situation. He's going to come through with the Bailiff whiskey.
We have seen the Bailiff be devastating, boy, but against the Vector, that was a tough call. I probably would have bet on the Vector if I had to make a choice, but it is match point already on map 1. Boy, Thrive is just absolutely thrashing Mormon leadership here to start.
Okay, let's see here. 6-1. Man, it's not even like they're like going out and like losing the rounds. They're as we were saying earlier, they're checking them, but they're doing everything right. They're just getting outgunned and sometimes a little bit outplayed. The Capital fire onto the server to force them into the gun, that's just a big brain play and exactly how you would see Capital being used. Find yourself a couple kills like that and you're at the top end of the body count, then it's easy to push in at the last part, get your plant down, and then suss them out with the Bailiff. Thrive's just looking good. The problem is, this is Mormon's map pick, right? That's the problem, because now, after we finish this, if Thrive wins this round, then you have to go play on the map that they thought would be their easiest win, that their most likely chance to find a W. And if we can't see Mormon get active and get amongst the caliber of siege play that Thrive's bringing, this could be over in 2.
If you're a Mormon leadership fan, you're hating the words that are coming out of your mouth right now. And certainly when we talked about the redemption round for Aimkey, I know he's looking to try and put up a showing here against his former team. So 6-1, yeah, you called it. Got to find something special right now here on this 2F hold. I like bringing out the Mira. I like that as an opportunity here. Plus, playing the Azami makes it really difficult. And there you've got Claymores ready for the jump out. We know that that Thrive executed that really well, and I wonder whether or not Mormon's going to throw away the bodies in the same way that Thrive chose to early.
Well, we'll see. It definitely amounted to some really good kills really early on. 3 kills that came from the jump out in 2 different rounds. So here we go. Bravo on the board to help get rid of some of that gadgetry, specifically those Malusis. puts Malusi gadgets and of course those default cams. I like the Bravo play here.
I love the Bravo play.
Attackers have dropped the bomb diffuser.
It's even when you don't have a ton of specific utility, I think she brings a lot to the table in being able to try and steal those defaults rather than just shooting them. But when you've got Malusi traps and mute jammers in place as well to try and just disrupt the defense a little bit, it's a good call. But oh no, was that a Spider-Man down from the? Yes, no.
Yes
Well,
and
that,
no.
that
Went for a bit of
rarely
the
works.
Yeah, went for a bit of the cheeky play. Went for the Spider-Man and died a Spooder-Man. Unfortunate. Now into a 4-4 as the body count does get equalized. They find the trade back. And honestly, the trade here, I don't know which one was better. Oh, Candle to take Exige off the board. The quick peek there from the hallway. Losing a zombie, right? Losing those Kiva berries, especially if every one of them hasn't been exactly put out yet because it needs to charge. That's a huge play, but it does get equalized here now as Aimkey takes Brios off the board, puts us into a 3-3. Mute to lose his life. A couple of smokes and fires going through, but Warden is on the case now into a 2-2 as Aimkey takes Candle off the board, but Skunky on the quick trade back now, all going to be on the shoulders of Warden, who sits in that square area, and the pinch and the pressure going to start coming in here. Got the smokes out. Do they know? They don't, and so they're going to take a second, get the drone in, and make sure that they can figure out exactly where he's at and put themselves in for a plant.
Oh, nope, it's not going to happen. Inrio just going to go ahead and find that kill before even rappelling into the map, and that is a 7-1 victory for Thrive. Holy cow, my friend. We thought coming into this maybe a little bit more evenly matched than what we had seen between the Mormon leadership and Source Gaming, but right now coming up basically the same. Very great round there from Thrive, looking fantastic. 7-1 as we finish out a Mormon leadership's pick there on Bank. Map 2, Clubhouse. Going to see if they can turn it around on that map.
Yeah, a little bit more what we call it the great equalizer, right? This is a default map. You bring along mostly default strats. This will be a test, right? Because even the default stuff, Thrive is doing really well. So a big adventure ahead for Mormon leadership as they try to stay alive here on map number 2. Sit back, relax, because when we come back, we're bringing you the second map. Bayo.
Let's go.
What's up, and welcome back, fellow Siege spectators and players. If you're just joining us, we just watched Map 1 in a best of 3, and it was a TED Talk on how you're supposed to play Bank. 7-1 Thrive takes on Mormon Leadership on Mormon Leadership's map pick. So we head to map number 2. Coming at you, it's going to be the Dub House, a classic. I am still the Reverend Whiskey Glitter, and with me, as always, my partner, co-host, one of my very best friends, Mr. Whiskey Run.
What's happening, everyone? And again, thank you for joining us here for the Blast Open Qualifier number 3, the last opportunity that everyone has to try and make it in to these Open Qualifier playoffs and get a shot at taking it to the house here. When it comes to fighting out against the Pro League teams in their shot for Montreal, this is fantastic that we get the opportunity to do this. And I love that I'm getting a chance to do it with you. Ubisoft has already given away let's see, over $30,000 in prize money just in this open qualifiers alone. There is still another $4,000 on the line and 2 spots left. So it is time to try and find out. We're in the quarterfinals. Who's going to make it to the semifinals that are the qualifier games going to be happening tomorrow? First, got to get through this one. Map number 2 of Thrive versus Mormon Leadership.
Okay, what's gonna be the change? What is gonna be the thing that brings Mormon Leadership in? Well, I think first thing, we're gonna have to isolate, right? You got to find a way to get those early picks. You got to put the pressure on those roamers and stop that flank. And you know what? Thrive is winning their gunfights, so you got to have to take those on 2 at 1. Buddy system for everything here. Now, great ban as they take Capitao off the board. What does that stop? That stops a couple of things. First, it's going to secure that catwalk a little bit easier when you do make it over to the Tersh site, but also you saw him utilize in so many ways of pushing those players out of some of those really hard to get into spots, forcing them out with fire and then clipping them off with the crossfire in play. Blitz going to be the next one taken down, which means crazy, I don't even dare to say it, Monty is going to be left alive on Clubhouse.
Yeah, I think that means we're certainly going to see him, right? We know that that Mormon Leadership played Blitz several times in both of the maps that we've seen versus Source Gaming and in that previous round. So I don't know if Thrive is expecting maybe we want to try and keep him off the board, try and change that up a little bit, or they want to play the Monty as part of their push in to start off here on attack. It really changes up the way that this one's going to be played. Plus, add in the combination of the Mira and the Azami bans. Talked about Azami being such an important part of a lot of the way that these rounds play out. So not going to see some of the typical ones like the Maverick or the Cade being banned out. So all of that electricity, all of the breach denial interaction, we're going to get to see all of that. Plus the Monty. This game is shaping up to be an interesting one.
Yeah, I love it. I'm a big fan. Okay, so Tubarao on the board, Cade on the board to start us out, and Scopos for this first defense down into the basement area. No Mira, because of course she's banned out, so gonna have to adapt in a couple of different ways. One of the ways you're gonna do that, you're going to bring out the Malusi, right? 4 gadgets in pocket to be able to stop the 4 key locations that you're going to push down. Main stair, dirt, blue, and of course that Moto hatch drop. Each one going to be able to get something to slow them down. So is it as good as the Mira at stopping some of those push plays? Well, maybe, and probably not, but it's definitely going to go a long way to hold those same type of areas. Then you bring out the Tubarao and the Cade combo, and if we see any sort of like Cade tricking like we saw on the last one, the use of the Tubarao is only going to facilitate that more, and so I like it. I think it's fun. Oh, look at this, and a mute jammer on here to help protect the Scopos.
Oh, and they're going to put the mute jammer behind. Scopos is going to sit on top of the mute jammer. Upstairs in the bathroom to try and prevent the identification. Boy, that is going to be interesting. I love this play by the Mormon Leadership, taking advantage, using the new op in an interesting and fun way. Let's go. And Twitch is upstairs, and I don't even know if she realizes how close she is. She could easily take out that idle shell, but got to know it's there first.
That's true. And with the mute in place, Gonna make it tough to get a drone in there. You almost assume that somebody's gonna get up there, and we've even seen the mute being played up there a ton, sitting in that same spot to great success. So, gonna find out. They're gonna have to take a risk here, which is the big problem. Probably a pre-fire, maybe through the bathroom. Yep. Pre-fire is gonna find it, so they suss them out. And they're gonna try to get in to put some pressure onto them. How are they going to deal with that? That's going to be a tough one to get into.
And the question is, I mean, if Scopos activates the idle shell, could jump in and put some pressure on here, but no, Twitch is going to. She has to jump over and take out the idol there, but no, she knows that I think she's in a bit of danger there, but nobody really in a position on the defense there to put some pressure on her directly, so she certainly can take out that idol shell quickly.
Oh man, C4 gonna send up through the hatch and
Wow.
say good night to Brios. That Scoop gonna find the first one. That's a huge play. They got the Thatcher off the board. Now they did get some of this hatch opened up, so not all is lost, of course, but absolutely huge. Okay, so pressure onto Blue. Knows he's got somebody there. He's looking for it. Cross towards the feet. Not putting any pressure onto him just yet. He's just made his way right up. This is huge. He's got the buddy system in place. So if they do try to push him onto this Blue generator, he's going to be able to take the swing and find the kill.
Boy, we don't know whether or not the idle shell got destroyed. I mean, Twist is made to push all the way down and is holding part of that basement hallway, so isn't upstairs in that bathroom anymore. So don't know whether or not that shell is going to be active and available, but Aimkey taking down one, finding that first. Looks like it might still be. Yeah, it's still active.
Look at this, a completely different play style here out of Mormon leadership, and they just did a great job at holding on to the basement, right? Put pressure onto the top, force you to go make sure that you're not going to be getting flanked, and then when they couldn't deal with the problem, had to push down, and then it was just verticality to be had.
It's just really, I'm not sure, I'm not understanding exactly what happened upstairs there in the in the bathroom, whether or not Twitch was just not able to make the jump over to get behind the shell. I mean, could have cracked the glass, but sort of just like left it happen. Not able to use the Twitch drone to jump over and shoot it because the mute jammer was in place. It was just a very interesting interaction. I definitely want to sort of investigate how that was played out, but well done by the Mormon leadership from that perspective. And then just like you said, the hold down and the rest of the round in the basement. That C4 coming up through the hatch, definitely an important part of it. Taking down Brios, that Brios Inrio combo, sort of taking over and filling in after Aimkey left his team, and it's been a great pickup so far, it looks like.
10 seconds left. 5 seconds left before insertion. Attackers' objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
All right. Lit, are you still there with us?
Oh, of course. Yeah, dang it. Mic problems. So, what? And I was making such a good point, too, because this just in
That's
from our...
exactly what I thought.
This just in from our resident analyst, Naj. She tells us that the shell is invincible, right? Without explosives or Brava. So you can't claymore it because of the elevated section at the front of the cubicle, and you can't jump it because of the wall behind, meaning that thing was able to stay alive and potentially become a force, an impact at the end of it. So absolutely huge. Can't do it without explosives or Brava. I love it.
Wow, yeah, forcing the attackers to waste some of the utility, and plus if you got all of it taken up downstairs in the basement, trying to deal with the rest of the actual defenders that are down there, not essentially a bulletproof camera upstairs. Yeah, that's a great way to try and defend it and deal with it. That one, for sure, writing that one down. But as far as Thrive, they've already got that jacuzzi wall open and working on... There we go, opening that CC as well. So they've got the sight lines in place. Put some pressure on the Mormon leadership here on round 2.
All right, start to get that first kill as Fenrir's the first to fall, puts the body deficit into their hands. Fenrir gadgets start to go off. Push into cash and CCTV getting stymied a little bit as the pressure from Red starts to mount here, but it's control inside of the construction area. Brios to find Scoob off the board, and that's going to put us into a 5v2 now. Minute 16 left on the clock as they are starting to take some of this 2F control. Second floor control is there. Swing!
What?
Got him! Good night. Exige to find Inrio off the board in return, but the damage has been done. It's a 4v2. It's only Castle and Malusi alive. Scrap that. That's going to be over.
All falling apart as this push in from construction, and the defense pushing up really far in it, right? Trying to take the fight to the attackers, hold them off from even trying to gain any ground into Con there, not falling back into sight. Maybe a little bit too much of a risk, maybe too much of throwing bodies at it, but they're going to lose that one. So tied it up here on round 2 between these two teams. They're going to try it again, though. Try to go back to the 2F gym bedroom site and wonder whether or not they're going to change up that, bringing out the bandit, maybe try and hold on to those breaches a little bit longer. But I think, Queen said it in the chat, not having the Mira available is really changing the way that that Clubhouse is played. She's just such an important part of how the defense is set up and hold as part of this strategy. Just not having her there is really sort of changing the dynamic. So it's interesting to see how that's playing out. Bring out from the alternative, the Fenrir, the Valkyrie, bringing out some of that intel, try and slow them down as they make the push in. Plus, I know you talked about it, Malusi, going to be a staple here, part of the defense in probably every site.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we've seen her pick rate just absolutely skyrocket, and with good reason. It's a goated gadget now, especially that she's got 4 of them. Great gun, even though it lost its some of the, what was it? Did it lose a sight? I can't even remember. And then you got the shotgun and the bulletproof to back it up. So it's just an absolute all-around Swiss Army knife of a player. And so, yeah, we see her utilized quite a bit. No Brava on the board to be able to combat some of that stuff. So it'll be a little bit tougher to get these Fenrirs and Malusis off. But look at this. Grim just making his way right into garage completely free. Like, he walked in, got a couple of shots, and just push right up onto the catwalk and taking a ton of space very quickly.
Yeah, I mean, from a hold here from the Mormon leadership, they're really, they've got the top red, they've got the cash in place, but they basically gave up garage and all that CC for free. Again, focusing more on the con side hold. So, yeah, give up a little bit of that space. Focus on trying to hold on to this line. I wonder. Oh no, Bandit's not in a position to try and trick it. He's holding on very hard to this cash hold. Combination of the C4 and those Bandit batteries, trying to make that their main hold spot here.
Couple of pre-fires from the catwalk, not gonna find anything, puts one on the breach, but he backs out just in time, saves his life.
Wow.
Rios and that L85 gonna take crashed out Cass off. Now puts the body bounce back in favor of Thrive here as there's a minute and 27 left. They've got the ping, waiting for the push-up, takes a couple of shots, and Brios again. L85 just out here taking lives. MP7 takes Brios off the board and stops the bleeding, puts us into a 3-2. Double MPC, dual wield coming up right here as this last minute and 10 starts to ring out. Huge bit of plays here for the defense, and this is still completely winnable.
Boy, they've got the identification there on. I was gonna say I thought that was on the player in cash, but Scoob and made that rotate back into Logi. So you got the bathroom, you got the Logi hold, taking some flashes, trying to dump some utility here in on the Thrive side. But Scoob is gonna grab a double. Holy cow! 38 seconds left, and is all down to Inrio.
Yeah, huge play, right? Now into a 1v2. He does have the diffuser in hand, so he can do a little bit of baiting here, but he's going to have to go for kills. It's going to be the shots on from 90, and they're going to be able to take him. Scoob on the triple to save the round for his team and bring it back, and they find another one.
Is that a triple or a quad for him? Unbelievable round playing the Bandit. That was a great choice there, and yeah, Mormon leadership looking a little bit stronger, a little bit more evenly matched here compared to their performance there on Bank. Clubhouse is a map that I was trying to look back at some of the stats to see. which teams had played Clubhouse. This is one that Mormons lost in the quarterfinals in the qualifier number 2, I believe. And Clubhouse was the map that they did win. They lost the other 2, obviously, and didn't make it into the semis. But this is a map that, even though it wasn't their pick, I think they still feel very comfortable on.
Yep. Okay, so the round rotate is over. They find themselves up 2. No surprises there, right? Mormon leadership going back down to the basement. They're going to kind of run some of that same strat back, right? Block that verticality with the Cade and Tuberau. Get that Scopos up and a threat from above. Let's see if they bring a little something different to be able to try to deal with it. You can already see the Thatcher on the board. Now, obviously, oh, that's cheeky. That's quite cheeky.
Yeah, inside. Oh, repositioning, trying to get it inside the kitchen equipment upstairs as an alternative to trying to use the hatch down below. I think even with the impact EMPs, though, it's going to be able to catch it no matter what. But, yeah, interesting placement. And bringing out the Scopos again, didn't see where they had placed the idle shell this time. Oh, same thing upstairs in that bathroom in that invincible location. Unless bringing along some explosives this time to try and deal with it.
Yeah, a little bit of a tough one here is they're just going to immediately start taking lives, right? Cade and Exige, the mute, getting taken down. That's going to put the body deficit in the hands of Mormon leadership, and that happened incredibly quick. So now going to give the attack just a bit of time here to start to, oh, jeez. All they got to do now is get their drones in place, suss them out, and take these kills on not one at a time. And the round is, of course, win, and Thrive will tie it up.
Well, that one definitely went completely the other direction this time. Rather than having Thrive waiting and trying to deal with the idle shell upstairs, they go ahead and try and go for the flank immediately, but it's taken down quickly, as well read there from the Lion playing upstairs. So, yeah, this is going to be a tough one for Mormon leadership to try and find the win. So working on opening up the hatches, bringing out the Mav. We talked about having him available. Makes it a little bit easier to try and open up, get in. Pretty important operator as part of the Clubhouse attack.
Yep. Okay, so ping's going out. the final bit of collapse about to be upon us here. It does stop most of that Selma charge, although they're going to get a vault through on the right side of the triple wall there. And now drones getting inside. Locations are being pinged. So a main push coming from that main stair, but it's going to be coupled with a hatch drop and a little bit of the blue play here. Really, it's just putting the pincher on. Still got plenty of time, right? 1:06 left on the board, and can just continuing to demolish this floor inside of the hallway in the kitchen. Really trying to force out these players from some of those critical push points or catch them rotating back around. Couple of flashes as the hatch drops, and there's going to be the tuber out to slow down any sort of. Oh, there we go. Crashed out. Cast to find one. Crashed to find a second.
Double.
Now puts us into a 3-2. A little bit of pressure. Shots towards blue. Not going to find it. Actually, she is. That's going to be the triple.
Holy
now
cow.
Evens up, but that's the plant going down. And just like that, it's into a 1v2. Thatcher, the last one alive, and he's going to be dealt with easily. Puts it another win into the hands of Mormon leadership on the defense here, as they're able to make the defuse.
Well, certainly what felt like 45 seconds ago, we were saying that this was going to be very difficult for them to win. I did not realize that Cass was going to go absolutely crazy and completely turn around that defense of the basement. It looked like Thrive had all of the assets in place, everything they needed to try and shut down the Mormon leadership of their defense. But even though they had a ton of vertical control, they had everything opened up upstairs in the kitchen to try and put some pressure down on the defenders. Cass absolutely exploited a couple of those angles, takes out 3 on their way to a round win. Boy, that just nothing went Thrive's way on that round in the basement. So that's both times the basement's been played on first and fourth round. Mormon leadership came up with the win. And we're going to go up to the CC, the second floor CC cache. Now, this is the first time we're going to get a chance to see what is the tertiary site at this point, and how Thrive is going to handle the attack. No breach denial outside of the mute this time from the Mormon leadership, so sort of a similar theme that we saw on their previous map as well. See whether or not that changes the way. It should make should make the entry a little bit easier for Thrive
5
here.
seconds left before insertion.
Yeah, absolutely. So, okay, we're going to see the turf site, but they don't have the Capital to help flush them off of that catwalk. So, going to have to get a little bit inventive here with what they're going to, not like it's something we've never seen before. Obviously, Capital's been banned out before, but generally that's the sense, right? Get your can openers, open the top right of the garage and the bottom left, take out the cam, and then start to put the pressure on as soon as the main breach is opened up. You got the crossfire set up, a couple of fires to force them into moving, and then Bob's your uncle. You're able to take him down. But Candle instead going to find his life forfeit first, and that's the gridlock. So all that flank watch, of course, going to be off the board.
Yep, that's an unfortunate loss there for the Thrive team, again going down early. And Mav has opened up a ton of that breach. Plenty of opportunity now for them to open up and gain some space into that main breach side now, and work on trying to get some space in the warehouse as well. But on the secret door, hear the Claymore go out, and some body shots on Zofia. I can't believe she didn't lose more health there, to be honest.
That's right, and that's going to be Deimos taken off the board now, puts us into a 5v3. Still have 1:41 left on the timer. And Frost pushed up on the top of the secret stairs there, so still have that flank, and since the gridlock was taken off early, not going to have to deal with any of those tracks left over. Pressure now starting to mount for Thrive here, as they got to find a way to get a couple of kills, equalize, so they can get themselves ready for a plant.
Oh, look at that toss. Oh, man. So great. I love, the C4s have been just so prevalent here on the defense as part of the meta in Year 9, Season 3. And we saw it in the Pro League even, just between I think it was Wildcard, having an unbelievable C4 run, continuing to be such an important part of the defense. And in a 4v3, Mormon leadership have really turned this thing around on defense here on Clubhouse after that last round too. And Exige going to grab a double. Holy cow, 45 seconds left.
Traded out immediately as Brios is going to find his life forfeit. Last one alive, and Defender's going to take it off the back of some shoddy play.
Let's go. They made the push in, tried to find, you could still see all of that defensive utility up. You still had mute jammers. You still had the deployable cams. Mormon leadership doing a great job of trying to deny through utility the push in for Thrive. And it's showing, right? Looking very good. And fairly even from a contribution perspective on that KD across the board for Mormon leadership, looking good. I wish that the observer bug wasn't in place and we could expand those cards and y'all could see all of that data as it's going along, but unfortunately got to deal with what we've got. Gonna see the 2F gym bedroom again. This one's been split. When we saw it on round 2 and 3, Thrive won the first, Mormon leadership the second. See whether or not they can change it up here on round 6. Their final opportunity to try and find an attacking win on the Thrive side to get that even split. Or standing split, if you were.
Here we are. One round away before we see it switch. Now, here's the deal, right? We expect this from Mormon. It's a defensive-sided map. The pushes outside on the attack are going to be fairly standard, fairly default, and you can see it here, right? Sledge to, well, I mean, I guess Sledge usually brought along for some of that. Cheeky. Sledge usually brought along for some of that castle play, but he's not going to be utilized by the defense, so probably a comfort pick there with the L85 being the primary weapon of choice there. But it's a two-pronged approach. The Thermite and Ace being utilized here. Open up that CCTV wall, open up that hot tub wall, and of course construction, and that allows you to set up a crossfire along the whole side of the map and really put the pressure on, catch people rotating back to site. So standard approach here by Thrive. They just need one more before their defensive half to feel pretty comfortable.
Yeah, I mean, from a breach denial perspective, bringing out the bandit looked like he was not going to even try and attempt any sort of tricking going on that wall. It's a really dangerous place, I think, unless you've got the castle to try and block off some of those sight lines. Or in Azami, of course, she's banned out, so they don't have the opportunity. Plus, without the Capital on the attacking side, um, you've got a little bit easier time holding that top rafters. Although it doesn't look like Mormon leadership are going to be committed to it.
Okay, now going for the last bit of breach here to start putting some pressure on the main side of the site here. He is kind of alone. And you see that you still have Valkyrie down in the kitchen with a C4 potentially to get that vertical play should they get in there. And that's going to be MP7 taking Candle off the board as the headshot rings out.
Oh,
but
wow.
return fire on top of Red is going to find themselves a kill. So open it up from the top, start sending in some Bs to get some of that intel. And you can see that Valkyrie is now rotated back up top to the central stairs there. And oh, geez, Exige life forfeit as he goes down and gets the kill. Oh, are they going to be able to pick him back up?
Yeah, they
They
are.
are.
Playing on the stairs. Yeah, he's able to trade and stay alive. Luckily, there in that exchange, he's going to be able to get back up as well with 20 HP left. So 4v3, still got 4 bodies left. Plus, he's going to keep able to drop a couple more of those Legion goose here. But it's the last 37 seconds. Man, Inrio, they're having a tough time in dealing with his gun right now.
That's right. Skunky, the next to fall, but it gets traded out again. As you said it, Inrio finds another. Brio's going to get the trade there, but Aimkey takes it out. Mormon Battalion going to find themselves looking pretty good at a 5-1 on the half.
Pretty good. This is, I mean, just the change-up that we've seen between Bank, where we saw Thrive go 5-1 to start off with. Here, now we're getting to see the Mormon leadership going 5-1. And really, the difference in their two map picks, right? We were thinking that was going to be the Mormon leadership's map on Bank, and it's interesting that we're seeing the complete opposite between these two teams, playing much better on their opponent's map pick than their own. But I think, to me, one of the bigger storylines in that first half of Clubhouse here was one of the big things we talked about during the operator ban phase was the fact that Blitz got banned by Thrive, leaving Monty available for them to play. And we talked about generally sort of he's in an overpowered meta right now in Siege, and he didn't get played, I think, a single time on Thrive on their attack. Right? We thought that was going to be an important part. Why ban out the Blitz rather than the Monty, except you were thinking you were going to play him. Now you've not banned the Monty, didn't play him, and allowed Mormon leadership to immediately take that up, and you can see Scoob right off the bat going to play him on the first round. So to me, that seems like a really surprising choice there from Thrive.
I don't know. I wouldn't put Scoob, or I would try my best not to have Scoob and Exige onto that blitz play. He was just so effective with that pistol and flashing and pushing those members out. I can absolutely see why. And when you get the Monty instead of the blitz, then of course you don't have that flash to deal with as well. So I don't know. I can see the ban here, but instead they are going to pull the Monty out. There's going to be a C4 immediately to take IQ off the board. That means wherever those cameras are, if they hadn't been sussed out already, those Valk cams are staying.
Yeah, that's huge to not have the IQ, no ability to try and find the rest of these gadgets. Hopefully she did enough of the work at the beginning, but here it is. They're going to make the push into dirt using the can openers. You could hear that shield getting in position. So the next big piece of the work, trying to get that kitchen area open, start putting some vertical pressure down on these armory players. Or arsenal, as it were.
All right, open up the kitchen hatch. It's the hatch queen putting the pressure on. They've already started to push up into dirt here on the back of the Monty play. Legion Goo does slow it down slightly, but not a ton. Right now, Legion pushing up, getting a couple of goos to stop that Monty from advancing any farther. He's gonna do it. Push up, finds himself a kill. Inrio, absolutely crazy. A little bit of going towards some foot shots here. Pushes up, goes for the bounce, puts the shotgun out, and says, "Sit down." 5-2 now with 1 minute and 22 left on the board. It puts the pressure on the attack team. Find themselves a couple of kills to start equalizing here.
What nobody told Inrio that the shields were buffed here in Year 9 Season 3. He just, shut down Monty and the work that he was trying to do, taking out the player behind him. A couple of the Legion Goos in the dirt tunnel there, just completely shutting it down. And then the rest of the team falling apart as a part of the blue hats drop. Looking very good for Thrive there on defense to start off. We know Clubhouse is defensive sided. Yeah, maybe a little unexpected to see the Mormon leadership go 5-1 to start off with, but Thrive showing up on their first defensive round.
Up to Jim Bedroom now. And then there's the coveted castle, right? You see him just utilize almost every time that we get into the gym bedroom. It's just that you have to expend a bunch of utility or gadgetry or bring a specific operator like Sledge to open up those highway windows, which is a big part of that cross. And getting to put the pressure onto the bandits so the bandit tricking can't happen. So I love the call. I love the lineup. It's fairly standard, fairly default. They'll extend over into the cache CCTV area, potentially onto the catwalk as well, as we saw that coming out from the Mormon leadership side. We'll see if they answer the same way.
10 seconds to insertion.
Oh, look at the setup. Okay, we've got, like you said, Bandit in place. You've got the castle to try and protect him. I think likely to see he's going to go for the trick, but he was over on the, there you go. Oh, putting one down on that con single. At least try and use up some utility. And is he going to use some on... Yeah, going to use some on the CC wall, so a little bit more devotion here to try and hold on to the cache CC side, but they're using the Hibana to open up all of the castles instead. You talked about how many pellets she's got available. Tons of opportunity there from a hard breach perspective and opening them all up. Plus, they've got the Cali in place just in case.
Cali in place just in case. I love the Cali pick for Jim Bedroom, right? The long distance hold, especially when you get a plant down just off the window. Super, super fun to see that sniper in action here. Bandit just doing an incredible job of holding off onto that cache CCTV wall, kind of stopping that push from the site over play here. Look at that.
The
handle.
drone
The
was
cheap
just a little
little
too
play.
late. Oh, he knew
tough
that was
one.
looking for that angle, and the drone came in just a hair too late. Oh, that's unfortunate.
So a couple of pre-fires towards the catwalks. They try to put the pressure on the player rotating back up. That would be Candle. But he's already made his way back into, nowhere. Cali going to take him off the board. Scoop finding that kill, and Castle going to find his life forfeit. Tied up now on the 4-4. As we get to the midway point of the round, looking for some of that mid-round adaptation here by the attack. Defense just got to get themselves in and hold, right? That's their big strategy that they need. They just got to play for the time here and let the kills start to funnel in when the rush starts to happen.
Is the rush going to happen? I don't know. They're playing it definitely a little bit more methodically at this point, going to try and pick off the defenders one by one. But speaking of picking off, it's not going to be the defenders getting picked off. They're going to do that. So now 4v3, 57 seconds left, and the attacker's making the push in. They've got some bathroom control. Know that one of the defenders playing in gym going to take him down. 2v3, my friend, 45.
Yeah, rush was the wrong word. I mean, when the time runs down and they got to speed into sight kind of deal. Yep, so off the back of 2, Ace at that 40 HP, and you're going to start to see Malusi come around to the back end. They know that they're coming. Not looking for it, though. Put into the back. Cheese is going to find it. That takes us into a 2-2. The diffuser is in the hands of Ace, right? And now 2 of the defenders are off site. So going to allow them the chance to plant, force the retake scenario here. Oh, but the door not
didn't have it
so
prepped.
they're not going to be able to get into Jim, and that's going to be. Oh, there it is. He got him. Skunky takes Exige off the board. Brios on the follow-up, and that's going to be around for the defense.
I gotta say, one of the things that we didn't really talk about as it was happening, but the combination of the castles with the mute jammers at the bottom, and I love the idea of using the Hibana pellets to try and open up all those windows, but definitely had to use a lot of them because if he was using a double to try and open it up, but it looked like the bottom was blocked by the mute jammer, so had to use a ton of utility there to try and open it up. Eventually did work out, but I think slowed them down just a hair as they were trying to make the push in. At the end, it didn't matter, but it was a good use of utility there from the Mormon leadership team to try and prevent that push in and just eat through lots of utility from Thrive to try and open up those windows as opposed to just being more direct about it, trying to take that distance approach. So now we're going to see this CC site again. Don't have Azami on the board, don't have Capital, so definitely playing out a little bit differently. Not surprising, though, to see the Monty. Definitely expect a push-up garage and a ton of Legion goos probably on those
10
rafters.
seconds remaining.
Yeah, absolutely. You got to stop the Monty some way, and you don't have the Azami to really get that static warfare to hold on to it. I like it a lot. Okay, defense, we've got the castle, so they're going to be doing that extension downstairs, holding on to the swamp. One of my favorite parts is denying that Monty push up catwalk from the head holes in that swamp area. So you're going to have to divert some resources to flushing them out of there. Potentially seeing the Monty, I mean, like his job is to take the catwalk, right? But if you got to force the pressure onto the castle, we might see a bit of a rotate around. We'll have to see. So bringing along the sledge as well to deal with some of those castle barricades. I think it's the right call. Bandit on the defense. We'll start to put some pressure onto this Maverick. They do have a C4 potentially to get him here, and we've seen it be super effective on the Mavs getting into the breach. I don't know if he's able to stay alive, and there he is. He gets taken down. Bandit gone. Now the body bounce going to shift in favor of the Mormon leadership here as they find themselves in a 5v4.
Is that a shot through the floor that was what eventually took him down?
I think so.
Or I wonder if did he make the push down? Yeah, I mean, good call here. They're going to open that up immediately. Now they've got a ton of access here in, and Zofia playing on the rappel. And look at this, knowing that Castle's playing in swamp, holding the very tight angle on his feet. Boy, he seems like he's just got a few moments left to live as Monty makes the push in.
That's right. 3 people now starting to put the pressure on. 1 from the garage door, 1 from the Monty, and 1, of course, looking towards those feet holes. But the defense is doing the job that they need to, right? They are for sure slowing this down. They're still stalling it out as he's in that spot. Oh, just about sees his feet. Instead, it's going to start to open it up here. Push him back toward into the swamp area. Wasn't able to take the shot. Now, there it is. Grenade going to blow up the wall. It's each going to find a double as they start to push up red. It's a 5v2 now as they're looking to find themselves on a match point scenario. Monty made his way all the way up. Drops the shield. Going to look for some body shots here from pistol popping, and that's going to do it. Scoop going to find him. Now, that flawless round from Mormon leaderships. They find themselves on a match point scenario.
Yeah, the castle hold downstairs in swamp, very effective at slowing down the time, trying to just slow that whole process down, but it wasn't enough. Not enough assets in place there from the Thrive side to slow it down enough. And I'm just definitely surprised with where we've ended up in terms of these 2 map picks, right, between these 2 teams. I thought for sure that Thrive was coming out so strong against this team on that first map, that 7-1 victory, and to see them sort of falter on Clubhouse to me is definitely a little surprising. We talked about this was the one map that Mormon, at the time, Battalion did win as part of their push in the quarterfinals in one of the previous qualifiers, but they're definitely showing up and showing some innovative ways at dealing with this Thrive defense so far. So Thrive's got to turn something around, and not only that, be perfect for 3 in a row to try and force OT on what is the second map in this best of 3. This is the quarterfinals. They are looking at a way to earn a spot into the semifinals, which are the major qualification matches. Those are going to be happening tomorrow. We're going to be covering some of those games as well. At least one, hopefully, on our channel. Maybe another one from some of the other community casters.
Okay, gotta see him be perfect for 3, Whiskey. 3 in a row, or we're getting map number 3. So what do? Bring along a bit of the standard. Valkyrie for that intel to get that C4 executed onto the kitchen or the hallway area. Legion to slow down the Monty, Two Brow, and Cade on the combo move for the hatch play, and of course Mute Got to get rid of that all-important intel. So you see the Twitch starting to get active, trying to get rid of some of those gadgets. Loses a Twitch drone, however. One of those cameras going to stay until they get somebody else.
Didn't even get a chance to. I mean, had a shot on the default in bar, but didn't use it. Was wondering whether or not going to wait and try and take out some of the rest of that utility. But we talked about Ram being one of the great operators, Clubhouse Basement being one of those important sites. Doesn't have a ton of utility on every spot, but this is definitely one of them. You saw really quickly there, Ram opening up that sight line in. They're going to have to deal with the Cade, though, trying to open up those hatches, and Monty making another appearance. Not surprising. So big hold here. Everybody on the defense back downstairs into the basement. No extension upstairs. Nothing taking time on the second or first floor. Just going to bunker back down and fight it out. Again, they've got to hold on for 3. I don't know whether or not this is a bit of a risk for this team.
Back down to the basement. It's obviously a good sight. We're going to see Cade trying to get some Cade tricking done, not in the unique way that we saw it earlier. A little bit more traditional in the sense of standing up onto the box and trying to thwart their attempt to open it. We'll see what they bring to the table. Monty already made his way into that oil pit to put the pressure onto that blue area, and without the Mira holding onto it, it's going to make it a little bit tough for the defense. And look at that. He's going to start putting it, but they know he's there, right? They heard the drop. They've got the intel. Let's see if they're going to be able to capitalize on him as he pushes up.
Using the utility drop from the top of the blue hatch, trying to protect him as he walks in. They're going to... What? There is no way I thought he was going to win that fight. Exige, though, finally going to win one and take out, though, 4-2. And you got all this utility that from the defensive side. The two-brow, the freezes, the Legion Goose. Holy cow, just absolutely slowing this team down, both metaphorically and physically, as they make the push into the basement and shut down. Thrive is going to live for another one. We're still on match point as we're in round 11. Got to win 2 more, though, to force OT.
That doesn't seem like such a tall order either. You know, two more of just getting in and finding the biggest person in there and punching them straight in the face. You know, feels like that could be a doable situation here for Thrive, especially for what we saw on the first map when they were able to turn up and turn it out in that 7-1 fashion. So potential for the overtime, I think, quite probable.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many.
I wouldn't be surprised when we're getting a chance to see some of the top, T2, T3 teams duke it out here, trying to find their spot. Everybody wants a chance to earn the chance to play against the pros, make it to Montreal on the path to pro. It's the question here. Which of these two is it going to be? It is a best of 3, but it's a single elimination bracket, as we've talked about, so no opportunity, second opportunity to fight back. And this is it, the third open qualifier, so the last 2 teams can be chosen. So only one can move on. Who is it going to be?
Okay, Whiskey. Match point scenario. Round is getting started. It's a little bit of the same. Gonna bring out a talent shield here. I don't know. I'm not sure on that one, right? I like Osa. I think she's very niche in the situations that you bring her in. I haven't really seen her too often, of course, on that gym bedroom hold. So a bit of an interesting take. Oh, okay. I see. Gonna guard his back when they put the pressure onto when they're gonna put the pressure on to the highway windows.
Can he not break the glass? That was interesting. I mean, Aimke looking like, yeah, using the Osa to try and guard the push in as they try and focus a lot of effort there on the highway windows, but did not appear to be able to break the glass from the outside. Something about that seems strange.
Yeah, maybe just afraid to hit that canister that'll open up that talent shield, maybe. Well,
yep.
Either way, he's got himself guarded here to put some of that pressure onto the highway. Ash over here to open up those castle barricades that are going to be stopping it. And look at that. They already got it open. They're just rushing right in.
Oh,
Bandit.
no, he
Oh,
goes
my
down.
Lord. He got the knife.
A
Killed
double.
him. Twist on the double with the MP7
No
and
way.
the knife play. Puts him into a body deficit for Mormon leadership here. As they're looking to get a little bit closer to tying up the round. A little bit of damage onto the Osa now. She's reduced to 31. Starting to push in. It's Twist going to find a triple now before his life gets forfeit. And now it's all going to be onto the shoulders of Ash. Made their way into the bathroom, looking towards that red stair, but it's going to be the shots from Logi that are going to end that round for him. And now one away from tying this bad boy up.
Not enough intel, too many opportunities there to be able to take the shot to really realistically win the 1v4, and plus just playing very quickly. I don't know whether or not they had, didn't catch whether or not they had any drones available to try and find some utility, try and find some space, but Thrive looking very good these past 2 rounds. Would have said coming in that after that round 9 that Mormon leadership put themselves on match point in a 6-3 scenario, that it was looking very good for them, but Thrive is a great team, and they're showing us why they belong here. Pushing up, taking 2 in a row.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused.
Time for the third. Can they do it, my friend? Can they find this final victory here to push OT? It's going to be on the tertiary site on the CC cache, and yeah, I can't believe we saw that. Great view from the observer. Appreciate Unnamed being a part of this and helping us out here. Showing that that Monty push in, rushed right in, and getting shut down with the reverse melee, and then proning to take on the second. Just a great individual heroic play there inside the bathroom, even without the Mira, making it look easy and shutting this team down. So, boy, can't call it right now, my friend. Both of these teams looking good.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so here it is. 1 round left between the overtime scenario, and it's got to be on the Tersh side, right? This is going to be a tough one. This is this is the round that you've played a million times if you've played Clubhouse. So it's as default gets. Monty to take that catwalk, Ace to open up the breach, Flores to push push those players out of those critical positions to get the crossfire set up specifically maybe towards that catwalk play. I love it. Every member here got a job to do. Mormon Battalion need 1 more to close it out.
That's right, and yep, we called the Inrio playing on the Legion rafters, going to be dropping all of those Legion goose to try and slow him down just a little bit. You got the deployable top red, tons of utility that this team has got to deal with. Starting off, they've got that first wall done and open. Going to use the Zofia, open up the sight line, try and put some pressure on Inrio here as he's holding down, preventing the Monty from making the push up.
Yeah, it seems like a bit of standard play for these guys, right? Get the Mav, open it up, send the Zofia, put some pressure onto the catwalk, and it worked last time. We'll see if they'll be able to capitalize the same way this time.
Yeah.
Monty already making his way up there. Look at all those Legion goose, though, Whiskey.
Yep, 4. It looks like there is 4 in place. And taking out the drone. They got to have somebody else to back it up, but you've got Twist and Inrio both playing rafters, trying to hold down. They're not going to be able to have somebody else come up and try and take some shots on the stairs, clear out that utility, because you don't have the opportunity there. Yeah, he's going to ping it out, but... Oh, use the Flores, but it gets taken out as well on the push in. Look at this. He's going to try and unshield to be able to take one. Oh, this is looking very good from a defensive hold on the Thrive side.
Okay, so time starting to climb down. That's going to be the shots on the red as they try to make a push onto the breach. But Flash is coming up onto the catwalk as Monty's taking the pistol popping shots. Not able to find it, though. And there's the smoke going to stymie the approach of the Monty, who's reduced down to that 26 HP. 23 now with the Legion goo in it. So 4v4, but the defense is holding. That time's starting to tick into their favor. Send Flores up onto this red to get rid of that barbed wire. So they make a little bit more of a push up, and then Inrio gonna find the kill onto Ace. Now into a 4v3. 23 seconds as the clock starts to tick down. They've got the intel. They've got the people. I think we might potentially be seeing overtime here. 15 seconds left, and there's a Tubarao. It's going to go out, and they're going to take some shots onto the Monty. That's going to find him, and then shots onto the breach. Brios to clean that one up. We're going to overtime.
shut down, my friend. Holy, you know what? About 30 seconds ago, would have said, you know what? The garage is completely, it's shut down. Like, don't try and push it. You had 5 Legion Goos sitting on the stairs and the walk up. Even if he could have made it to the top of the stairs, he still was going to have to unshield and just clear utility. They didn't have anybody else in place to try and hold it. That one, it was a lost cause at that point. And I really would have loved to have seen Mormon leadership try and change up the approach, right? There was really no push from the con side. It was all basically on that main breach garage, a ton of play, and they just they were not winning any of the 50-50s that might have helped them out a little bit to try and hold on. So interesting, Skunky in a position to try and hide his operator pick maybe. Although I wouldn't have thought that Malusi would be one that they're trying to hide.
I like it. Any bit of deception, right? Any bit of shenanigans, any way that you can take away the intel from the other side is always going to be a benefit, no matter who it is. Banshees, that's fun. If you don't know it's there, maybe you don't bring the Brava, maybe you don't bring the Flores to get rid of those, and it could be a good play. I like it. We'll see if they're able to capitalize on it for sure.
Man, the battle between these two teams, I know, we talked about a little bit of that storyline at the beginning, and it's a question, it's a best of 3. Are we going to be seeing the map 3? Map 3 being Skyscraper in this case, if you didn't catch the bans at the beginning of it. And right now we are on overtime, or at least on, we just started overtime, so not on the match point, series point yet. If Thrive wins, they're up 1-0 in this best of 3. They would be moving on to the semifinals and eliminate Mormon leadership. If Mormon leadership can win, you're going to get to hold on to their spot and force that third map. It should be Skyscraper.
Look at the intel. No idea that the camera is even there. So just feeding them exactly who the operators are and what they're bringing to the table. Nice cameras for sure. First minute has ticked down as the drones start to do what they do, sussing out where the heck these defenders are, and it's all a bunkered down strat, right? They're really just going to say, look, push us. If you think you got it, make the push and stay away from that vertical, don't get caught by the cross, and then it could be a 5v5 bloodbath here in the last few seconds.
Well, and taking a look at the basement site just in general, right? It's been played 4 times. This is the 5th time. So far, the defense have won 4 out of 4. No opportunity for the attackers to win the defense. So both of these teams playing very well in the basement. And yeah, look at this. Going to try and use the 2-brow to hold on. Did not realize that he was going to be such an important operator as part of the defensive setup in these teams. I wonder that's why he was, occasionally banned out in favor of some of the other operators. Teams are getting more comfortable using him.
Bunch of damage done onto the Thatcher as he's reduced to that 20 HP mark, which of course it's a one-shot headshot game. He still could be an impactful and viable candidate. Look at this. Is he able to throw it through? Wow.
What? I didn't think you could throw the ace charge through those floorboards. You're going to get that section of the church wall open. No, it's going to hold on. It'll get opened eventually, but we're seeing the freeze come out and keep that church wall from being opened directly. But that's crazy. I didn't realize you could throw through those floorboards.
Me neither. So Twist going to find Volspar off the board, and that's going to be exchanged immediately as Exige is going to find one. A couple of pre-fires towards the hatch, which means Brio's going to find one, but get traded out immediately yet again. But Skunky to answer back as Exige gets taken down, and now Inrio finds aim key off the board, and now it's going to be all on the shoulders of Ram, who finds themselves the last man standing until he's not anymore. That's going to be a round for Thrive, and now they're going to see if they can do it on the attack and end the game, end the run of Mormon leadership inside of the open qualifier here.
Now we've hit that point. We are on match point, map point, series point, and at this spot in the game, quarterfinal point, elimination opportunity here for Mormon leadership. If Thrive wins this, they are moving on to the semifinals to take place tomorrow. Mormon leadership eliminated. They have got to win. They must win now here in the basement again. in order to force that round 15 and keep their hopes and dreams alive on Skyscraper. But Thrive looking to shut it down right now, my friend. This is it. Trying to find the opportunity. Everybody contributing. Everybody a big piece of this team. And now, interestingly enough, on their first attack in overtime, at least they're showing the Monty to start off with. Basement still, though, undefeated for the defensive team. So definitely Mormon leadership's best opportunity. And what a roller coaster, you know. I guess a pendulum is probably a better opportunity. 5-1 halves for both teams. This is 4 in a row for Thrive as they're making their push into OT. Looking very good for them right now.
5 seconds.
Yeah, absolutely. And here's the part for double OT, right? You said this is our 5th time seeing the basement site, and every single time has been won by the defense, right? So a quick run out is going to do some damage onto the Habana, and that would have been an absolutely huge kill if they were able to take the Hatch Queen off the board. Not going to be the case, however. Starting to put some pressure onto the top of the secret area where somebody is lying in wait currently, but that's going to be Candle to find Scoob down. Looking for a second here on the Aussie repel. Just waiting for it. I was looking to see him come up from the secret stair area. Doesn't know that he's actually sitting right inside there.
Yep, and you called it. Yeah, there's the Hatch Queen working in combination with the Ram. They're going to open up all this vertical space. We talk about it, but they're going to see the two brows start to hold on a little bit, and wow, did actually get one on the secret window. Got the repel.
Jesus. Okay, so he said, yep. 4-4 now. First minute counting down. Going to get some drones in sight, see if they can suss out where the rest of these defenders are, but they're not going to have to look too far because they have got themselves into a full bunkered down strat. Ram going to open up a lot of that flooring, try to create some of that fish in a barrel situation as the hatch gets opened up inside of the bar stage area.
Oh,
Candle finding
no.
himself another kill onto Exige, and that starts to put the pressure on here for this Mormon leadership, Whiskey, because now they sit with the body deficit and kind of can just get the trade-out game for the win here for Thrive. So pressure starting to mount for this Mormon defense as the last minute and 20 starts to tick down.
Well, and they're in a significantly better position than we've seen at these basement defenses or attacks in the past, right? They've got the Monty in dirt, made the push down. There's no lesion left on the board. All they've got is the Malusi to try and slow down this push, along with I think Smoke has got maybe 1, maybe 2 of those left. 55 seconds. That's plenty of time. There's that second. So all they got to do is burn 1 more of those in 50 seconds. This is plenty of time for the attackers to make this push in.
Yep, a little more damage done to the Habana, but she drops down, and that's going to be the plan. Starting to go down. Candela's going to start causing chaos, but they're going to stop the plan before it goes down as Wolfsburg gets one, and Anki follows up, and now they take the body balance back into their hands as the Monty pushes up, but she's going to rotate around the generator. The crossfire's in place. Crashed out, going to take Skunky down, now into a 3v1, into a 3v1, none, and that's going to be Mormon coming back, finding the round, and continuing this on for 1 more round. 1 round to potentially settle it all or move us on to the last map.
God, they had to be perfect, and the Mormon leadership pulled it off. The basement undefeated on defense in this map. Boy, that's where it's at. Now, the 2F gym bedroom looks like where they're going to try and send it. A bunch of double digits on the board here. Everybody getting a piece of the pie in terms of the KD. Gym bedroom, how is this one looking? Definitely more split. As far as the attacks go, we saw, we saw the Mormon leadership lose one on defense early, so to this site. The only other one that was lost was the CC, so it's an option. It's come down to round 15 between these two great teams, and I hate that we're at that point, but here it is again. Match points and quarterfinals point up for grabs if Thrive can win it and send Mormon leadership home. Mormon leadership can win it. We are going to get to see Skyscraper.
Ayo.
5 seconds remaining.
Okay. let's take a look at it. Attacking, this is a setup we've seen before,
Attackers are moving out
right?
to
Bringing
locate a
along
bomb and
the
defuse it.
Cali, not only for that long-range devastation that only Cali can bring, but also as a way to deal with those castle barricades onto the highway window. And you can see her making quick work of those. She's going to start to mount pressure from the rappel here on that main spawn point there. Really just going to hold position and wait for somebody to make a cross or take a peek, and then, of course, find yourself on the devastating end of a Cali sniper shot.
Yep, got to watch out that hold, and the RAM icon on the screen, kind of a funny bug. Yet another one to report. But holding on to these highway windows, trying to just put a little bit of pressure on this defense as they work on getting the rest of the assets in place. You can see that Mav now starting to work on opening up that CC wall. Get some sight lines in, make the push in. So how is the Mormon leadership going to handle it? Well, looking relatively strong from the CC side and continuing to hold those windows. Yep, they've got one of them open. Try and push. Now, from the Thrive side, they've got a lot of assets in place to try and deny that side of the map. We didn't see how much was on the Jacuzzi side, so that could be an opportunity they might be able to exploit.
Potentially. Frost going to find their life forfeit there as trying to make the rotate back around, and that's going to be Brios taken off the board. So the body balance going to shift in favor of Mormon leadership here as they start to make their way inside of that cache CCTV and do a little bit of that site over process. So open up the main hot tub breach with the Mav. Brought along... I'm not exactly sure what. Oh, they're going to use it to actually get the breach denial off because they didn't bring any soft breach capabilities. So Ace will still be the main attempt to get it done. C4 ring is prime prep and ready. As Scoop is able to find that kill. Geez, almost another one. Huge bit of play there as he rotates around towards the back end, trying to find himself a couple of kills to equalize on the body balance here. But look at that. Scoop to find another puts us into a 5v2 scenario. It all starting to fall apart
What?
for this defense. Oh, Jesus.
Not the run out.
Now. Does find one, has to find the Ace to get it done. Ace was down. They were able to recover him and pick him back up. So puts it into a 4-1. Takes a shot from the back, is able to get a bunch of damage and a shotgun kill, but not going to do it. Mormon wins it, and they move them on to map number 3.
Holy cow, my friend. 8-7 victory on the back of an incredible play there from Cali, and Scoob breaking it out there on the MVP. What a round from that team. 8-7. I can't believe it went all the way. Mormon leadership absolutely showing up, not on their map pick here. On the Thrive map pick to come back and make it and force the map 3. Two great teams, and we're going to have to wait one more to find out who it is that's going to make it to the semifinals, to that qualification match taking place tomorrow. So, quick break as we get that one set up.
That's right. Sit back, relax, because when we come back, we're bringing you the third map. Ayo.
Let's go. What's up, and welcome back, everyone. And big change up here on the production side. I'm joined not by Whiskey Glitter, Milo, Spy62, coming in to fill in for him for this final third map. Both Glitter and I struggling to get over some health issues. Still positive for COVID right now, but hanging out in my basement, bringing this match to you, been the highlight of my week for sure. Getting a chance to spend with you. Thanks, Milo, for joining us for the cast today.
Thank you for having me. I cannot wait to cast this game. It looks very exciting, both really strong teams, and obviously on Skyscape, it's going to be a blast.
Yeah, that's right. So far, I thought for sure we were going to see Thrive just dominate after that first 7-1 victory, but Mormon leadership showed tremendous tenacity there, fighting for a double overtime victory there on Clubhouse. So they fought all the way back. They are not done yet. It's a best of 3, the last opportunity for one of these two teams to get a chance to move into the semifinals and hopefully qualify here for the major. So it is game time, though. We are going to Skyscraper.
I'd hope it was just as a close game as we had on Clubhouse, but it really depends on who is defending first, because obviously we're playing with the 6-6 format, not the same 3-3 as you had an Element. It always gives that defending team such a heavy advantage, and it will be Mormon, so maybe it could sway in their favor and give them such a strong advantage, especially coming off of that 8-7 victory. They'll not only have the momentum, but now the defending momentum, and we'll see the Monty banned out first from 5.
Yep, for sure. I mean, we were saying almost 100% ban rate for Monty here on the Year 9 Season 3, with the exception of the last game we saw Blitz instead of Monty. Monty certainly making a huge appearance there, but now this is interesting. Both the Monty and the Blitz, the shields gone, the primary shields anyway, gone to start off this last and final map of the quarterfinals.
You said both the primary shields. I'm hoping to maybe we see a few shield because of that. But coming onto the defending bands, I'm expecting probably to see an Azami here. But instead, we're going to see the Valkyrie, a very strong operator on a Skyscraper. Because a lot of the flooring where you need to maybe put a plant down is soft. It allows you to get the information, get that information out to stop a plant using that C4. And now I'm very much expecting probably an Exami here, just because how strong she is in the current meta. And there she is, in my opinion, the strongest operator on defense in this current time.
Yeah, certainly she is an important part. Now, we did talk about some of the stats that were coming up as part of Pro League. The highest KD operator was Ella, and the highest win percentage, Legion. And Legion so far at almost 100% a current or play rate for most of these defensive rounds across the open qualifiers today. He's been played in nearly every match, but combine them with the bandit, a little bit of bandit tricking. We've seen a lot of that going on. Love to see how these two teams are going to manage. Going to start off on T and Karaoke, and I would have been seriously surprised if we saw any other site to start off on Skyscraper.
Yeah, it's most of the time team's most default side selection. I'd say it's just as strong as the office site, but with a team like Mormon, they have a lot of experience playing together, so you expect them to be able to defend a site like this, especially in the current meta. And going back on your choice of Legion being the most picked operator, it's probably because he's got such a useful kit. The Legion mines not only give you intel, but especially against shield operators in this current meta, it just allows you to slow them down, get a little bit of tick damage of them, and especially that secondary shotgun, you see it here coming out from Aimkey, allows you to make so many rotates, so many holes. So obviously they go both ways between the attacker and the defender, but it gives you that advantage to stop the attackers from pushing into site quickly. And the interesting pick for me on Thrive will be the actually Thinker. Obviously gives you that heals, but you don't see him a lot. It's more seen as that entry operator and that gun to give you the ground early on.
Boy, look at all of that intel and utility just stolen by Brava right off the bat. Top black camera, bandits, and getting rid of the default cam at the top of that hallway in between the shrine and drum. Such an important push point there for the attackers as they try and make their way across. But geez, just Brava coming up with a ton of utility backed up by the Twitch. Good use of the drone, the extra drone intel there from the Thrive side. And we talked about that seemed to be one of the areas they were sort of exploiting on the Mormon leadership side, was just a little bit of extra intel on those previous two maps. So this time, though, Skyscraper very defensive sided, right? 5-1 is the typical split for the attackers only getting one. So if Thrive can pick up more than one, they're going to be sitting very good going into their defensive half.
Exactly, you said it perfectly on the head. I'm expecting to see Thrive to pick up probably 2 here on their attack, but if they especially get the primary bomb site of Mormon off the bat and taking that as a win under their belt, they're sitting even more pretty. Right now, they're just feeling around. They're not being able to get a foothold on the map at all right now. A minute 30 already off the board. It does look strong for Mormon, but so much of their utility just falling under the hands of the attackers thanks to the part of Skunky. Very strong drone work coming out from him on the Brava, and now Twish finally getting that little bit of map control under his belt, and he can probably lock up one of these staircases. Volsma taking a lot of damage from Abel. The opening pick onto Brios. What a shot coming out from him on that holographic against the Fink, and that's no more heals coming out. That little bit of damage down on Candle, not going to be able to be healed back at the moment, but at least they have map control, but it has cost them a body.
Yep, yeah, the heals from Finka and no of this the frag grenades, right? Definitely causing some motion, forcing the defenders to move out of position and open themselves up to some of those lines of sight. Not going to be the case. And just the opening pick here in map 3 says a little bit of a statement there for the Mormon leadership team. This is its last opportunity, like we said, for one of these two teams to quals, and I hate the fact that we're only going to see one of them moving forward to tomorrow's games.
Very big, very sad that we don't get them, but as the 15 seconds go, another pick goes to the side of Mormon, but it's again trade it back, then trade it back, and trade it back. It's
wow.
Now nothing. Candle was able to lurk up Black Stairs, I'm pretty sure, and it's now just in this 1v2, but with the Liege money,
wait,
Volspa started the round and then ends it.
Was that a quad? It was a quad for him, not an ace. All right, I think
pretty
he got
sure
it.
Was a quad. I'm pretty sure Cassia got one, or Cassia.
It's unfortunate that we're continuing to see the observer bug. No ability for us to be able to take a look at it other when we see the beginning part. But yeah, it was a 4K there from Volsper. What a round for him. What a way to start it off and make a statement there for the Mormon leadership on defense, holding on. So yeah, you called it out, the sort of T karaoke exhibition office equal, but that's going to be the second place we're going to see them go.
Yeah, I'm not surprised at all. I would be even more surprised if they went down to master bedroom, but it's going to look like a more of a default setup. You're going to see that mirror window that just faces the bomb site from the bar, and then you also have to rotate on that bar wall. It allows you to get aggressive onto the breach if you hear them rushing out, and as well get aggressive into terrace when they take that space. Another interesting pick will be the Cade. It just keeps those walls completely shut down. I think he's thrown one on the single wall, and now I'm surprised. It's going to be an interesting mirror here. I think Volsper going to place one onto the top mez area. It just means they're going to be a little bit more aggressive outside on this extension / roam. And it will be Volsper on the mirror. He's the man of the moment right now as he fall in the last round. And one of the only players not to die in that last round. So it's interesting to see how he will play this round. And obviously Cass on that Fenrir will just slow down that roam. And I think that was the main problem from Thrive in that last round. They took so long to even get much of the map control despite getting so much early presence with the Brava drone.
I love this this prep for the run out that Mormon leadership is putting up here, playing on that single rather than reinforcing it off. And then, on the other side of the map, on the T karaoke side, right, completely sealing it off, using the reinforcements plus the barricading all of the doors, and then using the mirror to try and hold on, basically just blocking that whole piece off. And no, he steps out just a little bit too far, gives his position away that they've got that single opened. I don't think he was anticipating doing that, looking to get a little bit, wait for the attackers to get closer before revealing that opening.
It's a beautiful play from Candle there to get that mirror window off and early. From his, no one was there on Aimkey's cutoff. If they just had Twist maybe already on the Shrine window to just cut him off when he ran away, they could have maybe gotten a free pick there. But poor positioning, in my opinion, at least from Thrive. But they've been able to get map control a lot earlier this time round with only minute 15 off the clock. And now they're able to not only get all of Drum, all of Mez, but they're droning out still, so they have to make sure they're making sure no one is still on their flank. And the Fenrir mine going to slow them down a little bit more. Brios still just worried about someone maybe being on their flank, and currently no one is actually ready to take that opportunity from Mormon.
Yeah, they have given up a ton of space relatively early, even though they had it all blocked off. I mean, using the Ash to try and clear out the mirror window, it seemed just a little bit of a soft hold there on the side of the map. So they're going to try and back off a little bit closer into the Dragon and try and hold off the direct access. It's a minute left in the time, in the game time, so got plenty of opportunity here. But look at this, yes, walk out through the door. Takedown Candle. Volsper is having a fantastic game to start off with.
The attacker's bomb diffuser
Yeah,
has
beautiful
been
shot
dropped.
from Volsper. I'm surprised Thrive didn't see that coming, because I see Mormon, at least Excege's teams, do that quite a lot. They always have that open so they can do that kind of aggressive ran out. But right now, as if... And now another kill coming out from Cassia in this 3v5. Thrive looking really poor. And Aimkey, a wonderful shot. I was going to ask if they knew Exceed was in this rat kind of angle. They didn't, but it doesn't really matter because Aimkey gets the pick. Enrio, so at least gets one back, but Volsper with another wonderful shot, taking down Twist. It's all up to Enrio in this 1v4, but it's Volsper again with a beautiful 3k on the round. He is on fire right now for Mormon leadership.
Holy cow, what did he put in his coffee energy drink here? It's 8 p.m. at night. I know it's midnight where you're at, but I can't believe we've made it this far into the evening. And Volsper coming alive. What is that? 7 kills for him in 2 rounds. What a way to start off this elimination map.
Yeah, you really want to see those numbers from Mormon, especially after how badly their first map went. Second map a little bit closer. We could see one dominant map, one close map, one dominant map at the moment. But again, it is Skyscraper, it is defense. This is where you'd expect Thrive to maybe make some leeway on the map and maybe get at least a round win here. But looking how Mormon have been able to defend, they've been so dominant. Sometimes you will see them close back and forth, but I think Thrive, they just take quite a while to take the control they need, and even when they do have it, it always comes down to that minute 15 left on the clock when they need to execute. Normally that is going to be enough time for most maps, but with a map like Skyscraper, there's just so many rat positions, rat angles you can take as a defender that allows you to get these free picks, free kills, and that early man advantage, and that's the main problem in my opinion for Thrive.
Yeah, I know. Foxay talks about Skyscraper from a Pro League perspective just being one of those maps that is extremely difficult to just even try and get in, right? Mostly you've got windows, angles, doors. There's not so many entry points, and it's not such a big map that's spread out that you can walk through doors real freely. So combine that with this, the cap can coming out, Aimkey bringing, makes just entering the map even that much harder. I think it's a great pick here. Oh, he runs across the open door? Holy cow. No way.
I have no idea how Aimkey's alive. There was a player on the window, and there was actually a player on that said door. How is he able to survive? And then the opening pick coming out from Exceed onto Twist. That's your That's your Twitch down. Extra drones gone, the ability to take down the util on the side of Mormon also down, and I'll be interested to see if any of Aimkey's capcan traps net him a kill, because I don't know if they're going to be able to be droned out. They can't be obviously shocked by that Twitch drone anymore, but they have got this control a lot earlier. They're able to maybe push into drum with only a minute gone this time around. Now that's what I want to see. You want to see Thrive. I keep mumbling up my words, they're too similar for me. Able to get this map control early and maybe get themselves ready to take full control of this top floor, as that's what you need for this site. And look at that, a wonderful shot from Brios in combination with the Maverick, able to take down Scoob, who was playing on this hatch.
Interesting, gonna use the map to try and open up that hole, and yeah, holding on. You got Volsper continuing to play engaged behind that deployable shield. They're spending a lot of time in util from the defensive perspective, holding on to these upper angles. And yeah, you're still finally getting some space, but there's only a minute left in this round. The vertical play here coming in. You've got all of the defenders. Oh no, almost everybody's rotated back to the first floor. It's just Aimkey left upstairs, continuing to try and hold on.
And I'm pretty sure Inrio just fell into a frost mat and is now finished off by Cassie from below, but is instantly retraded by Skunky. But you're right, Aimkey is still on the top floor. I don't think they have any idea about it right now because they're not focusing on maybe trying to clear him out. He has not moved a bit right now. Interesting use of the Gun 6 to make a teeny bit of vertical, not that much, but allows him to shoot those firebolts in. And Aimkey can easily retake this hatch position if they go down, drop down, ready to go for this plant. But Exige with a wonderful jump out to finish off. And now Volsberg also gets Frios. Aimkey is still on this top floor, by the way, but I think he knows he hears the footsteps above him. But in this 1v3, it doesn't really matter. He needs to either get the case down or get these final 3 players. And with 10 seconds left, it's Aimkey from above, takes him down Assassin's Creed style to get the 3rd round in a row for Mormon leadership.
Oh boy, yeah. I mean, we know Skyscraper's a defensive map, but they have absolutely turned up the heat. Unbelievable the way that those 3 rounds have gone. That's the full round rotate done. Mormon leadership taking a win at all 3 of the primary, secondary, and tertiary sites, and they get a chance to go back to the T karaoke, continuing to hold, and Volsper sitting at 9-0, and not even giving Scoob a chance to get any kills at this point.
Attackers need to locate and defuse.
Yeah, Scoob on 0 kills, but you can't really blame. He hasn't died. He's only died once, and I think that was in that last round actually where he did die. So you wouldn't really blame him for being 0-1. Normally you'd be like, he's having a poor performance, but it literally is just Volsper being like, no, I'm taking all the kills. They're all mine, and he's sitting 9-0, and it doesn't really matter. As long as you're playing well as a team, you're 3-0 up and you're winning. He's probably giving out those callouts, giving out that information for the other players to thrive. But talking about Thrive as a whole, that is their problem. The intel, it seems like they had no idea about the frost map being on the floor. They had no idea that Exige was going to go for those aggressive kills, aggressive jump outs. And they had no idea that Aimkey was still lurking above on that top floor. Even if Exige probably doesn't get that aggressive kill, Aimkey may be able to easily go for that flank beyond that hatch above as they go for that execute. And that could have bode disaster for them. But now they rotate. They go for the 2nd time round on their full site rotation and see how it's going to go down for a 2nd time, because Thrive has more information on how Warman now like to defend this site.
I think there's a couple things, right? One is that, we said it, and Ozone said it as well. It is Skyscraper, so if they can realistically get one, they're going to be in good shape going into their defensive half, because the Mormon leadership's going to have to deal with the same thing on their attack of Skyscraper. Very, very difficult. The other thing is, to me, Mormon leadership is playing very aggressively. If we go back, I know you weren't with us for the entire cast, but one of the earlier matches of Mormon leadership versus Source, they were playing very, very aggressive and dominated that game. Maybe against a little bit not as difficult of opponent as Thrive, but they played very, very aggressively and dominated that. They took a little bit, what felt like a little bit of a slower approach on Bank and Clubhouse. So this feels like they're going back to the more aggressive play style, and maybe Thrive is sort of unprepared for it, right? They were playing a little bit more conservative. Now they're playing more aggressively and sort of upsetting Thrive in terms of the way they'd like to see Skyscraper played out. So still a little bit early in. Yeah, it's 3-0. We've seen the full round rotate, so time for Thrive to adapt, change up their play style, seeing how Mormon was going to be very aggressive on their play of Skies this time around.
And that aggression actually does bite Mormon in the ass this round out, as Scoob actually goes down due to an aggressive run out, or just an aggressive swing on the window. Cassia also looking for the pick down below, not going to find it. I like the Deimos introduction. It allows you to get control of Geisha a little bit easier. You just find out who's in Geisha, who's playing it. You track it from below, and that's a free pick because how strong that pistol is on getting those players down below. But the rest of the players actually going for a Mez side take. Damage coming out. No damage. Volsman not able to shoot at the feet. Twist looking for the refrag, but he's going to flash the drone hole. And now they have pivoted. They're going to take this Geisha control. Inyo with the bomb. That's really where you're going to see the diffuser come down. But Exige with a wonderful C4. And Exige gets a double on the round. Twist also down. Volsper missing his shot so to get out the player. And now he's being Deimos tracked. But Exige takes down Brius. He's on a 3K. Will the ace going to the hands of Exige Jake Allen? And now it's all left to Candle and Skunky in this 2v4. Candle taking a lot of damage. Skunky taking damage. And Exige for the quad. He's all for the ace now. But he doesn't get it. I think he went for the pistol kill.
Well, he definitely just went for it. Whether or not he had enough bullets in his gun, he tried to go for the ace. Going to end up with a 4K. They still get the round win off the back of it. just sort of bullying Thrive right now. And I think they do, they do need to be careful. You said it, right? They already started off by paying for their hubris a little bit there with Scoob going down early. So they're going to need to be careful. Thrive is a great team and can certainly punish them as soon as they get their opportunity to play on defense. So got to dial it back. Make sure you secure at least your 5 and hope for that 6 to really put Thrive in a difficult position as they start on their half. So still a lot of Siege left to be played. We are 4-0. We are on a best of 3, and so far each of these two great teams has won a map. So it has all come down to this, the opportunity to move into the semifinals and qualify for the major open qualifier playoffs taking place next weekend.
You said it all right there, but there's an interesting thing that I haven't seen from Thrive is the Ying. Ying is completely unbanned in this current moment in time, and Ying is such a strong operator for taking control of Skyscraper as a whole. It just allows you to use those Ying Candelas to take that control a lot quicker than you normally would, and I think that's their main problem, time at the moment for Thrive, and especially with a lot of these players on Mormon just being able to get those power play rounds. Last round it was Exige, a couple of rounds before it was Volspa. So I'm surprised that has not come out, and if Mormon are able to get this 6-0, yes, it is Skyscraper, yes, it's defender-sided, yes, they'll have to do the same thing and attack on it, but even when you're 6-0 down, it always feels like it's going to be a lot harder, just because one little slip-up, you've then lost the whole game, but they still have 2 rounds to accomplish that for Mormon.
Yep, plenty of time left here, and certainly no one is counting Thrive out. We know how good this team can be, and we know how good they were. I mean, a 7-1 victory on Bank. I mean, they looked nearly unbeatable there in that scenario. So anybody can get hot at any moment in time. It is Siege, and with everybody being so good at this game, I love watching this game and seeing the back and forth between two great teams. We're getting a chance to see it here. So now, the combination of the Mira, the Warden, the Fenrir. It's a good combo here to try and hold down and prevent this Thrive team from making the push across the map, slowing them down.
Yeah, it's interesting to know if they know Exige is actually on these wave stairs. They don't look like they have much information about him because they're all just running past. If they knew he was there, they'd probably swing out, maybe get an aggressive kill here. But he could go on this aggressive flank.
Wow!
He goes
Wow! What? On the
and
flank?
He gets a lot of damage off on Candle as well, just about missing the other. But look, they're now surrounding him. But Exige gets another!
Way.
It's a triple kill for Exige, and he's lining up a 4th! He doesn't get it, but a lot of damage onto Candle, and so much time wasted. 2 minutes gone, 3 players down from one single player. Exige, very wonderful flank. The information just not coming out for Thrive. They thought that side of the map was completely clear for them, but in the end, it just wasn't. It's coming back to poor information play, and now they've lost so much of their utility. Only really Ash charges, and at least they've got some heartbeats left on their side, but now they have to find a way to combat MP behind the shield.
Yeah, that was an unfortunate use of one of the Ash charges, missed its mark, didn't hit the shield, and then gets flanked as well, taken down. Unfortunate there, all up to Inrio. Inrio had an incredible game on Bank, so certainly he's a force to be reckoned with. Going to take a couple shots, but in a 4v1 scenario, it's certainly a difficult push in here for him.
And AP will get the final kill against his former team. He must be sitting very happy right now, proving maybe some of the doubt is wrong. But Thrive, I think they need this final round win. Just how dominant these defenders have been, it could really sway the momentum. And Thrive are no slouches. Obviously, recently in Element, they were top 3 T2 teams, because obviously there was 3 Pro League teams in that tournament. Surprisingly enough, no timeout. They must be thinking, as long as we get this round, we can then bring it back on the defense, and that's probably where they're saving their timeout for. But if they do lose this attack, it could spell disaster, just because they then have to do the exact same thing Mormon have done and go 6 rounds in a row on their own defending half, which is very possible for a team of their grandeur.
Yeah, 100% possible, definitely, and we have seen them put together an incredible half versus this Mormon leadership team. So, I mean, they put together a 5-1 half on Clubhouse. So certainly they can do it. This is it though. Really an important round here for Thrive. It is on the tertiary site. They're back downstairs to the first floor. Got to try and hold on. Mormon bringing out the mobile intel of Mozzie, try and gain a little bit of intel from stealing some of the drones there from the attackers, try and cut off and utilize their intel against them. So I like to bring out the Frost too. Wolfsburg going to see whether I can get a few more kills off the back of that incredible game he's having. And I was going to say, is Exige going to take another little bit of a risk? I know he's feeling good. He's feeling great right now, but also the game is on the line. You know, I just want him to be aggressive enough without being too crazy.
Brios nearly getting an early pick onto Exige and is close to battling out with Aimkey. I don't know if they've got a pre-placed drone in here. I'm pretty sure they do. And it's taking a lot of damage there. Sorry, only actually 5 HP. The card really confused me. But Candle beautifully has his cutoff. They knew the hatch was open. They knew he'd have to fall down below. And that's where we have the cutoff. But the thing is, they had the first pick last time when attacking this site. I'm pretty sure it was actually Skew that went down that time. But they do take out their former player. And now they have that map control early on, thanks to their pre-push drones, thanks to all the information they're getting. And they're taking it quickly. Again, they've got this control down in 1 minute. They just have to now find a way to be able to get that top floor. But I want to see if they're now able to get this information off and take rid of the players on top floor, because they weren't able last time. But a lot of damage now taken down onto Brios from the vertical angles. I just want to hopefully make sure they don't leave someone like Aimkey or Scoob lurking around. Obviously, Aimkey is dead this time around, but Scoob could still play the same role as he did last time.
I mean, a lot of the success that we're seeing the Mormon leadership have so far on Skyscrapers on the back of some incredible hero plays, and you still have got those two heroes left alive, both Wolfsburg and Exige still alive. Time is winding down, the minute 10 mark. And you still have got Lion outside the building. You still have got Ace outside the building. And you got a little bit of the vertical control working here from this team. You got Ash in the T room. They're continuing to drone out the Geisha. And there it is, finally, Twist taking down Exige. That's an important part of this. 3v5. Now it's looking like they got the opportunity. This is the best chance they've had so far on this map to get a round win.
Wolfsburg at least gets the refrag. He's still yet to die in this game. Cassia now goes down. It's left up to Wolfsburg and Scoob in this 2v4. They have full control, but the timer is still dwindling down. 30 seconds left on the side of Thrive to get this bomb down. But with all the Ver control in the world, they definitely have the opportunity to do so. Wolfsburg looking for another pick. A beautiful frog out onto Skunky. That's a double kill for him. Again, still yet to die. He seems the unkillable right now, like the SWAT fly. You just aren't able to swap between your hands. And now it's Scoop in a very dark position. He's able to take down Twist. And then India goes down to Wolfsburg. These hero plays really biting Thrive in the ass right now. Wolfsburg finally goes down in the round, but it's Scoob to stay alive. The skills may not be coming his way in numbers, but he's able to stay alive for his team just long enough to get them that round win and get them the 6-0, get them the match point, and get them the series point.
I can't believe we've already hit this point. A 6-0 half from the Mormon leadership, really just putting on a clinic there on the aggressive. And again, hero plays there. Wolfsburg 13-1, Exige 9-4-2. Like you said, nearly unkillable. He was the last death in the entire half to make it. Unbelievable game that he's having. They've got to hold it together, though. Now on attack. The only trick is Thrive has got to be perfect for 6. No mistakes possible. And certainly they can do it. We talked about early on in this match that we have seen 6-0 halves on defense, certainly on Skyscraper. Mormon just pulled one off for us. So here's the question. Can Thrive do the not so terrible? I mean, it's possible. Can they pull it off? I think they can. They are a great team. They're going to continue to push this potentially to OT. Otherwise, we are on match point, series point, and quarter-final point for Mormon leadership. If they win, they move on.
Yeah, they're definitely able to do it. Thrive, a fantastic team. I'd say one of the best T2 teams currently in the scene for North America. But it's more the fact that they've just lost a round, which they're in a 4v2, and especially down to, again, rat plays. C4 goes out early on. Scoob just able to stick away with his life. He's the reason they were able to win that 6th round, just ratting away and keeping his life. but just again able to keep his life this time round. Thrive, they just need to keep their heads up, because a round like that they've just lost can definitely chalk your mental. But they've all got top players on their team. Obviously, Inrio Brios, formerly of Aerial Arise, they have the experience, they have the mental state to be able to keep their heads high, keep their just momentum up. And it's obviously Skyscraper, they're always going to have the advantage on defense. So I'm very confident in the side of Thrive to be able to take this 6 in a row, despite how crazy it sounds.
Nope, not crazy at all. I think you're right. Thrive's a great team. We've been talking about it all night, and certainly they can hold on. So the question is going to be whether or not Mormon leadership can pull out something special here to try and find a win on attack. You talked about them not playing the Ying very often. I don't know that we saw Thrive play Ying at all on attack, and the Mormon leadership going to bring her out. That's Cass. Plus the Dokkaebi. Like to see whether or not they can steal again some more of this intel from this Thrive team that seemed to be working really well.
Yeah, obviously the direct counter to that Ying will be Brios on that Warden. He's a very strong operator to just combat all these flashbangs. But a second one goes out. I don't think he's anywhere nearby to actually combat that. And they're looking to take this gauge control. But Siege gets the opening kill. It's that Star Fragger again for the side of Mormon and the Idol. And the second pick goes out.
Oh, no.
Now in a 5v3.
Oh, no.
Barrel off the feet as Volsper gets another. It's those 2-star players who've been in and out of the server this entire game. Inrio and Skunky, the last two left. But there's the defuse down. Outside onto karaoke window. Inrio takes it down. And he gets a second. A beautiful double from Inrio. He's saving off the feet. Can this be a beautiful 2v5 clutch coming out from 5? There's still players left. Ainke though on AHB. But he gets a beautiful double on the round. Can he prove his ex-team wrong? Why they shouldn't have dropped him? But he is taken down. All up to Inrio in this 1v2 now.
1v2. This is it for all the money, all the marbles. This is it. The last opportunity here. He's going to take a quad. He's going to finish it off with an ace to take Thrive's first round win here on Skyscraper. What an incredible game. Just a game of heroics on and off from both sides. Holy cow.
I'd say that's a misplay, honestly, from a man of the moment for Mormon, though. Exige, I think that's a definite misplay from him. He just repels into the karaoke window, giving up the defuse to Inrio, and then Mormon, they had to scramble to try and get it back, and they just couldn't. Volsman Exige, they may be top of the leaderboard, but I do think they should have closed it out there. But Exige, with that minor misplay, and that's what happens on Skyscraper. If you make just a teeny misplay, it really bites you in the ass, just because how easy it is to defend out any site on this map. And now they get to move sites. It will be this office side take, or this office side defense that has to happen from 5. They won't be going to a different site. It is the usual sites you'll see coming out. I just want to see how they respond, because yes, they won that last round, but it had to come to a hero play, which, to be fair, most of these rounds have come down between both teams. Hero plays, and that is the main thing that's coming up from both teams. Will we see a normal round, or will we see someone go nuclear? Because at the moment, it looks like anyone in the lobby can really pop off at any moment.
That's the thing, though, is the Thrive winning that off the back of an incredible Inrio round, right? He more than doubled his kill count in a single round. You know, neither of these teams can rely on, and shouldn't be relying on, the individual heroics that just absolutely dominated the first half of this game and round 7. So Thrive has got to put together something a little bit more I guess, careful between their whole team. And the same goes for the Mormon leadership. I mean, it is very possible to see a 6-0 half. We just saw that happen. They've got to try and put it together. And look at that. They had the floor covered and didn't realize that... Oh, they did get it open. I was going to say, didn't realize that that Bandit was trying to trick it. It's Inrio holding down that sight line, and now open. So, Mormon leadership... 1 minute, just about 1 minute down in their opportunity here to try and close this one out early.
The interesting thing I've seen coming out from Mormon is the fact that I know you've got roles already established for this team. But the two players that have been given the diffuser, at least in these first two attacking rounds, have been Volswa and then Exige, obviously, in that first round. Your two players that you want to see getting the building probably first and frag out because of how much of the momentum they probably have from that first half. But they're the ones that know what they're doing. They're the experts. So there's probably something that has to do with why they're giving the diffuser to these two players. And Aimkey taking the ground early, already getting this game control, is if he knows about Candle, and Candle looking for maybe an early fight, and he's able to get away. I'm surprised Aimkey doesn't swing out on that, but Cassia gets the opening pick despite going all the way down to 13 HP, able to take down Brios. And now they have this entire side control. But the thing is, Fenrir Mines may be able to stop their approach coming up now.
Oh, no way. Cass gets another taking down Candle. That engagement absolutely looked like that should have gone the way of the defense. I can't believe we're seeing that. Yeah, 13 HP and continuing to hold on. The defenders just not being able to make any progress across this midline of the map. They can't get past the drum. They still have got the shield to contend with, and playing right up close, not putting any pressure on it, and no way the C4 is going to come out and grab a double. Holy cow, let's go.
It has now gone down to a 2v1, but wait a minute, Skunky, looking for this revive here, I don't think they know Inrio's down, so it could go back up to this 2v2, and it looks like it will. Skunky able to get the revive. I was going to say that last round, it actually was that 5v3 that then went back into the favor of Thrive, and they won the round because of it. And it's now going to be another 5v3 won by the side of Thrive as Exige goes down. It's all the Cass on that 13 HP. She's able to win, or he's able to win, 2 gunfights while being on that health, but not able to win another 2 as Inrio takes him down. The C4 is really what won them that entire round. I'm surprised 2 people stacked up on that window. And yeah, another hero play winning a round for the defense, which really probably could have gone the side of attackers just because of the early advantages they got and the early map ground they got.
Yeah, you called it out. That C4, the huge difference maker there. That one absolutely looked like it could have gone the way of the Mormon leadership. But Inrio, 11-6. Boy, like you said, the hero plays are just coming out of the woodwork here on this map. And a perfectly timed C4 and an unfortunate stack up for the Mormon leadership. It could have absolutely gone the other way. And it's funny, there was a little bit of glass talk in the Twitch chat as well. That's exactly what happened. Scuba bringing out the glass, along with the combination of the Bravo. We'll see whether or not those get 6 picked off, but I love seeing the Capcan on the defensive side. The other interesting one, Candle bringing out the Vigil. Not the Boss G, going to bring the K1A this time, but still deadly and dangerous. See whether or not, what kind of hold, definitely setting up a big hold upstairs here, trying to hold the vertical side.
Now, I'm excited to see if anyone else on Thrive can match Inrio's momentum, because when you see a player pop off as much as they do, it normally makes you as excited and want yourself to do just as good. An analogy that I always like to see is when you see someone enjoying their food, it makes you just as hungry, and I think that's what the other players of Thrive are seeing in Inrio. And now they will be going to their tertiary bomb site. And every single time this bomb set came out for Mormon, they actually lost the first pick. Currently, Thrive are doing the same on the other 2 map picks. They've lost the first 2 picks and still being able to come away with those defended rounds. Again, that just shows us how strong this entire map is with just being on that defensive path. But I would say, kitchen bomb site, you can't do that. You cannot lose those first picks. So that's the the thing I want to see changed from Thrive. They cannot lose these first picks. They cannot have to rely on another Inrio hero play.
Yep, that's right. Don't lose the opening pick. Trying to hold on and maybe get a trade out later on as the round goes, but force the attackers, right? The defense have got the 6th man time on their side. Plus, bless those Capcan traps occasionally, but love seeing the fact that force this attacking team to have to push. And unfortunately going to stick and peek his head out, twist the first one down. You said it, don't lose the opening pick. Oh, that's unfortunate they did.
Yeah, Twist going down. He had an engagement earlier on against the same player of Cass. Obviously losing his life property down to the utility being stolen as Aimkey gets another. He's the man. Ceiling's all utility, and the Ying has come out again. And now Exceed, he's smoking off the bomb site. The Warden has just gone down and they know it. So the Diffuser may be going down, but look at this Skunky in a good actual position to try and stop it. But Exceed, he's ran around, he's done circles on him, and he's now able to get maybe the Diffuser down. But there is still a player above as Candle gets a refrag out in this 4v2. Exceed trying to get this bomb site down, but still gets the refrag in the 4v1. Candle has all to do in Rift, but the post plant is going to be even harder, and it's looking like this may be a GG for the side of Mormon, but it's not impossible for Candle to bring this back. Going down to 39 HP, but Cassia finishes it off a 7-2 map victory for Mormon. It was just impossible for the side of Thrive to bring it back, and the main problem was that opening pick for me.
Yeah, you called it out. The opening pick going the wrong way. 7-2 victory there for the Mormon leadership. And wow, I can't believe it. I know we talked about it. I hate the fact that we have reached the point where, unfortunately, that's right, no opportunity for Thrive to move on. Mormon leadership taking that spot in the semifinals that's going to take place tomorrow. I'm going to bring you one of those two games here on the Siege Double Shot tomorrow, and hopefully the finals. But Milo, really appreciate you joining me tonight to be able to fill in for Whiskey Glitter. I'm losing my voice as well. I'm worried about tomorrow, but we're going to see how it goes. Incredible gameplay by Thrive, the entire map. Looked very good, but Mormon leadership, something happened in that 5-minute break between maps, and they turned it up and turned it on and had an incredible game from several of their players. A lot of hero plays tonight, making them look good. Congrats to Mormon leadership for winning.
And you've got to say, they have a great leader. They have great experience on their side. And that's probably what happened. Exige probably is the man that took them through that 5 minutes, and it really changed their half. But what a great game overall, and I can't wait to see how great the semifinals are tomorrow.
Yeah, it's going to be some incredible games, and I was going to go ahead and pull it up. I wanted to take a look and see who was going to be making in those semifinals. Actually, looks like not all the games have finished up yet, so I don't know that we're ready. Karn & Co. has made it in. They're going to be facing Mormon leadership tomorrow in one of the games. The other two looks like Fluffy Aimers and Who's Asleep being the other. That's Nilek and Uzi's team. So great job between those guys. So those are the final. Karn & Co. versus Mormon leadership, Fluffy Aimers, and Who's Asleep are going to be those final 4 teams fighting it out for who are the final 2 that make it in. So unfortunate to see Thrive go today. Great job for the Mormon leadership.
And yeah, 4 great teams, and I can't wait for that game to work. Karn versus Exige, the battle of the great IGLs. But again, thank you for having me though, Run. It's been a great game, at least from my side, and I've been very happy to cast this.
Yeah, much appreciated. Thanks for hopping in. Thanks again to all the viewers, everybody that joined us for what was more than 6 hours of casting today here in the Blast NA Open qualifiers for the fight to the playoffs. The last 4,000, Ubisoft has given away a ton of money. 4 more on the line tomorrow, so very much appreciated. Run. What's that?
I've always wanted to do the outro with you.
All right, my friend.
I don't know. No, you start off because I only know the ending part.
All right. Well, I just real quick, I want to say thanks for the gifted subs and everybody that was a part of the stream the whole time. But as always, my friends, you don't have to go home.
But you can't stay here.
Ayo.
Let's go.